Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. As Iran buries its longtime supreme leader, all eyes are on his son and successor, who is yet to make a public appearance. A deadly Russian strike on Kyiv piles pressure on NATO allies as Ukraine calls for stronger air defences. Trump defends FIFA's controversial decision to overturn a US red card. And Prince Harry returns to the UK, but a fresh dispute with Buckingham Palace is already casting a shadow over the visit. As Iran holds funeral ceremonies for its late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, attention is increasingly focused on his successor, Mujtaba Khamenei, who is yet to make a public appearance since taking power. Iranian officials say he was wounded in the airstrikes that killed his father, while the funeral ceremonies are also being used by Tehran to project stability after weeks of war with the United States and Israel. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump is renewing his warning to Tehran, saying Iran must agree to a deal or face the prospect of further military action. Let's take a listen.
Look, we're going to win one way or the other. We're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job, okay? And it won't be tough to finish the job. I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to affect 91 million people. We can knock down their bridges in 1 hour. We can knock out their energy supply, all of those big plants that they built, big, beautiful, modern plants. They had a lot of money. They don't have any money now. We haven't given them any money. But we can knock out their electricity and power generating plants in, I would say, a small part of an afternoon. Every plant will be gone. And they know that. They know that.
For more on this, I'm joined by Al Arabiya geopolitical and security analyst Riyadh Kawashi. Riyadh, always good to have you on the show with me. So we heard from President Donald Trump there, reiterating what he has said before. And he says the US will either make a deal with Iran or finish the job. So like we have said, renewed threats. But does this ultimatum strengthen deterrence, or does it risk escalating tensions further?
I don't think it does either at this moment. They've been repeated so many times. When you repeat threats over and over again with the situation as is, they lose their effect. So basically, he is just addressing the U.S. public opinion that, you know, we're continuing, things are going fine, and I'm pursuing the diplomatic option right now. So he's addressing more U.S. public opinion than the international, because right now we see the situation, the status of these negotiations. Right now they've taken time off for the burial of the supreme leader, and negotiations are set to start sometime next week.
That's a really good point, isn't it, Riyadh, that he's appealing to his base in the US, of course, because we know these midterm elections are coming up in November, and this war has been hugely unpopular in the United States. But let's talk a little bit more about the burial that's happening in Iran, because large crowds have been gathering in Tehran for this funeral procession of Ali Khamenei, which we know is underway. Will the authorities in Iran be satisfied with this massive outpouring that they've seen inside the cities in Iran?
Well, the regime has managed to amass their popular base. It's known that, you know, the hardline core supporters of the regime make up 10 to 15% of the country's population. It is a country of like more than 91 million people. So gathering 2 or 3 million people is not new. They've done it before. But now they've done it for this particular occasion. that they are using now, the hardliners, they're using it as an occasion to build the momentum internally, to assert themselves, to also signal messages everywhere that we're still strong. You know, there is a new leadership, and they're continuing along the same traditions, along the same line. So it's a strong show of force and resilience by the current regime.
And 3 of Khamenei's sons did appear publicly at Sunday's ceremony. However, Mujtaba Khamenei, of course, his successor and also his son, we've not seen him at all. And of course, we do know he was injured in those airstrikes that did kill his father. What do you think the message has been sent there? Why hasn't he appeared? And also, what does it signal about who's leading Iran at the moment? Because that's been big questions.
The story that some of the regime supporters are trying to leak here and there is that it's for security reasons, that they decided not to allow him, that he wanted to attend, but he was not allowed by the security leadership for fear of being assassinated by the Israelis or the Americans. But he could have at least done a video message, a televised speech from whatever hideout he's at, you know. Not even a video, not even a voice recording. And this has risen a lot of suspicion inside and outside Iran about the fate of this leader. Is he, first of all, is he still alive? And if he is alive, what is his actual physical condition? Is he able to speak? There's a lot of stories circulating on his condition. There's nothing to verify any of these stories. Very few of the existing leaders claim to have seen him, to have met with him. Like Pezeshkian claimed that he helped treat him. He's a physician, that he took part in treating. And said that, you know, he was about to lose a leg, and then this was denied by the other official sources in the country. So there's a lot of speculations, and now not making an appearance during his father's funeral certainly raised a lot of suspicion inside Iran as well as outside Iran, and this will always haunt the current leadership because they will need to assert the legitimacy. They need to show at one point, and I believe it's sooner than later, that he's alive and he has given his blessing to this leadership. Otherwise, the current leadership will start losing credibility with time.
And that also raises lots of questions, doesn't it, about who the US is actually dealing with when it comes to these negotiations with Iran. But I just want to talk to you a little bit about what's happening in Lebanon at the moment, because Lebanese state media says is an Israeli drone hits a car in southern Lebanon today, killed 4 people, including 3 women. Riyadh, if civilians were killed, do you think this risks undermining confidence in the US-backed ceasefire framework that both sides did sign?
It does raise suspicion, but, you know, it will increase the doubt and this whole process, which has hit a big snag. First of all, Hezbollah has refused to recognize it, to support it, and is not cooperating with the Lebanese authorities in terms of agreeing to give up its arms, at least in helping the Lebanese army to enter some of his areas of operations as stipulated in the agreement. I mean, the agreement states that the Lebanese army has to enter 2 villages where Hezbollah exists right now and clear these 2 villages of Hezbollah, and at the same time Israel will withdraw from 2 villages, and the Lebanese army will go in it. Hezbollah said he is not going to adhere to this agreement, does not recognize it. Hezbollah is still working with the Iranians, and he does not want Lebanon to work independently of Iran on the negotiations table. Iran wants to retain the Lebanon card in its negotiations with the Americans, while the U.S. is trying to strip Iran of this card and create a Lebanese-Israeli track on its own. And Lebanon, the Lebanese government, wants to have a separate track and not be part of Iran's bargaining chips. So we have this dilemma in Lebanon where the Hezbollah is not cooperating, Iran is not cooperating, and the Israelis were not happy at all with being dragged into these negotiations with Lebanon and forced to stop their operations inside Lebanon. The Israelis want to continue their ground offensive. There is big pressure on Netanyahu, his government internally, to pursue further the Hezbollah fighters in South Lebanon. So this agreement has a lot of problems. And Israel's continued attacks and Hezbollah's continued refusal to surrender arms will continue to hinder its implementation.
Riyad Kawajga, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined by Adi Schwartz, academic and director of research at the Misgav Institute. Thank you so much for joining me, Adi. Great to have you on the show. So Lebanese state media says an Israeli drone strike on a car in southern Lebanon killed 4 people, including 3 women. Why does Israel continue to violate the US-brokered ceasefire?
So Israel's mission, of course, the government of Israel and the Israeli army is to defend its citizens, to defend its country. And whenever there are attempts at attacking Israel, I don't know exactly the details of that incident, but Israel has the right and, of course, actually the duty to defend itself. I think there's an agreement, I continue what your last guest said, that both the government of Lebanon and the government of Israel agree what the problem is. That's quite unprecedented in the relationship between Israel and Lebanon. Both of the countries, both of the governments and the representatives agree that the problem is Hezbollah. Basically, Israel and Lebanon don't have much of a problem. Israel said that it has no territorial claims in Lebanon. It has no plans to remain in Lebanon. The only problem is that Hezbollah, the Shiite militia proxy of Iran, is spread all over Lebanon and, of course, in the southern parts of the country, shooting missiles, drones, attacking Israeli citizens. If you go along the Israeli northern border, you will find almost deserted, villages and communities, towns attacked with bullets in their windows and in their houses. Many people had left these places. Tens of thousands fled these places, so they are uninhabitable currently. So, of course, the Israeli army has to take all precautions and take all actions to prevent attacks against its citizens.
Does the presence of Hamas and Hezbollah at Khamenei's funeral suggest that despite Israel's military campaigns against both groups, Iran's regional alliance network does remain intact?
Well, I would not say that they remain intact. They certainly remain, but we know that both of them were degraded very seriously. If you take, for example, Hezbollah, then we know that they had more than 150,000 rockets and missiles. The current estimate is about 10% or 8%. So yes, Hezbollah still remains, but not intact. The same is true about Hamas. We know that the territory is much smaller. We know that they don't have exactly the same capacity as they had prior to 7th of October. But you're right. Iran and the regime is still there. Some of their proxies are actually still alive. Mm-hmm. And we know the Houthis, for example, are also still alive. And that actually explains some of the problems that Israel still has. And let's say that the work is still ongoing. Israel still has to take care of its northern border, of its southern border, and prevent. We know exactly what the plans were. We saw also from Hezbollah, we saw tunnels attempting to cross into Israel. So everything that we saw on October 7th from Hamas, that was the plan of Hezbollah as well. So of course, Israel has to take all actions, all precautions, clear the area, bomb or whatever they can do with those tunnels, put them out of work, because that was the plan. The plan was to attack, to infiltrate into Israel, to kill civilians, as we saw on October 7th from Hamas.
Adi, you just said the plan is to clear the area, to continue Israel's actions in order to manage Hamas and Hezbollah. Does that mean that people in Lebanon and also in Gaza can just expect more civilian deaths, that death toll to continue to rise?
Well, I think in the case of Lebanon, it is easier because I think that some of the population has left the area. And I think that Shiite villages which support Hezbollah, perhaps even help them, then they can't really be called civilians. If you turn your house into some kind of a combat infrastructure, help them build under your house tunnels and have their ammunition, etc., then you're no longer effectively a civilian. So the problem here, both, by the way, in Gaza and in southern Lebanon, that there is no separation between civilians and combatants when the terrain has become, the entire area has become weaponized. This distinction is relevant when you really have a battlefield, when you have combatants, and then you have areas which are civilian. But unfortunately, and this is what Hamas did in Gaza, and by the way, when Israel called upon the international community to secure the civilians to go out, then for some reason it was forbidden. They said, no, civilians must stay there. Mm-hmm. So that was very hypocritical, I think, both on the side of the international community and on the side of Hamas itself. But you have to remember also that Hamas and Hezbollah use this as a PR weapon against Israel. So first they turn the entire area into a weaponized area. They don't let the civilians flee. And then when some civilians are getting hurt, by the way, much less than in any other combat, then of course it's used against Israel. So I think that the international community and all of us actually have to be very clear. The enemy is Hamas, the enemy is Hezbollah. They are the enemies of the Middle East as a peaceful, secure area. By the way, that's what the government of Lebanon says. And I think we would be, all of us, so much better off without this regime in Iran, without its proxies. And I think that this is the target that we should all stand for.
And J.D. Vance has suggested the US is Israel's last major ally, but Benjamin Netanyahu has actually rejected that. Does this reveal growing differences between senior US and Israeli leaders over Israel's international standing? Because you just mentioned that to me. And I just want to say 73,000 people were killed in Gaza in Israel's campaign. And we do know that the international community did stand up to that.
Well, first of all, regarding J.D. Vance, Israel and the United States are very close allies, and we have seen in this campaign in Iran unprecedented levels of cooperation. But at the end of the day, the United States and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are the leaders of the United States, and they have the interests of the United States. By the way, much bigger global economy, China, Russia, of course, they have to manage the entire world, let's say. And Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu have the interests of the state of Israel, which is a much smaller country, 9 or 10 million people with our own problem. And of course, you know, at the end of the day, where you sit is where you stand. So that's, I think, natural and normal. And I think that's from time to time, there are going to be some kind of differences. But at the end of the day, action speaks louder than words, so to speak, because we saw the level of cooperation and we saw something which is unprecedented in the history of Israel. And again, I think that the criticism that Israel has faced from some of the international community, by the way, I don't think that J.D. Vance was correct. I think Israel has many supporters around the world, in Europe, in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, countries in Africa, in Asia. So I think it's not accurate. But I think the criticism is very much hypocritical. I see even the head of NATO applauding killing of tens of thousands of Russians, for example, by Ukraine, and that's supposed to be something which is very good. So I was not convinced by the criticism of the international community, but I think that Israel has to live with some of it. This is not new. We are facing this kind of criticism for many years.
And I just want to say, President Donald Trump has recently called Netanyahu crazy, reportedly during a phone call, and said he was not happy with Israel's actions. So there has been a growing tenseness between Israel and the United States. Adi Schwartz, great to have you on as always. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Russia has launched another deadly wave of missile and drone strikes on Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, killing at least 20 people just days before NATO leaders gather for a crucial summit. President Volodymyr Zelensky is urging allies to strengthen Ukraine's air defences as he prepares to meet President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the NATO summit. Meanwhile, NATO Secretary General says allies must make sure Ukraine gets the support it does need. Take a listen.
Ukraine is changing the dynamics on the battlefield, thanks to the bravery, the dedication and ingenuity of their armed forces. But they need our continued support, especially when it comes to air defense. Russia continues drone and missile attacks on Ukrainian cities, with another horrific attack just last night. So as Ukraine continues to defend its sovereignty, allies and NATO partners must continue to ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. And let me be clear, all allies need to pull their weight.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Kira Ruddock. Kira, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. We just heard from Mark Rutte there saying Ukraine is changing battlefield dynamics but still needs sustained support. Do you believe NATO's current level of assistance is sufficient to maintain Ukraine's position in the war? Because we saw that deadly attack last night and then Mark Rutte come out and say what he said.
Hello, Leigh Ann, and thank you so much for having me. Obviously, we are talking about a wide range of things here, and Ukraine indeed is making a really good advance in terms of attacking Russia's fuel storages and military facilities. However, we are still unable to defend our cities against the particularly ballistic missiles that are coming our way. And the main plea from our side has been and continues to be is enough amount of air defense systems and the ammunition for it. Because in Ukraine, we know how to take down drones, we know how to take down cruise missiles. What we are lacking is ammunition to take down ballistic missiles that Russia is producing. But it is not the only thing that is necessary, because the main question right now, after this devastating attack, remains how, after 4.5 years of full-scale invasion, Russia is still able to manufacture ballistic missiles, including the Western components in it. So Russia obviously can overpass the sanctions that are being put by our partners and sneak around the necessary particles to create and continue manufacturing deadly weapons. So the attention needs to be not only at the battlefield and the supplying Ukraine air defense systems, but actually stripping Russia from the ability to produce more and more ballistic missiles.
Kira, we also heard from President Donald Trump, and he says a resolution to the war is getting closer than people realise. But from Ukraine's perspective, do you share that optimism? Because what you just said to me is Russia's still manufacturing ballistic missiles with parts in it.
Absolutely. And this is why, judging not Putin's words or President Trump's hopes. What we see here on the ground is that Russia is intensifying, in fact, attacks on civilian population and have no intention to move towards ceasefire or ending the war. It would be not the first time when they have persuaded President Trump that they are ready to talk and that they are ready to end the war, but it never was anything else but a creation of illusions to stop American president from imposing more pressure, more sanctions on Russia. And this is why we are calling on President Trump not to believe anything that he hears, but look at the facts. Russia said that they will conquer Donbass by the end of the last year. They failed to do that because they obviously have no strength to do it. Russia has said that Ukraine failed or can be pressured into giving up our territories. They were wrong again. And even right now, there is a shortage of fuel inside Russia, so they are unable to protect their own facilities. This is why we need to be concentrated on the facts rather on the political statements and Putin's vicious attempts to misinform American president.
Trump says he will discuss Ukraine at this week's NATO summit. What do you think President Zelensky should now be asking President Donald Trump for when they meet each other? And do you think President Donald Trump will listen?
I think when we are talking politically and the United States are, I guess, getting closer and closer to the midterms, the only thing that Putin can offer President Trump is to be a peacemaker, to be a negotiator. What Ukraine can offer President Trump, if enough supplies are received here, that he can be a victor. Ukraine can end this war by removing Russia from our territories. Ukraine has shown that we are actually capable of fighting back, and we can make sure that Russia would not ever attack anybody else. So President Zelensky should be very clear in this proposal, saying if you provide enough of the weapons, as you have promised, we can show the world what the United States' strengths can be, and that would obviously be very helpful and supportive for President Trump's and Republicans' midterms.
And Ukraine is striking targets more than 2,500 kilometers inside Russia and disrupting critical infrastructure in Crimea. As you said, the power is off. They're having to do power cuts and life is more difficult there. Do you think this signals a new phase in Ukraine's strategy? And you think Donald Trump will recognize the show of strength by Ukraine?
I think it's very intense to see the Moscow that is under the fire, to see something that Putin said would never happen is Ukrainian drones and missiles getting close to Kremlin. And obviously President Trump have seen this in the meeting in Paris, and he was really impressed. So right now our goal is to share the strategy that Ukraine has, and we again can support the strategy with the proofs at the battlefield, not like Russian propaganda that constantly lies. We are very open with our international partners. So showing what we already have done and what we can do if we have enough of the resources can be a path towards a closer collaboration and also to the best results that we can show at the current frontline situation.
Kira Ruddock, as always, really good to have you on. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
US President Donald Trump says he asked FIFA to review the suspension handed to US striker Foluran Balogun after his red card at the World Cup. FIFA later lifted the one-match ban, allowing him to play in the United States' last 16 clash against Belgium, a decision that has sparked controversy and drawn criticism from Belgium and other football figures. Trump says he believed the challenge was not a foul. Take a listen.
I had nothing to do with the decision. What I did have to do is I said, I think it should be reviewed because I watched the play. And he didn't do anything wrong. And after reviewing it, I think they said, look, this game would have a big mark on it if we lost, if we won, no matter what happened, you have to let them use their best players. And the game tonight's going to be amazing, and we're going to have a full team, and Belgium's going to have a full team. And you know what? If they beat us, then they can be really proud. The other way, if they beat us, we'll say I say it was rigged, just like the election was rigged in 2020, but I won't get into that.
For more on this, I'm joined from Mexico City by sports broadcaster Chris Scudder. Chris, as always, great to have you on the show. Let's start with Donald Trump, because he's sparking a lot of controversy at the moment. He says he did speak to FIFA President Gianni Infantino about a red card decision. And, of course, he argued it was not a foul. First of all, he said he didn't even know what a red card was. But does this raise concerns about political pressure on football?
Wow, yeah. Leigh Ann, really, I mean, people are just in disbelief, really, that this has happened. Sport and politics should not collide. Donald Trump, by his own admission, does know nothing about soccer, but he's gone in there and thought, oh, my best player is going to be missing for the game against Belgium, which he would love to see the USA win. And so he's rung up his mate, Gianni Infantino, the man who gave him a peace prize, a strange peace prize before the World Cup. And lo and behold, the red card has been overturned or suspended anyway for a year. And as you might imagine, Belgium, who are playing the Americans, are saying, how can this happen? How can a politician interfere and change our rules? It is unprecedented, and very interesting today that UEFA, the European governing body, have said they are in disbelief at this development. Incomprehensible, they've described it. And they just cannot believe that it's happened, and they say that it shouldn't have happened. So there's a possibility that Belgium could take some kind of action here, because within the statutes of football, this shouldn't be happening. There's a protocol when a player is shown a red card that he is suspended for the next game. Donald Trump basically said that how can a player be punished for a game he hasn't played in yet, which when you get broad logic is maybe right, but these are the rules of football, and this player should not be playing in the game against Belgium. Extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary stuff. We're actually hearing a little bit, Chris, from Gianni Infantino himself, and he says FIFA judicial bodies decide cases independently and autonomously. So he is now speaking, of course, after Donald Trump admitted he had a phone call with Gianni Infantino. Do you think this is going to spark a problem for the FIFA president?
Well, of course it is, yeah. I mean, the integrity of the game has been compromised here, without a shadow of a doubt, really. And it opens up a can of worms. You probably saw the amazing game last night. I was here in Mexico City when Mexico lost narrowly to England. Extraordinary stuff. And an England player was controversially sent off, Gerald Kwanzaa. So are the FA, the English FA, now going to speak to FIFA and say, well, hang on a minute, how can a player be suspended for a game next week against Norway in the quarterfinal for a match he hasn't played in yet? It's bonkers. It really is. I mean, the football rules have got to stay in place. And really, a lot of people here within the game and outside the game are saying that Gianni Infantino's role within FIFA has been compromised as well. It's untenable, really. How can he change the rules in the middle of a tournament just to please the US president? Amazing. It really is.
And Chris, I want to talk to you about something you just mentioned. Let's get to last night's action at the Azteca Stadium. As you said, England overcame the altitude, a hostile home crowd, and played much of the second half with 10 men, of course, because of that red card, to beat Mexico. Do you think, you were in the stadium, do you think that was England's greatest performance on foreign soil?
It was certainly up there. I'm a proud Englishman, and the atmosphere was, I've never felt anything like it. The noise was absolutely deafening. One thing about Mexico, they have their critics about their people, but they are a very, very passionate people. And that atmosphere last night was the most hostile, not in a threatening way, but it was the most partisan thing I've ever experienced. It was incredible. And for England to go through what they did, I mean, Mexico, not the greatest team, but they've got such an advantage when they play at home. There's a reason they've only lost twice at home in 80 years. So, yes, it was. I mean, without a doubt. And all the people I've spoken to really felt that this was It was a really British thing, backs to the wall, and somehow getting a result when down to 10 men. It looked as though they would fall, but it was a remarkable thing, and certainly the best game of the tournament so far. And you do wonder now whether they might use this as a springboard to great things and finally win the World Cup after all these years, 60 years of waiting.
Yes, of course, we always see those 1966 headlines, don't we, Chris Scudder? Chris, have you managed to get any sleep at all, or do you still... I didn't think so. But let's just focus a little bit on Harry Kane, because even President Donald Trump, who admittedly told us today he doesn't know a lot about soccer, went on Truth Social after the game saying Harry Kane of England is a great player. But let's focus on the future, because we do know England face Norway next. So what are their chances there?
Well, it's going to be a real Premier League game, because the Norwegians, they are Anglophiles. They sit and devour the Premier League at all times. You go to Norway, they all follow Premier League clubs, and of course they have probably the best striker in the world at the moment, Erling Haaland, whose teammates play in the England team as well. So it's going to be a terrific game. Very, very different, I think, to what we've seen in this World Cup, because it will be a fast and physical game in Miami. For many people, Norway may be the dark horses. I mean, it's not the greatest Brazil team we've seen by any means, but they beat them fairly comfortably yesterday. And talking about great fan bases, we saw the Scots, how amazing they were when they came over, early exit for them. But the Norwegians with their rowing thing are just amazing. And it's going to be quite an occasion, that. And I think, FIFA would say it's great to see a country like Norway, who have not been in the World Cup since 1998, to get this far. And maybe it is turning out to be this type of World Cup where, the underdogs and Morocco are still there, and other less fancied teams. And it's open. It really is. It's been a great World Cup. I mean, FIFA do have their critics, but, Donald Trump spent a lot of time today saying, he spoke on the phone with his mate, Gianni, saying, oh, Gianni, we've made so much money. This is your most successful World Cup. And that is very true. They've made a fortune. But, listen, he cannot go on and change the rules in the game that's been around for more than 100 years. So extraordinary times, really. And I think the fact that Donald Trump played golf once with Harry Kane, I think you probably hadn't heard of him until before he played golf with him, but extraordinary. You couldn't make it up, really. No,
you definitely couldn't make it up. I didn't realise he had played golf with Harry Kane until he told all of us. Apparently so, yes. And I must say, if anyone has to get an award for the best fans, I do think it's Norway. That Viking row is amazing. Chris, gotta get some sleep. Thank you for joining us. Glad you had a great time at the Azteca Stadium. Thank you. Prince Harry is visiting the UK this week to promote the 2027 Invictus Games in Birmingham and attended a series of charity events. But the trip has already been overshadowed by a new dispute with Buckingham Palace over his London accommodation. For more on this, I'm joined by royal editor Sarah Hewson. Sarah, as always, it's brilliant to have you on. So Prince Harry is coming home, not like the football yet, but he's not staying at Buckingham Palace. Do the conflicting accounts over accommodation point to a real breakdown in communication between Harry's team and the palace?
Hello to you, Leigh Ann. Yes, absolutely. We are seeing a battle of the briefings and a real breakdown in communications between Team Sussex and the palace, the men in grey suits that Prince Harry has so long railed against. This visit was supposed to be all about promoting the Invictus Games taking place in a year's time in Birmingham. But it was also something more personal. There were also hopes that this would be a step on the road to recovery in terms of those relations between Harry and his family, in particular with his father, and that we would see a reunion between King Charles and his grandchildren, Archie and Lilibet, who he hasn't seen in person since 2022. But the way it's looking now, things really are falling apart. And we're getting two very different versions of events from Buckingham Palace and Team Sussex. Buckingham Palace say an offer was made of accommodation at the palace for Prince Harry. He didn't respond. On Saturday, they say that he declined that offer, then later that day changed his mind, by which point they argue it was too late to get the staffing and arrangements in place, and so he was told the offer had been withdrawn. They've also cited concerns about his legal case against Associated Newspapers, the publisher of the Daily Mail and the Mail on Sunday. That is coming to a judgment tomorrow. There were concerns about the optics of him staying at Monarchy HQ when that came about. But Team Sussex say Harry found out 10 days ago that he wasn't going to get taxpayer-funded police protection. He spent all of last week making private security arrangements, and it was only then that he was able to confirm that he would like to stay at Buckingham Palace. And they've said they're very disappointed that that offer has been rescinded.
And Harry is not bringing Meghan and the children, and that's what we're hearing to London after the security was denied, Sarah. But I'm just wondering, is there any public sympathy in the UK for him that he's not receiving this tax-funded armed police protection in the UK? Because we know that him and Meghan chose to leave the royal family.
Yeah, well, as with every story that involves Harry and Meghan, opinions are very much divided. There are some who think that they made their bed and they can lie in it. They left the UK, they left the royal family, and therefore they shouldn't be entitled to taxpayer-funded police protection when they return to the UK. There are others who would argue, and I do have some sympathy myself with this view, that, you know, if Taylor Swift can get police protection paid for by the taxpayer when she's over for her Eras tour, then why can't Harry? He is, after all, the King's son. It would be hugely damaging to the UK and to the reputation of the UK should anything happen to them. And there is also that point that if Harry doesn't feel confident and safe bringing his family to the UK, then how can Charles have a relationship, the King have a relationship with his grandchildren? It's a mess, frankly. It's a circus, and it continues to have those ups and downs. It really is a roller coaster, Leigh Ann. And I think we thought we might be entering a period of greater calm. Not the case.
Yeah, and it's extremely sad when we talk about it, because we also know King Charles has been battling cancer and, as you said, hasn't seen his grandchildren for 4 years. But you also mentioned that Harry is in the UK for Invictus Games. It's going to be happening in a year's time. But how much do ongoing family disputes and security tensions really risk overshadowing his charitable work? Because this is for such a good cause, and I wonder if it's impacting what he's actually set out to do originally.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Leigh Ann. This is overshadowing it. Look at what we're talking about today. Look at all the headlines today. They are about that family feud, not about the Invictus Games and the charity work that Harry is over here to draw attention to. And I think that is the problem, that this family split, this divide that has been going on for so long now, continues to overshadow all of the good work that Harry or other members of the family do. I mean, the royal family have got a pretty busy diary of engagements. They're getting on with it. They're trying to tune out the noise surrounding this. And Harry will be hoping that when he is in Birmingham later on this week for the 1 year to go to Invictus Games, that the focus is on that and the service personnel taking part in the Invictus Games. But, you know, we are all talking about this row. And I think most people will say that they had hoped that things were calming down, that we were going to have less heat in this, and it really doesn't feel that way. Whether or not that's Harry and his father, I don't get the impression that this is a big spat between him and his father, or that he's holding his father responsible. But certainly between the two teams, there is a real difference of opinion and a briefing and counter-briefing going on.
Sarah Hewson, I'm sure we'll be speaking about this in weeks to come, because it seems Mexit never actually really went away. But Sarah Hewson, as always, thank you so much. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and thank you for joining us here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Artificial intelligence, blockchain and gaming. That might sound like three very different worlds, but they're all coming together under one roof here in Riyadh. And the real deal is this week at the Global AI Show, the Global Blockchain Show, the Global Gaming Show. Three parallel events bringing together government leaders, global tech companies, investors and young entrepreneurs, all of them discussing these new technologies shaping the future. And we're going to be asking what all of this could mean for the Saudi economy and for Vision 2030 ambitions. There are a lot of people we're going to be talking to today. Let's get started. We're joined now by Nadim Bakhash, who's the CEO of WeBook.com. Nadim, thank you very much indeed for joining us on The Real Deal. You're the CEO of what is Saudi Arabia's leading platform for discovering and booking events, entertainment, experiences, a huge player in the kingdom's leisure economy. How have you seen this sector evolve since 2014 when you got started?
It's thriving, it's blowing up. Things are just getting more and more exciting every year, and every year that we always have these shocks and surprises. Alhamdulillah, since the vision was announced, we had this platform for communities and getting people together. And when the vision was announced back, 2016 time, we were there at the right place in the right time, and we had ticketing available. We had a full sort of platform with a back end, flexible with the front end capabilities to be able to white label and go out there and activate these projects. Because it was built on newer technologies, the system doesn't crash. So you have suddenly a country where these massive events, which we've been waiting for all our lives, and a massively youth population, I think about 70% of the people are under 30, hungry for entertainment. And when this stuff happens, one tweet from His Excellency Turki al-Sheikh, for example, and we have suddenly millions of people in the same second on the platform. It's been quite an exciting journey. We have, and today we've turned into sort of a super Afro fund, so we have the entire Saudi SPL league, the football clubs there. We have all the major concerts, all the major festivals, all the major sporting events, like for example boxing, the mega events of the kingdom. It's one place that you can go to find everything fun to do.
So it sounds like you were in exactly the right place at the right time. I mean, incredible chance that you were where you were at the moment that the kingdom was really opening up to these sorts of events, and you've got the demographics on your side in the form of this young population hungry for entertainment. How's it changed? What are audiences looking for today, do you think?
Today hasn't changed from yesterday, and back in history, people always wanted to be entertained from the beginning of time. You have your sort of professional career, you have your school and academic work, but then when you're in the evenings, you have hours with your family, with your friends, and this is where people bond. So, in terms of entertainment, football is thriving. We have a huge following, football is life over here, and a lot of places, especially now during the World Cup. You'd be surprised. A few years ago, boxing, so we had this data, we asked people what they're interested in, and we're monitoring our data. So a few years ago when boxing first started, it was interesting, but it wasn't up there. Within 2 years, it became the #1 demanded event on our platform, and people are interested to explore more, to find new events to do things, explore new interests. And personally, I'd never been to a boxing match, but the minute I was sitting there in the front of one of these matches, I was hooked. Absolutely hooked. So we're hungry for more. Almost anything we put out there is always selling out. With very, very, very little marketing effort. It's incredible. So people want more.
We're at an event at which blockchain, gaming, and AI are all very much under discussion. Have you got any examples of how AI has perhaps changed the customer experience? I'm talking about your customers at WeBook.
AI has given us the opportunity today to operate absolutely insane complex algorithms and models within days. And today what we're doing, one of the biggest challenges that we have is scalping. So we have a lot of people coming onto the platform on these mega events, large groups of them coming on to buy, wait in the queue and buy the tickets. So it's been a challenge that we're always sort of evolving to combat this. Now with AI, we're introducing something new this year called TrueFan. TrueFan, basically, we have all the data. And with all the data available to us, I can see that you have bought X amount of tickets from us, you've actually not just bought, but you've attended the events under the same account. You went to maybe 5 matches of the same team, or did you go to 5 matches of different teams, or did you go to 1 match versus a concert and so on? How many tickets you bought, what category you bought them at, how engaged were you online, how engaged were you with other fans, in our community groups, in our chats, with the team. Is this fan profile. And that fan profile, using AI, we're able to instantly, when the queue goes out and we have 1 million people in 1 second trying to buy 50,000 tickets, using AI, I know what's your fan score for that specific event, and therefore we're able to put real fans in real seats and give you priority. We'll be able to filter out of the 1 million people, maybe the first 1,000 people who are the highest fans, and just let them in immediately without, even if there are 999,000 in the queue. So AI, that's just one example, and across the board in every department, in every the entire life cycle of WeBook, discovery to after an event, we're pushing AI across the board.
Okay, another example of you being in exactly the right place at the right time, because you've got time very much on your side.
Best time to be in terms
I have
of
to say,
best time to be alive.
Amazing timing. So you've talked about how scalping is an enemy of the consumer, an enemy of your business model too, and AI is your friend in tackling that. Is AI solely your friend, or do you view any threats when it comes to AI?
I think every technology has a pro and a con. It's a double-edged sword, always from history, and organizations have to be very careful, have to be very aware, constantly doing all the types of risk assessments, threat assessments, studying the vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, with AI today, the scale of attacks and the evolution of these attacks is at such a fast pace that literally we have to be monitoring it on a daily basis, the constant news around the world. We're at a stage where a single hacker around the world is able to infiltrate maybe a third-party source that a lot of companies around the world are using, so it creates a huge security risk. Investing heavily into your security operations, into your team, ensuring the data is secure. There's multiple factors in security, so I think this is the time that companies have to invest the most into security and really, really be careful in the new world of AI.
Okay, so great opportunities, but with some associated risks that need to be managed. Saudi Arabia has huge and ambitious goals when it comes to making the kingdom a global destination. How do you see your role in helping to achieve that?
Look, we have, my data team tells me we have over 190 something countries that people have purchased tickets from us. I asked them, are there 190 something countries in the world? Can we just say 185, just to be safe? So And the majority of our events today are based in Saudi. We are expanding internationally, but that is actual users all over the world purchasing to come to Saudi at one of these events. I mean, the events that we have being developed by Ministry of Sports, by the Entertainment Authority, by Ministry of Culture, and so many more are world class. I have to salute everything that they're doing in terms of the amount of time that, 3-4 years ago this industry didn't exist, just recently, and now we're operating at such an amazing, incredible scale. I'm hats off and salute to everyone that operated these first events, the first versions of these events. I'm sure it was a huge challenge and they barely got any sleep. But if you look at the events today, oh my God, they're incredible. They're one of the best in the world. I was just at WWE a few days ago with my son, and he had the time of his life. And thank you. I want to thank everyone there. I think Saudi's booming, is thriving. We have an amazing tourist sort of destination throughout the world. I can't wait to sort of, I want time off so I could just drive around the country and experience all the different areas. The main cities, the cultural areas, the entertainment spots, and the hospitality. It's people have to experience it.
So you're bringing people into the kingdom.
Absolutely.
You're also entertaining people who already live here. What's the split between domestic and international?
It depends on the event. So I don't have an overall number at the top of my head, but it really, I do know that it really depends on the event. So for example, boxing. Boxing invites, we have a massive population from, for example, England, Russia, a lot of people coming in from GCC as well. And it's literally, I have a chart of so many countries, and this chart keeps changing based on the type of event. You also have Boulevard Riyadh Seasons and Boulevard World. Their events are vast and diverse, so they target different types of people. They provide entertainment to different demographics as well. So again, they challenge, they bring a lot of, every event has its own sort of diversity. And an overall answer I don't have off the top of my head, but it's a big number and it keeps increasing every year.
Okay, and you've got the World Cup coming up in 2034. I mean, I feel like you, of all the people I think I've ever met, are the most perfectly positioned person at the right moment in time, in history. Does it feel like that?
Absolutely. I think it's been. We're extremely lucky to be here. We're blessed, under the leadership that we have, the vision, the ambition, and the support that we get. I mean, as a Saudi startup, just a few years ago, we were much smaller, and almost every minister at the highest level has helped us, has supported us, has embraced us and given us challenges, allowed us to fail, allowed us to learn from our mistakes, and we're at a stage where we're now operating around the world. We're about to announce some of the major events, I think within a month, that we're going to be operating around the world. And that's all Saudi-built technology, powering major events around the world.
Okay, and just last, is my last question, a couple of words. Tell us what makes a Saudi-hosted event stand out on the global stage. What's the USP for coming to Saudi Arabia to watch a major sporting event, cultural event, entertainment event? What is it?
You'll be shocked from the minute you land. Every aspect of the customer journey, every aspect of your visit is being taken. There's teams in every part of every ministry deep diving into this to make sure that we provide. The industry didn't exist a few years ago in tourism and entertainment, so we have this massive opportunity where without all this sort of legacy technology and legacy tools and processes in place, we're able to leapfrog way ahead, and that's what everyone's working on across the board. So every year it improves. I think within a few years we'll be one of the best destinations in the world in terms of the minute you land to the minute you leave. It'll be full of things to do, whatever choices you want, whatever level of service you want at the highest level around the world. It's very exciting.
All right, certainly is exciting times. We're going to have to leave it there, though. Nadim Bakhsh, the CEO of WeBook.com, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I'm joined now by Dr. Ibrahim Shira, who is the Chief Transformation Officer at Saudi Arabian Airlines Holding. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, your job is to really focus on modernizing operations, use tech to improve efficiency, use tech to improve the passenger experience. But I don't think that covers everything, does it? Tell us, where are you taking the Saudia Group?
Saudia Group, actually, it's a legacy group. It's 80 years old group, and it starts with the voice of the customer and the needs of the customer, and it ends with making sure that we are exceeding the expectations of the customer. And in order to make sure that we exceed the expectation of our customer and our stakeholders, we need to make sure that we are utilizing whatever possible, whatever tools and whatever means possible to make sure that we are competitive in the market, and to make sure that our customers will always see us as a preferred choice for him as the most progressive and customer-centric aviation group in the region.
Okay, I mean, AI is new in our lifetimes. It's only been around for a couple of years, really. I mean, very new, and yet it's changing so fast. Tell us how AI is changing the airline business, in particular your airline business. Give us some examples.
Yeah, about AI. AI is there. I mean, it's the timeline of AI started with analytical AI to generative AI to agentic AI and going to general AI. The aviation has many processes and many operational activities within the airlines, and we started it leveraging AI, and maybe earlier 2023 when we issue a beta version of the Travel Companion for our customers. So whenever you log into the app of Saudia or our website, you would have the opportunity to chat with an AI agent, which this AI is supposed to be your companion, recommending certain destinations to you, recommending certain cuisines to you in the destinations where you're going to, recommending a lot of preferences that our customers know. So we start with the AI by knowing our customer, personalizing our customer, understanding what the needs of our customers, what are the wish list of our customers, and we address them through technology. So we do not start with technology, we start with the jobs to be done or the needs of our customers, and we use technology to answer these. So this is an example from the airline when we launched the Travel Companion. We also launched multiple use cases within the airline, from HR use cases, AI internally within Saudi, and other use cases. And we continue doing what we are doing. And by the way, AI knowledge now and practice is across all the organization, is not dedicated to the certain department. So you don't need to have an AI department or a digital department. Everyone within Saudia Group need to play with AI, know AI, understands AI, and incorporate it in their daily life so that they can speak the language of AI. And under the leader of His Excellency, the Director General of Saudi Airlines, and His Excellency, the Minister of Transport, we got a lot of support and sponsorship in leveraging AI in our daily business.
Okay, so AI is clearly making a difference to the passenger's experience. It means there's someone there 24/7 to support them. But you're a business. How's it changing your bottom line? How does AI influence the profitability of your airline?
AI has proven worldwide that it's play a big role in improving efficiency. And in any company, AI, if it's used, it will change the nature of jobs for people, but it won't eliminate those the people or removing the people from your chart. It will shift the way that they work, so it will make you more efficient, doing more things than what you usually used to do. So I think we as an airline don't need to prove that AI is contributing to the improvement of our bottom line, because it's already proven worldwide. What we are trying to do is to be on the frontier of this race, and to be the tech mindset or tech first mindset for our employees. And whenever Saudi Airlines come to someone's mind, it would be because of the AI usage. And if this happens, then you will increase the number of your passengers and your customers, and you will have more customers, you will have more destinations, and in return, you will increase your top line and you'll improve your bottom line. So we are using this from our value chain point of view. We look into gaps like any other company. We see the opportunities and we exploit the opportunities.
Inventory management and pricing are so important to an airline's bottom line. Are you seeing real-life examples of how AI can be applied to those areas?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, AI, it works with two things which are very important. With the data, with the historical data, and the forecasted demand that needed for the inventory, and the AI would calculate this and would help in saving when it comes to the supply chain, for example, for maintenance in any airlines. At the same time, AI is good in and it's used in other airlines around the globe in the dynamic pricing. So AI will look into the behavior, consumer behavior, and it works with its analytical analysis and data and come up with scenarios. So, of course, AI now is used in offer and order, it's used in dynamic pricing, it's used in inventory management, it's used in supply chain management. We have many fields. I believe that you would have multiple agents doing a lot of things within an organization, not only in aviation, but also other industries as well.
I was listening to you on the panel discussion you were involved in just now, and one of the things you said is that AI isn't free. I mean, we know it's a big investment for companies. What did you mean by that? And is there a message in there where you think some companies are spending the money but without necessarily thinking about what the return is going to be?
That's a good question. I think AI, it's unlike any other technology, it would require a business case. It would require to understand the CapEx that you're going to invest, the OpEx that you're going to invest to realize the return on investments. And this, in any company now, they are doing it in an experimental way by using use cases and understanding after using the use cases. If you want to have a sustainable value creation or sustainable business, you would understand how much really you need in terms of data centers, in terms of servers, in terms of human capitals, in terms of chips, in terms of all these things. All these CapEx will be needed, and you need to maintain them year on year. This, what I mean by it comes with the next dollar, I mean that you need to calculate your business case very carefully when before deploying an AI solution to make sure how this is going to help in your value chain. And the shortcut to this, and I called it shortcut with reservation, is you need to consider merger and acquisitions. You need to consider joint ventures a lot. I mean, you have a lot of startups, a lot of potential businesses that you can team up with to minimize the cost of capital and the cost of goods you want to invest at the beginning. And this is a good strategy for any company to embrace.
Okay, we're nearly out of time. Just my last question. I mean, so much is changing so quickly, and forgive the pun, but I mean, the sky is quite literally the limit for an airline when it comes to AI. Are you excited about the future, or would you say your excitement is tinged with a certain element of caution?
Yeah, I'm excited with a grain of salt. I think it's we just need to make sure that we are not attached to the technology, we are attached to the business. Technology comes to help us achieving more value to our shareholders, to our stakeholders in the business. I think you need every company needs to focus about the core business. Do I have worries? Yes, because there's a lot of ambiguities in the future about some of the calculations, some of the maybe chips, maybe the power of hosting. And I think also the data governance and the governance around this, cybersecurity, there's a lot of things. But we need to be optimistic. I'm an optimistic person. I think the industry is going to an optimistic era. And this is unprecedented. We haven't seen this before. And I think it's worth trying and it's worth experimenting further.
Okay, we're going to have to let you go. You're a busy man. Thank you very much for taking the time, though, to speak to us. Dr. Ibrahim Shira, the Chief Transformation Officer of Saudi Arabia Airlines Holding. Thank you. I'm joined now by Abdulillah Al-Rudaini, who is the Commercial Head of Sarge AI. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Can you just start by telling us, really for the benefit of our viewers, what and who Sarge AI is.
So Surge, basically, it's a conversational and automation AI tool. We provide our clients with the three main propositions. First one is we improve the customer experience. The second thing, we reduce the cost and improve the operational efficiencies of entities. Last but not least, we do help clients increasing their sales by, I would say, there are multiple use cases that we can do to make sure this is achieved. And this depends on certain verticals that we serve.
Okay, it's a homegrown company.
It's a Saudi-based, in Saudi. We have started 2 years back, alhamdulillah. It's fully Saudi. With the team, we are backed by multiple VCs as we speak today. Multiple clients in the region, alhamdulillah, in Saudi mainly, and we have other clients in the region, the Gulf region. Alhamdulillah, and we've been growing successfully in the past couple of months.
That's good to hear. Arabic language, does that make a difference? Does that give you some sort of a competitive advantage in a space which is mostly dominated by the English language?
Well, alhamdulillah, I think this is one of the, as you mentioned, one of the key advantage or the competitive advantage that we have today is the Arabic dialect, which I think helps us or gives us as a leverage today to penetrate the market in Saudi and the Gulf region, inshallah, very soon in the MENA region. This is a very competitive advantage we try to leverage when talking to clients. Alhamdulillah, it's been shown to be very successful so far as one of the key propositions that we have.
Give us an example. You might not be able to tell us the name of the company, but who's an end user?
Well, some of them we cannot yet disclose, but alhamdulillah, we have successfully launched with Vision Bank, and that was at the beginning of the year. The bank has launched in January 2026, and their main proposition was the first digital AI bank. So we help the bank today in terms of their AI engine. Today, the main message that the bank has is which is Noura, which is their virtual assistant. So Noura, she acts like your RM. She transacts on your behalf in terms of doing transfers, applying for a loan, applying for cards, and all these sort of services. And this is one of the, I would say, major client that we have signed and went live with on production. And we have multiple other ones, whether in the private sector, banking, and financial institutions, plus the governmental and semi-governmental entities.
I mean, it's all very new. Sarge is new. What you're describing is all very new. I mean, our grandparents' generation would never have believed that your bank manager could be essentially a robot, a computer. Where do you see things heading, and does it give you optimism about the future?
Well, I think using the AI is a destructive technology, so I think what we need to make sure and know how can we best leverage this technology to the use of, to the benefit of the end users and then the clients that we're serving. We have seen a very positive, alhamdulillah, very positive adaptation as we speak today with clients, and we've seen a big improvement since we started talking to them like a year ago or even today. The adaptation is high, and I think one of the reasons is, I wouldn't say the FOMO, but there has been great results, or they have seen great impact on the results of how AI has been doing, even to a personal level. I mean, I think majority of Saudis today, they are big users of AI, and it has been very beneficial to them. So I think this is one of the key advantages why having, for example, a youth generation in Saudi, this is an advantage that we have, alhamdulillah.
So you'd say the young population is one of Saudi Arabia's main competitive advantages?
Yes, 100%.
What are the other ones?
First and foremost is the support that we have from the government, one way or another. The enablement by the regulators in Saudi. I would say the startup ecosystem is one of the reasons that is empowering us as well. So, plus the natural resources which we have today, which is, alhamdulillah, Saudi has been a destination in terms of the data centers and data warehouses, which is the key component today when it comes to the AI. Alhamdulillah, we have seen all of the, I would say, pillars to make it a very successful destinations for AI, whether companies or even users.
Right, you've got the will of the government, you've got the young population, you've got the energy, you've got the desalination plants to provide the water, to provide the data centers. You've got it all, haven't you?
Alhamdulillah, yes. we're very glad to have that.
If you had one word of advice, this is my last question to you, for any CEO who's watching here in Saudi Arabia, what would you advise them, how would you advise them on how to proceed with AI?
I think I wouldn't say taking AI for granted is something that they need to do. However, there are multiple use cases where AI is I would say, is a no-brainer. I will just mention an example of one of the use cases that today we use is automation in terms of, for example, the contact center is one of the highest ROI that we have seen today with multiple clients that we're running. You can easily see the benefit out of that. We believe that the majority of the inquiries that these clients get from the end users are very repetitive and can be easily resolved with agentic AI. If the CEOs, after I would say providing a very excellent customer experience, which is today I think one of the key things that they need to look after, given the I would say the fierce competition on certain verticals. The second thing is efficiency. I'm sure a lot of companies they're under pressure of how can they increase profitability in a way that can sustain the company for future. And last but not least, we do provide some sort of POCs. I mean, there is no, I would say, upfront commitment. We run POCs, see the results yourself. If you're not happy with the results, I mean, we would be glad to, I mean, we had the chance at least to prove ourselves. But alhamdulillah, so far, all POCs has been turned into a converted contracts.
Well, we wish you all the very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time, Abdullah Al-Daini, the commercial head of Sarge AI.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Well, I'm here now with Manas Ward, who is the Associate Vice President of Technology and Special Projects at King Abdullah University Science and Technology. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Now, the Kingdom has invested heavily in AI, and I'd like to ask you how success is going to be measured. What will be the indicators that that investment has paid off 5 years from now?
So I suppose when we look at it from a university perspective, like we work with a lot of, I suppose, various different government and industry partners. And a key thing, I think, in terms of success, we'll be looking at how industry partners adopt AI from a business perspective. You know, so how does AI support their businesses, make a lot of the things that they do and the products that they produce cheaper, faster? So I suppose one good example is we're working with a national company that's in the desalination sector. So they're coming to us looking for solutions around automation. They want to remove a lot of the human factor. So they want to turn their water desalination plants into fully automated plants. So, and that involves various different sensors and data. They can look at how the water is being processed. They can monitor the water intake. They can monitor the chemicals that are being used as part of the desalination process. But by doing the automation, they actually make the water, the production of the water, higher quality and a lot cheaper. So we have a range of different sort of initiatives where we're heavily engaged. And I think from a government perspective, particularly within the region, you know, there's key things around water security, energy security, food security that are critical to how the government sees the next 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years to come.
And when it comes to AI, obviously Saudi Arabia wants to be a global leader, doesn't it? And you probably hear that a lot. Does the Kingdom have any competitive advantages you think that other countries don't have?
So one of the biggest competitive advantages is energy. So the Kingdom has huge ambitions in terms of renewable energy. So they want by 2040 to have 50% of the grid either solar or wind. So if you layer that on with the fact that we can produce oil at a very cheap rate, so you have the mixture of fossil fuels, wind and solar energy, we have the cheapest energy in the world. So the cheapest energy in the world allows you to run massive data centers. And data centers require an awful lot of energy. So having data centers and having the ability to have data in the correct format then is sort of it's the basic elements in order to support artificial intelligence and the ability to really compete at a global stage. So you layer on top of that, us as a university possibly has one of the supercomputers with the greatest capacity from a research perspective. So we're in a very advantageous position. The kingdom also has, it's adopted AI, it's adopted data integration across multiple platforms. You have Tawakana, you have what Sadea are doing, so we're in a position where we have adopted a lot of the right things in order to position ourselves to be actually global leaders.
Okay, and of course water would have been a problem in the old days. You've already talked about desalination plus the energy factor. So in fact, Saudi Arabia has all the ingredients necessary to build the data centers that you were just, and run the data centers you were just referencing.
Absolutely. We're in a prime position. We're actually in possibly one of the most advantageous, considering how warm it is in the country, and the amount of energy that is required for cooling. Even taking that aside, we're possibly in one of the most advantageous positions when we compare ourselves with competing countries.
Okay. Is there one Vision 2030 project that you're most excited about, or particularly excited about, when it comes to how it can be taken to the next level with AI?
So I suppose we're just talked about the energy one. So we have been doing a lot of work. One of our closest companies in terms of partners is Aramco, and we've worked with Aramco for years. But now with a new energy mix, so when you have renewables, so you have wind, you have solar, you have storage capabilities in terms of battery, and then you mix that in with fossil fuels. So you have a really nice, or a really interesting mix in terms of various different energy inputs as well as storage potential. And then, so you layer that on with seasonal differences in terms of temperature. So Riyadh today is, 43, 44 degrees, but in the middle of winter, it's during the day, it's 9, 10 degrees. So you have a big differential in terms of energy needs. So when you look at the whole energy ecosystem and the integration of inputs and outputs, as well as regional variability, what we're working with is the whole establishment of automated microgrids or macro grids, so that you're able to look at the whole, say, ecosystem for Riyadh. You can create a model for that over the course of the year, and with that, and with predictions in terms of weather forecasts and temperatures, you can actually look at the whole energy demands. You can look at what your inputs are and play them off against each other, so you have a fully automated and totally integrated energy grid. So that has not been achieved anywhere in the world, and I think the Kingdom will be one of the first places to be able to do that.
I mean, people talk a lot about sovereignty, and I know it's one of the buzzwords at this event. Why is it important that Saudi Arabia develops its own capabilities, its own talent, and its own infrastructure?
So, I think, there was a whole push towards globalization, and the COVID pandemic exposed a lot of areas where people realized that we don't have our own sovereign capabilities in particular areas, so whether that, the big one at that stage was around healthcare, access to PPEs, access to vaccines. So I think there's, from a national perspective, a lot of countries across the world are now looking at where they see their global, their sovereignty and how we can protect ourselves. So if we have another pandemic or there's another sort of climate crisis, or how does that impact us? as a nation, and where are we best placed to really support ourselves over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, whether that's food. You know, the big ones for us now as a university is we're really looking at health, food, water and energy, and how we can support the nation in terms of developing its sovereign capabilities within those various different sectors.
So in your position at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, you've got this sort of helicopter view of so much of what's happening in the kingdom. It sounds like a lot of people come to you for advice, guidance. You're almost a consultant in many ways, yeah. I'd imagine, on a lot of the projects. If you could sit down with each CEO of, let's say, all the major projects that are underway in Saudi Arabia right now, what is the key piece of advice you'd give each of them?
Yeah, I think one of the major pieces of advice is for people to be more open and more trusting in how people can use their data. You know, so people see data as something that they need to secure and protect, but you know, a lot of this is maybe to the detriment of their own goals and their own activities. So getting access to data from sort of kind of key entities it's quite difficult. You know, people will hold on to their data, but keeping data locked away in a data center is of zero value to that organisation and zero value to the kingdom. So I think people need to understand, they need to learn more about, and this is one of the things that I talked about, AI literacy, and how their data can be utilised, not only for them from whether it's from a government perspective in terms of educating them and informing them, or from a business perspective, it's how that data can be utilised for the national good, and how people can transform that data from its current format into something that is, as they say, data gold.
Okay, just lastly, we're nearly out of time. A lot of young people in Saudi Arabia, a lot of people under the age of 30, the majority of the population. And clearly today there are a lot of startups, yes, with booths, with stands at this event. Obviously AI is guided by the human mind, and I'm wondering whether you think young minds are a particular asset for this country, yeah, when it comes to steering AI in exciting new directions. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so as part of my talk, I was saying one of the other speakers was talking around Generation X, moving Generation X completely out of the way. I think Generation X is important in terms of helping guide and inform, and we've all grown up and we have a lot of knowledge to share, but the younger generation, we don't have to worry about them. I have 3 kids, they're teenagers. Those guys think differently to the way I would think. They still need guidance, they still need to be shaped. So, and particularly, when we look from we have a very strong entrepreneurship component within the university, and what we see coming through that is a whole new wave of AI-led startups. So the young generation within the kingdom they're very clued into technology. They use technology the whole time. So we don't have to worry about the young. It's educate the old, so that they can help support and guide the young people.
Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Manus Ward, the Associate Vice President of Technology and Special Projects at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phil. Thank you.
We're joined now by Nishant Kumar Pati, who is the Director of Cybersecurity and Governance at Gulf Air. Very warm welcome. Thanks for speaking to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
You're here on the sidelines of a global AI and blockchain show here in Riyadh. As your title would suggest, your job is to stay ahead of the curve, and the growth and the evolution in blockchain and in AI is exponential. Are you managing to stay ahead?
Yes, I'm trying my best to stay ahead because the way the technology is getting transformed today is too fast. By the time I get up from my bed, I see 10 different technologies adopted in big companies. So as a person who has to protect enterprise like Gulf Air and Bahrain Airport, where I work for, so it's too tough to grasp those technologies, understand how they work, and then try to secure them. But we are trying our best to be on top of it.
How are you seeing the threats evolve? What's changing?
Again, the threat landscape is changing. If you can understand, US government has stopped Mythos and Fable outside of US. So that itself is a signal to every enterprise who is trying to adopt AI that there is some kind of a gap that will evolve in the market, and open source models are actually trying to catch up that market of being the top LLM provider in the market.
Okay, what's the message you bring with you here to Riyadh, to this event?
I think the technology is fascinating. The rate at which the technology is evolving is super fast. We just need to catch up, learn, and then try to see how we can bring that value to the business.
Just talk us through blockchain and what the application of blockchain is to the airline business, because some people won't be aware of it.
So it's very important for us to have that transaction immutability. It means a transaction is completed and no one can go ahead and say that this transaction has never happened, or no one can say this transaction modified. So blockchain is a technology that brings in that immutability for the transaction. It doesn't matter which industry you're coming from, as long as there is a transaction and you want to secure the mutability of the transaction, blockchain is there.
So blockchain, in a word, brings security both to the passenger and to the business?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's your feeling about the future of where these technologies are heading, and in particular their applications to the airline industry?
So I have a panel here which is exactly touching the same subject of bringing blockchain, AI, and robotics together into one domain and then making an enterprise work for it. For example, even if you look at us, right, like an airline, we do a lot of physical sensors, a lot of physical items are moved here in an airport and airline, and then I need that each transaction. I'll give you an example, right? So our aircrafts go under maintenance almost every day. And it's very important to maintain a record of that aircraft maintenance for its lifelong. As long as the aircraft is in serviceable condition, we need to maintain the aircraft's condition. So what if I go ahead and move all that maintenance data onto a blockchain, which cannot be tampered or modified in case of a disaster? It will be an excellent thing. And all of this mechanic parts or machine replacements are done by robotics, where a robot says that I have done a replacement of a specific part in an aircraft, and that transaction gets recorded on a blockchain, and in case of a disaster we are in a position to trace back to that specific repair and tell was it done rightly or not, or was there an errors. So that kind of a implementation is what organizations like us has to look at to really see the value.
So in the old days, that would have been done in a logbook or some sort of a manual, and now you're saying it can all be done in a traceable form and digitally stored.
Right, and digitally signed by those engineers who can attest that it has done rightly and it is fit for takeoff.
But all of this, while we can see the technological applications, does still require, doesn't it, some overall human supervision?
Yes, human in the loop is very important. Let me take an example, right? Let's say I have a chatbot, okay? And it answers some wrong question to one of the passengers. Let's say one of my passenger asks me, when is the flight? Let's say it got delayed by 20 minutes. And my bot answers, it delayed by 40 minutes, for whatever reason it is. And the passenger misses the flight. Who will take the responsibility? Is the chatbot, or the airline, or the developer who has built the chatbot? So this kind of governance issues are always there in an unmatured ecosystem. That has to be sorted out. An organization who sorts out these kind of cases, edge cases, and brings a liability for a chatbot and gives an identity to the chatbot and says, hey chatbot, you are responsible. This is your identity, who made a mistake, and you need to take that responsibility. If it can bring in that kind of a governance model, I think it will be helpful for every organization.
You're a busy man. You've got to stay ahead of the new technology, the new potential threats, and the legislation that governs how all of this technology is used. I mean, how do you manage to stay on top of all of this?
I think we need to learn fast. That's the only way. If you are a little slow, I think you will not catch up the race. And that's what is happening in United States, right? Today, let's say ChatGPT releases a model. In 3 days to 5 days or less than a week, Gemini releases a new model, and then DeepSeek releases another model, and Claude releases a different model. So the model release cycle is not in months, it's in weeks. So that itself will tell you the pace at which the big companies are competing. I think if big companies are competing at that pace, individuals like us and our company should also compete at the same speed.
Okay, exponential growth, exponential change and improvement, a sort of snowball effect. Your parting word of advice for someone who's watching, who wants to stay ahead, but is finding all of this rather intimidating. What's your advice?
I think, see, bubble is always there. Bubble can burst at any point of time. But if you can learn something from that bubble, and if you have made as a business some money out of that bubble, it's still good.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Nishant Kumar Pati, Director of Cybersecurity and Governance at Gulf Air. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Have a good day to you.
Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal, coming to you from the sidelines of the Global AI Show, the Global Blockchain Show, the Global Games Show, right in the heart of the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Thanks for watching, and do stay tuned to Al Arabiya English.
When they started, they were hailed as historic. Now, as round 5 draws to a close, a top diplomat says they're a train wreck. Can the Israel-Lebanon peace talks succeed without Hezbollah disarming? And will Israel withdraw from southern Lebanon? Stay with us. That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time. the luxury of time.
When they started, they were hailed as historic. Now, as round 5 draws to a close, a top diplomat says they're a train wreck. Can the Israel-Lebanon peace talks succeed without Hezbollah disarming? And will Israel withdraw from southern Lebanon? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When a US State Department official said Israeli troops had started pulling back from occupied southern Lebanon, it sounded as if the peace proposal was actually working. That is, until we heard this.
We are not retreating, and as of this moment, and this is a political achievement, there is no demand from America for Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. We are there to protect the residents of the north.
A US brokered plan would see Israel hand control of the south over to the Lebanese army. But there's a very big catch. Hezbollah isn't involved in the negotiations and refuses to disarm.
We will remain in the buffer zone in southern Lebanon for as long as necessary to protect the residents of the north. As Prime Minister of Israel, I am committed to this and nothing will change it.
It casts serious doubt on the likelihood of lasting peace, and it also raises questions about whether or not the US has any sway over Israel. So on this episode, we'll ask, are the Israel-Lebanon peace talks doomed to fail? Will they only succeed if Hezbollah disarms? And Israel's buffer zone really just a land grab? Well, joining us for the discussion is David Daoud, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, focusing on Lebanon and Hezbollah. Mouin Rabbani is the Managing Editor of Jabaliya magazine and author of the upcoming book, Gaza Apocalypse. And Baria Alamuddin is with us once again, an award-winning international journalist, broadcaster and author. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, instead of gaining momentum, it seems as if the US brokered talks between Israel and Lebanon are grinding to a halt. Senior Israeli officials have described this week's round of negotiations, round 5 of the talks, in fact, are the least productive to date. There are contradictory claims about Israel's willingness to pull back from its so-called buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Frustrations remain over Hezbollah's unwillingness to disarm. And then there's the added complication of Lebanon being included in that US interim deal with Iran, something that reportedly both Israel and Lebanon aren't too thrilled about. So, David, let's kick off our debate with you. Are the Israel-Lebanon peace talks now looking doomed to fail?
Well, thank you for having me on, and glad to be on with these esteemed guests. I think they were always doomed to fail. And I think, we saw Ambassador Yehia Leiter's comment the other day about the discussions and negotiations turning into a train wreck. I think what we're having is not, let me disagree with the framing respectfully. It's not a loss of momentum. It's reality catching up with the two sides. It's reality catching up with the state of the negotiations, and that you have essentially two unbridgeable gaps or two unbridgeable positions here. The Israelis want disarmament of Hezbollah for understandable reasons, and the Lebanese are not promising that as part of the negotiation track. If we look at either President Owen or Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, even after the March 2nd, 2026 reignition of hostilities, even during these negotiations, first of all, they've not said that they're pursuing peace in the general sense with Israel, in the sense that, they have a very idiosyncratic distinction between peace and normalization, and Lebanon is trying to pursue quiet with Israel. And when it comes to Hezbollah, they're talking about internal dialogue, resolving the question of arms through internal dialogue and negotiations. which, again, from Lebanon's perspective, is an understandable position given that pursuing Hezbollah's arms forcefully could lead to civil war. But from the Israeli position is less understandable because the Israeli position is to provide security for the citizens of the north, many of whom will not return home unless they see a flag across the border, as it were, in which they put their trust and security. Right now, obviously, that's not going to be a Hezbollah flag. Hezbollah was right on the border up until relatively recently. In some areas, it remains there. And the Lebanese flag, unfortunately, doesn't inspire confidence yet because Lebanon, over the course of 18 years since Resolution 1701 and the 15 plus months since November 27th of 2024, has been unwilling and unable to take the forceful measures necessary to disarm Hezbollah, given that Hezbollah has made it very clear that they will not surrender their arms one way or another.
Moeen, pick up on that. What do you think? Were these talks always doomed to fail, as Mr. Dawood is saying there? Is this just a reality check? Are the gaps unbridgeable?
Well, I think they were unbridgeable in the sense that Israel was putting forward demands that Lebanon could never accept. And if the Lebanese government would have accepted the Israeli demands, you would have a scenario very similar to that in 1983, when Israel, together with the United States, forced a highly inequitable peace agreement down the Lebanese government's throat. And this led to a popular uprising in Lebanon, as a result of which that agreement was abrogated. What I think has happened now is somewhat different. You have this U.S.-sponsored Israeli-Lebanese diplomatic track that was, again, for those reasons, going nowhere, but it has now been overtaken by the U.S.-Iranian track. And the so-called ceasefire of November 2024, which never materialized because Israel continued with its aggression against Lebanon on a daily basis, has now been overtaken by this so-called deconfliction cell that includes, I believe, the United States, Iran, Pakistan, and Qatar. And I think, all the relevant parties have come to the realization that unless Israel is restrained by the U.S., there can be no ceasefire in Lebanon. There will be no Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, and therefore there won't be a resumption of security or stability in the Middle East. We should also understand, Israeli leaders, including the defense minister, were quite open today. They have absolutely no intention of withdrawing from Lebanon under any circumstances. They want to retain a buffer zone in Lebanon, just as they established in Syria after the ouster of the Assad regime. And this reflects Israel's new national security strategy. And therefore, unless Israel is forcefully restrained from implementing its policies in Lebanon and elsewhere, the Middle East is heading towards an explosion, particularly in a context in which Israel is seeking to use Lebanon to seek to derail and sabotage U.S.-Iranian diplomacy, not because they're worried about a bad agreement, but because they reject any U.S.-Iranian diplomatic engagement as a matter of principle and are opposed to any U.S.-Iranian agreement as a matter of principle.
Obviously, Mr. Dawood, I'm going to give you a chance to respond directly to that, but I want to bring you in, Baria, before we do. Give me your impressions on that. Were they always doomed to fail, or, if it looks like they are now in trouble, is someone to blame?
Yes, thank you, Melinda. Thank you for having me, and also hello to my colleagues, Moeen and Dawood. I really would have hoped that everybody would have thought that they're going to succeed, but I do agree with the doom and gloom that my colleagues have presented. And there are many reasons for that. Israel did not occupy parts of Lebanon to actually withdraw. The Israelis have always stated that they would like to have parts of Lebanon. It's very strange that they should engage in peace talks at all when they they never really wanted peace with anybody. Their Modi apparently is actually to just wage war and kill and destroy. This is not a way to make peace with your neighbors. Also, unfortunately, we are dealing with a U.S. administration that does not show professionalism in its foreign policy or negotiators or even its strategy towards anything. I think the Lebanese government has stated in its policy, from the very beginning, that they want to have Hezbollah surrender their everything they have, all their weapons, the heavy and the light weapons. Also, the president have stated most of the Lebanese people want to see Hezbollah disarmed. Hezbollah is an army within an army. It does not serve the purposes of Lebanon. It was created because Israel invaded and actually Lebanon in 1982, and the people of the South, that was the answer. Because also Israel and the West does not allow the Lebanese army to have sufficient arms, as we all know. So this is a complicated way of answering. I'm sorry, but these are not in detail, but in quick measure, the reasons why.
We're going to come specifically to Hezbollah disarmament, how they play into the current situation a little bit later in our debate. So I'm just going to put a pin in that section of your comments there, Ms. Alamuddin, and we're going to come back to it. All right, Mr. Dawood, respond to some of those comments, particularly the implication or the assertion that Israel's continued attacks, even during this ceasefire period, are partly to blame for the fact that, as you have said, there is no momentum in these talks.
Well, I mean, let me take this point by point. I mean, look, Israeli rhetoric, I'm not going to sit here and defend it. It's in many ways detached from reality. When we come to a minister like Ben-Gvir, it's frankly repugnant. But I will say, I will note that Israeli rhetoric on staying in Lebanon indefinitely or freedom of action. Part of this is, look, Israel's in an election year. Prime Minister Netanyahu is very vulnerable right now to criticisms from his right flank and from the opposition in general on being the man who was supposed to be Mr. Security. This is his entire bread and butter for years. He's Mr. Security, Mr. Economy. The biggest security failure in Israel's history has happened on his watch. And one of the things he said during the tenure of the Lapid-Bennett government, and this is something that the opposition has been replaying over and over in attack ads and so on, is that one of the duties of a prime minister of Israel is to be able to say no to a president of the United States. And that is clearly not the case between Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Again, I'm just going to pause on those topics because we are going to specifically come to Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. So I want to focus just in this early part of the debate on the talks. Yeah, give me your sense also with regards to the inclusion of Lebanon in that US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. In Israel's mind, has that undermined any integrity that these peace talks have?
Well, I mean, I want to distinguish between the Israeli rhetoric and what's probably should be going on, at least in internal Israeli thinking. I don't agree with the formulation or the framing that the U.S.-Iran talks have overtaken the Lebanon-Israel talks. The Lebanon-Israel talks were always an outgrowth of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire negotiations. If we go back to the outset, when the United States and Iran decided to come to the first cessation of hostilities period, suddenly Iran includes Lebanon. The United States denies that Lebanon is part of the deal. And Iran starts to threaten to withdraw from this deal that the United States wants. We want a cessation of hostilities, and suddenly a Lebanon track is created. And I mean, you can see the sequencing. I've actually laid it out in if anyone has the patience, in a 2,400 article on Long Word Journal. The sequencing of Iran making the demand, pressure on Israel to accede to this demand regarding Lebanon, and then this Lebanon track, which is, I mean, if you ask me, just window dressing for what is actually happening. And you see Lebanese officials have acknowledged this. President Aoun and Prime Minister Salam have at different points said that the Islamabad track, when it was still in Islamabad, cannot be separated from the Washington track. More recently, I think it was June 17th, if I'm not mistaken, President Aoun Owen also said that, the Iran track is influencing the Lebanon track. So there's been acknowledgement from the Lebanese side. When it comes to the November ceasefire agreement, look, the November ceasefire agreement was actually much more loose when it comes to Israeli freedom of action in Lebanon, because it only demanded an end to offensive Israeli military operations in Lebanon, in contradistinction to the April agreement, which defensive operations were then limited by limiting language in terms of imminence, in terms of attacks being prepared, whereas Hezbollah, by the November 27, 2024 ceasefire, by the international law documents, which the November 2027 ceasefire invoked, included by reference by Lebanon's own domestic law, the Taif agreement, should not exist as an armed militia at all. So Hezbollah has no right to act in self-defense, because by law, by international law, by Lebanese law, which was clarified on March 2nd of 2026, Hezbollah has no right to act in self-defense on behalf of Lebanon or itself at all. It is an illegal organization by international law, by Lebanese law.
All right, Mr. Rabbani, pick up on the idea of the conflation between the Lebanon situation and the US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. Do you think that the files should be negotiated separately, or does it give Lebanon more bargaining power if they are conflated in this way?
Well, let me just begin by noting it's rather humorous to see an advocate for the Israeli position in the wake of the Gaza genocide and the illegal, unprovoked Israeli-U.S. war of aggression against Iran and the repeated Israeli attacks on Syria and Lebanon invoke international law as somehow relevant to all this. And as far as the repeated Israeli acts of aggression against Lebanon after the November ceasefire, one can hardly characterize bombings of Beirut and the whole series of assassinations throughout Lebanon since November 2024 as somehow defensive actions in response to credible imminent threats. So, let's not be delusional here. Now, what has happened is that the Lebanese government has historically been powerless in the face of Israeli encroachments on its territory. 1982 was a very good example. Israel at the time said it was simply advancing 40 kilometers to push Palestinian artillery out of range of northern Israel. That ended up being an 18-year occupation, and it ended not because the Lebanese government or the Lebanese military, which has been kept deliberately weak and impotent by the West, was able to push Israel out, but because, whether one likes it or not, Hezbollah successfully evicted Israel from Lebanese territory. We now have a similar situation where since November 2024, the Lebanese military has been powerless to stand in the face of Israeli aggression. And given the power imbalance between Israel and Lebanon, the Lebanese government had absolutely zero possibility of enforcing an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. Enter Iran, which, for a variety of reasons I won't get into here, insisted on a ceasefire in Lebanon and an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon as a condition for continuing with serious negotiations with the United States, which the U.S. would like to see succeed because of the global economic crisis that its war caused, and so on. Mm-hmm. The Lebanese government is seeking to disassociate itself from the U.S.-Iranian track because its success would have ramifications on the domestic Lebanese political arena, as Ms. Alamuddin spoke. It would strengthen Hezbollah at the expense of the Lebanese presidency and prime ministry, and that is obviously something that neither President Owen nor Prime Minister Saddam would like to see. So these three equations, if you will, the Lebanese-Israeli track, the U.S.-Iranian track, and the internal political struggle within Lebanon are all coming together. But it's pretty clear that Lebanon's fate in this equation is going to be decided not in Israeli-Lebanese talks in Washington or in intra-Lebanese dialogue in Beirut, but rather as a result of U.S.-Iranian diplomacy. That's the reality, whether we like it or not.
Baria, before I bring you in, just very briefly, David, I'm going to give you a chance just for a very quick right of reply. Just if you can keep it brief, because then I'm going to bring us back onto Lebanon. I'm sure there's some topics in there that you, for the sake of balance, quick reply to you, and then we'll hand it over to Ms. Alamuddin.
So I'm going to ignore the ad hominem attacks from Mr. Rabbani and just correct his understanding of both the November 27th, 2024 ceasefire, what I said on it, and the state of international law. I'm not here to defend any particular country. I criticize the Israelis.
But you're doing it.
I'm defending international law. Please don't interrupt me. So a ceasefire agreement, the consensus of scholarship is that it acts as a contract between two parties. The two parties were Lebanon and Israel. Lebanon's obligations were to disarm Hezbollah. Israel's obligations were to, under the November ceasefire, to cease offensive military operations while maintaining the right of self-defense. There was no other qualifying language on Israel's right to self-defense, in contradistinction to the April agreement, which was brokered between Israel and Lebanon in Washington, D.C. Under the November ceasefire agreement, if Lebanon did not fulfill its obligations, which was to disarm Hezbollah, legal scholarship would maintain that the opposing party, the victim state in that case, and I know that probably rankles Mr. Rabbani, but that is a technical...
Yeah, it's a very selective reading of the available scholarship.
It's a technical... It's actually not, and I would challenge you to actually demonstrate to me that you've even read this scholarship. But
check the UNIFIL reports.
The UNIFIL reports are there to report on technical violations, not on determining legality. I have checked the UNIFIL reports. I doubt you have. So anyway, what in that case, the mechanism was such that Israel would refer these actions to Lebanon. And if Lebanon did not act, then Israel would have a right of action. In many cases, the Israelis did not refer the actions to Lebanon. And I actually want to question the Israelis on why not. But perhaps it's because there has been penetration, and this is acknowledged, of Lebanese military intelligence by Hezbollah. So referring the actions to Lebanon would either not result in action, as we saw in different cases, or would result in this information being passed on to Hezbollah. And rather than the situation, the violation, Hezbollah's rearmament, regeneration, which has been admitted by Hezbollah itself, right? September 27th of 2025, Naim Qassem said that Hezbollah's regeneration was outpacing Israeli operations. In July of 2025, he even scoffed at disarmament south of the Litani River, saying, thank God the country is vast. They've only disarmed what they've seen. Move on to January 8th of 2026, and this is when it comes to Lebanon's ability or credibility when it comes to disarmament. The LAF said they had taken effective control of the southern Litani area, and that turned out to be false. Per Hezbollah itself, right? Naim Qassem in February refused to certify that Hezbollah had withdrawn south of Litani, and we saw that Hezbollah remained active south of the Litani River during this conflict. So would just like to clarify that. And look, in the interest of remaining respectful...
It's obfuscation, not clarification, and you know it very well.
I would advise that we avoid this kind of childish attempt at witty repartee. I would like to remain respectful. I understand that Mr. Rabbani and I...
Well, then respect the facts.
I am respecting the facts. I've actually brought in facts. You've brought in rhetoric and unrelated issues to what we're talking about. So again, I've brought in dates. I've brought in quotes. You've brought in rhetoric. So let's maintain a respectful dialogue here. I respect that we disagree. I respect your status, Mr. Rabbani. I would request from you reciprocal respect.
Well, this is also obviously going to be a contentious topic of debate, and it's something that I said we would come back to, and you've all raised it in your comments leading up to now, and that is with regards to the disarmament of Hezbollah. It remains one of the key obstacles to this whole process, and whether or not the Lebanese government has shown a willingness or an ability to actually get that done. So, Ms. Alameddine, what's your take? Can there be peace between Israel and Lebanon if Hezbollah doesn't disarm?
Can I just simplify the matter for your viewers and not details and dates and whatever, because I think your viewers deserve a simple explanation of the situation between Lebanon and Israel. The fact is that in Lebanon we have a weak army, we have a weak government, simply because Hezbollah dominated the politics and the peace and war in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not acting on behalf of the Lebanese state or the Lebanese people. They're acting on behalf of Iran. And Hezbollah became the power it has under the watchful eyes of Israel and the United States and all the Western countries, because it suited them. Lebanon has become almost a failed state because of this, because Israel does not respect the sovereignty of Lebanon. How many ceasefires did we have with Israel? And then Israel will come back and hit and destroy more than 70 villages, kill about 5,000 people, wound about 12,000 people, destroy the lives of many thousands others who were, left without homes, without schools, without businesses, etc. So the fact is, Lebanon suffers from a very bad neighbor called Israel that does not wish peace. Their understanding of the peace is power and genocides, and we've seen that. On the other hand, we have another player on the ground, which is called Iran, that is destroyed, that wants to keep Hezbollah going strong and holds Hezbollah the decisions and cards. I mean, just look at Iran. Iran needs everything it can have. Houthis have failed it. The Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq they have failed them. Only Hezbollah came to their aid. And what they are today, what is Iran today? They have lost more than 600 billion. 55% of the people are employed. Inflation is at 90%, and 55% of the population is under the poverty line. I could go on with these statistics if you like. So Lebanon is a hostage. The Lebanese government would love to get rid of the arms of Hezbollah. This is not a demand by Israel to disarm Hezbollah. This is a demand by the Lebanese people. This is a demand by the Lebanese government. And allow me to agree with you, my dear Dawood, that actually it is the president that keeps on saying, the prime minister that keeps on saying. Many Lebanese people are on the record saying, we do not want an army within an army. We would like a strong Lebanese army. We would like to have peace with all our neighbors, but a just peace, a dignified peace, not a peace that is built on hatred and destruction.
Baria, if the government, though, if the Prime Minister and the President, even if they want to, if they can't disarm Hezbollah, well, then maybe does it need to be up to Israel and the US to get that job done if the Lebanese can't do it themselves?
No, it is Israel that has been empowered by this administration of the United States of America. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese president and parliament and people are trying to solve their problems amicably. The fact is, unfortunately, Iran sees itself as a winner in this war. A winner, but still scared, because they know that this peace might not work, and they would need Hezbollah to come again to their aid and to attack Israel. The Lebanese government and the Lebanese people at large do not want to attack any country, not Israel, not Syria, not the sea, nobody. We are a peaceful nation. We are fun-loving development people. We want our country to be developed. We want our country to be a nation of education, of poetry, of music, of peace, of development. We are not this kind of people. We do not aspire to be dead. We don't aspire for destruction. This is the core of the Lebanese people. It is unfortunate that when we look at numbers coming from the Israeli state, many of the Israelis, I believe 70%, want the war in Lebanon to go on. This is not the way we, the Lebanese, see ourselves next to our neighbor. We don't want war with Israel. It is up to actually now Mr. Trump to tell Mr. Netanyahu to stop, and to stop in reality, not to say there is a ceasefire and then the killings goes on every single day. Just now, the planes, the drones are killing people that are sitting in their homes. There was a lady called Mona the other day. She only works with turtles in Sur, and she was killed, and her life and the life of her loved ones destroyed. So what I'm trying to say, let's talk sensibly and talk reality, and unless and until there is a willingness by the United States of America mainly and the Western government to really come to the aid of Lebanon, to build a strong army and to tell Iran to back off. One of the reasons why Mr. Trump supposedly went to war with Iran is to dismantle these proxies, and Allah is a proxy of Iran, like the Houthis in Yemen. So, yeah, there you go.
If I may, I would actually thank you, Ms. Baria. It's a pleasure to see you again. Unfortunately, we haven't seen each other in a while. I do want to. I understand exactly where Baria is coming from, and I understand it from a Lebanese perspective. Let me give the flip side of this. Look, I mean, one of the pieces I've been working on writing now, where I want to show some disagreement with Baria, is how Israelis don't understand Lebanon, and not for the reasons that Ms. Baria might assume. Israelis perceive of Lebanon, have always perceived of Lebanon, the average Israeli, when they even think of Lebanon, is that it is a country that is a fraternal country, that the Lebanese are basically their siblings and are being held hostage by the latest occupation.
Us like this, Dawood. They don't treat us like that.
Well, I mean, if you'll let me explain. No, and this is the case where you see Israelis talk about the Iranian occupation of Lebanon, and this has been a perception that has been promoted by many Lebanese that the problems are external, and this is where I'm going to disagree with Baria. That the Israelis see it this way: that if you remove Hezbollah, that the Lebanese and the Israelis will, as Ambassador Yahya Leiter naively said after the first round of negotiations with Ambassador Khamenei, would just cross the border in bathing suits and business suits. And this may seem naive, it may seem unbelievable, but Israelis have this vision of Lebanon, and I think it is a naive one, because I don't think Hezbollah is entirely an Iranian occupation. I don't think it's entirely a manifestation of external forces. Look, Lebanon was built fractured. Lebanon was built as a Janus-faced compromise between different segments of the population that didn't have even buy-in into this idea of the Lebanese state.
Issue here, Dawood. It's not the issue. We're not discussing Lebanese.
But this is part of the problem. But Hezbollah exists because of the Lebanese state's weakness and because the fractious nature of Lebanese identity. Now, and this is part of the problem in that, yes, I agree with Ms. Baria that 70% or so of Lebanese want state monopoly over arms, want Hezbollah disarmed, don't want war with Israel. Maybe they don't want peace with Israel. I talk about my friend Roni Shatah as a very representative type of person, one of the most wonderful, smart people you'll ever meet. And Roni will tell you, we don't like Israel and we don't like Hezbollah. We don't want them both out of our lives. That does not mean that the average Lebanese who doesn't like Israel wants war with Israel for any reason, to free Palestine, whatever their ideological position is on that. And I would extend this, by the way, to many in the Shia community that do support Hezbollah. But here's the problem. Because of the fractious nature of Lebanese identity, it's not the 70% versus the 30% that matters. It's within the Shia community that has now subscribed to Hezbollah's position because they believe Hezbollah is their vehicle for internal equality in a system that has historically been set against them and has favored Christians and Sunnis over them, and because they have bought into the idea that Hezbollah is their protector against external threats, Sunni jihadists and the Israelis, both for justified and for fictional reasons. But they've bought into this idea that Hezbollah is their vehicle for stability. But if you go and you ask the average Lebanese Shia on the ground, even the person who on some level nominally supports Hezbollah, do you hate Israel? Sure. Do you want Palestine freed from the river to the sea? Okay. Do you want to lose your home and your livelihood for this? Absolutely not. I don't want anything to do with this. So I agree with Baria that the average Lebanese doesn't want war regardless of mostly their ideological orientation, except for perhaps the hardcore of Hezbollah supporters. The problem is that you have softer supporters that have bought into the idea that Hezbollah is a vehicle for them, again, upward mobility vehicle in Lebanon and protector against external actors. And this only functions, this only works because of Lebanon's built-in state weakness and its fractious national identity that has existed from the outset.
Mr. Rabbani, do you want to jump in? Or what's your take? I mean, is Hezbollah acting against Lebanon's interests? Do they only exist because a power vacuum has allowed Iran to instill itself into the country? Or are they acting as a service to the people?
Well, it's not necessarily one or the other. I mean, Hezbollah was clearly established by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in 1982 to combat Israel. And it's, of course, closely aligned with Iran. I think proxy is a bit exaggerated. But irrespective of that, how one sees the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran, Hezbollah is also very deeply rooted within Lebanese society and within the Shia community as well. So it is a genuine Lebanese phenomenon. Now, as far as the competition between the state and the movement is concerned, I mean, there are multiple reasons why the Lebanese state and why the Lebanese military is so weak. But one important factor is the Lebanese army was never supplied by the Soviet Union. It doesn't get its weaponry from Iran. It gets its arms from the West. And there has been a policy decision to ensure that the Lebanese military never has the capacity to defend the country against Israeli aggression. It doesn't have an air force. It doesn't have many of the key elements needed by a modern military. And as in any other situation where governments don't resist foreign occupation, movements arise in that country to do so themselves, and that's how that was Hezbollah's calling card and its ticket to success. So, yes, we can speak at length about the domestic issues in Lebanon, about the relationship between Hezbollah and Iran and so on, but what it all comes down to is, will Lebanon be able to acquire its independence, first and foremost from Israel, as a precondition for establishing itself as, let's say, a coherent, centralized state that is no longer subject to these other external influences, whether it was Syria previously or Iran today or whatever.
Well, but do you think that if that sort of peace and stability needs to happen, Hezbollah should disarm? Or do you think those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand?
Well, again, here I think it's a little unrealistic to view Lebanon in isolation from the broader region. And the way that Lebanon
the situation
is now being discussed
the sticking point is Hezbollah's disarmament. So should they disarm?
I think the sticking point is Israeli designs on Lebanon. And beyond that, the root of all this is, of course, the Palestinian question. And unless one addresses and resolves the question of Palestine, there are always going to be these other issues. And if Hezbollah disappears tomorrow morning, something else will arise in its place.
Baria, I can see you agreeing there. I mean,
yes, I do.
Why should Lebanon's situation be so predicated on everyone else's? I mean, if the government wants to have control and be a powerful state actor, they can't keep offloading their demands to other countries.
Because for so long, the government was not in control. For 30 years, over than 30 years, we have had really no powerful government. Our decisions were made indeed by Hezbollah. And I'd like to tell Dawood something about the Lebanese. About the Shia. Hezbollah has lost a lot of its base after this last war because so many people's lives were destroyed due to, of course, the Hezbollah taking part in defending Iran and in coming in for Iran, and also Israel overreaching with its power and genocidal ideas and killing people and destroying villages. But the fact is, Lebanon is not only made of Shia communities. Lebanon is made of the Shia, of the Sunni, of the Christian. We are so lucky that we have all these dimensions in Lebanon. That's what makes, we have Jewish also community. Unfortunately, my school was in the Jewish quarters of Beirut, Wadi Abu Jmil. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of them. The fact is, we in Lebanon have a weak government, have a weak state. As my colleague was just saying, we don't even have an air force. Look at what we are surrounded with. We have Israel, the most mighty country in the Middle East, thanks to the Western government that keep on filling it with arms, especially the United States of America. But it's not only the United States, it's Britain, it's Germany, it's Italy, it's everywhere. So, yes, I mean, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay, sorry, because I see the being frozen. And also to make peace, Dawood, for all the Lebanese to want peace with Israel. Israel has to show some mercy. Israel has to show some real recognition of the humanitarian element in Lebanon. You can't just kill one person. For one person, you kill a whole community. You don't do that. The way that Israel has been conducting the destruction of Gaza and Israel, and yes, in Lebanon, and I'm one of them, we do support the right of Palestinians for a Palestinian state that has its border, that has the right to live in dignity and democracy. That are proud of it in Lebanon. Most Lebanese support that, but you cannot ask the Lebanese to love. We don't want war. But let me ask you something. You have peace with Egypt. You have peace with Jordan. Okay? You have the so-called Abraham Accords. Tell me how many flocked of Arabs have flocked to Israel. Maybe you have some Emiratis going to Israel. But you don't have Egyptians. You don't have Jordanians. You don't have Moroccans flocking to Israel. You have to make peace with the people, not by signing papers with governments and with presidents. And I do hope the Israeli government and Israeli people will understand that living in this part of the world, and I hope they stay and they live in peace and dignity and justice, they have to let others live. And they have to... that power will not get them anywhere.
All right. Okay, David, respond to that. And also, let me put this to you, because there are critics the Israeli government in the region who say that Israel doesn't want a prosperous and stable Lebanon, that instability in the region ensures Israel's power. What would you say to that and to Baria's comments?
Look, I mean, let me start by sequencing. First, Hezbollah is an extension of Iran by their own admission. This is the 1985 open letter where they've said this, and Naim Qasim, who's now the Secretary General, 2016, when he was Deputy Secretary General, said this is a fixture, right? And the idea that they are an extension of the Islamic Revolution that arose in Iran, Taliyat al-Thawra al-Islamiyya fi Iran, right? They said this, and they said this remains an ideological fixture. So the idea that they're not a proxy, no, they're more than a proxy, they're an extension. At the same time, they are also 100% the Lebanese phenomenon because their cadres are Lebanese and because they are supported by Lebanese for various reasons, the Shia. The second thing I would agree with Baria, and this is why, look, I would agree with Baria when it comes to, the Lebanese Shia, overwhelmingly, we're still seeing the statistics are not showing, unfortunately, that we've seen this movement away from Hezbollah in the numbers necessary to delegitimize it as a Shia organization. And we see Amal acting as, the other part of the Shia shield, turning Hezbollah from a partisan issue into a pan-Shia consensus, because these are the two main Shia parties. That's not to say that all Shia support Hezbollah. I understand that's not the case. But moving on to the issue of peace, look, this is where I have a problem with the Israeli position on this, because I think the Israelis are, if anything, over-eager. Again, I would distinguish between how Israelis view most countries around them and the Lebanese. With the Lebanese, I think they are very eager for peace with Lebanon. And they don't seem to understand that the Lebanese carry a lot of resentments against the Israelis. So I'm not calling for peace between the two countries. I'm calling for a situation that creates 20 years of genuine quiet. Look, I don't know if Baria knows this. I fought in the IDF in 2006. I fought in the IDF in 2006. This was almost 20 years ago. So there were children who were born when I was fighting in South Lebanon villages, Israeli children that ended up in the same villages as adults 18, 20 years later. I don't want that passed on either for Israelis or for Lebanese. I want a situation where the quiet that was created, unfortunately, after 2006 was a deceptive quiet that allowed rearmament, that allowed a war to happen. So I would want 20 years of genuine quiet that presupposes Hezbollah's disarmament, Israeli withdrawal, demarcation of the border, and where Israelis and Lebanese, who are literally on the border, I've seen both sides of the border. I've gone to Lebanon as an American citizen. I've served in the IDF. I've seen, my family are actually from the Lebanese Jews that Baria was talking about. I was born in Lebanon before my family was forced to flee. Lebanese and Israelis can see each other on the border. And what I want is for 20 years for an Israeli farmer to look northward and see a Lebanese shepherd and a Lebanese farmer and think, oh, what are they watering their crops with? What are they doing? And vice versa. Then we can talk peace. Then when there's a generation without blood, we can talk peace. The problem now is the sequencing, right? The sequencing that's being asked for now is the exact same sequencing that was asked for after 2006, where Israel withdraws, Israel ends military operations in Lebanon, which I can understand. But then the problem is what the Lebanese asked for in 2006 was the issue of Hezbollah's arms is resolved through internal dialogue and consensus. Again, this is the point I want to make. Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, President On, while they have insisted on state monopoly of arms, they have also said that the issue of arms has to be resolved through dialogue and consensus, basically asking Hezbollah to disarm, and Hezbollah is not going to disarm. Hezbollah will not disarm. They've said this. So the problem is, are we setting up for at least quiet for 20 years, or are we setting up for a combustible situation that 20 years from now will lead Israeli children, Lebanese children, as adults to fight again in an unnecessary war?
Okay. I'm going to move us because we're almost out of time. We've been focusing quite a lot there on Hezbollah's actions, in the sake of fairness. Let's focus on Israel's actions as well, let me bring you in, Mr. Rabbani. Give your reaction to what David has been saying there, and also if we talk about Israel saying that they need this buffer zone, so-called buffer zone in the south that Mr. Dawood has been referring to, do you think that it is legitimately a security concern, or, as I think it might have been you who raised it earlier, is this really a thinly veiled land grab?
Well, regardless of how you view it, it's a recipe for ongoing war and conflict and bloodshed and destruction. Israel's agenda is one of complete, total security, which really can't be achieved without ensuring permanent insecurity for everyone else. Israel insists, for some bizarre reasons, that all of its neighbors, all of its adversaries, all of its enemies be disarmed so that it can invade and occupy and colonize them at will. I mean, it doesn't want a powerful Lebanese army. Hezbollah shouldn't have so much as a water pistol. Iran can't have anything to defend itself with. I mean, what kind of world is this? Where you have a nuclear power with the region's most advanced air force and all the weapons that the U.S. can produce, insisting that not a single one of its neighbors have the power to defend itself so that Israel can do whatever it pleases with them, as we're seeing now in southern Lebanon, systematically razing entire villages to the ground, homes, mosques, churches, schools, hospitals, everything. This is supposed to be a formula for peace, for security for anyone. No, it's the exact opposite. But Israel now has a national security doctrine that it has to nip any emerging security threat in the bud. It has to ensure that none of its neighbors have even the capacity to generate a potential security threat to Israel. It's a recipe for permanent war, and it's precisely what we're seeing on our television screens every day now.
I'm surprised you don't want to jump in on that, Mr. Dawood. I mean, or Barry.
Look,
yeah, I mean, is it? I mean, is this really a legitimate security buffer? It was agreed, you know, if you listen to the US, that they would start pulling back and handing over to the Lebanese army. Now we're hearing Israel Katz, the defense minister, saying that they have no intention to. Is Israel ever going to pull out of southern Lebanon, David?
Well, look, I think they have in the past under the conditions that prevailed in 2000. We saw the unilateral withdrawal. And no, it wasn't because Hezbollah militarily forced them out. This ignores the internal Israeli dynamics, which also, I mean, goes back to 1982 Lebanon, where the Israeli people had soured on the Lebanon war. And then, you know, Hezbollah arises and Israel gets stuck. Well, Hezbollah catalyzes, right? The idea that Hezbollah arose only in response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon is actually falsified by Hezbollah's own documentary record, including claiming Nazih Fadl.
But focusing back now, we've prosecuted Hezbollah, so focus on Israel.
I am getting,
just because we're almost out of time.
I am getting to that. But again, Nazih Fadl Harb, who bombed the Iraqi embassy in 1981 during the Iran-Iraq war, that should tell you what Hezbollah's DNA is. Anyway, coming to Israel, I think, look, if you want to understand whether this is a buffer zone or not, go talk to the Israeli residents of the north. Go talk to the people who have children there who don't want to.
What about the Lebanese residents in the south?
Again, we're talking about the Israeli side. I can talk about that. So look, I understand where, again, I've already said that I understand where Lebanese Shia have come to this understanding that Hezbollah is their vehicle for quiet. I can disagree with that, but I can understand that. But now we need to understand that Israeli residents in the north also have children, or also mothers. If you talk to, I mean, there's an individual named Sarit Zahavi that I think you've had on here in the past. And Sarit and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I can appreciate where a mother who has children in northern Israel cannot take risks, because that risk could result in her mother being, in her child being dead. Now, that does not mean I'm going to sit here and justify everything Israel has done in Lebanon. It was April 8th strikes in Beirut. I can't give an explanation that satisfies me, let alone anyone else. And I'm not going to even attempt. Right? The Israelis need to be more cautious in how they conduct targeting. I agree with President Trump on that. But I think in terms of withdrawal, yes, if the Israelis see that there is security coming from the Lebanese state, I think you will see withdrawal. Ignore the rhetoric from Israel Katz and Netanyahu. Again, this is an election year where they are trying to posture for their domestic base. That does not mean the Lebanese need to understand that or need to accept that at face value, but there isn't, like, Israel has its own internal dynamics. As for Israel needing the disarmament of all of its neighbors, I mean, how broadly do we want to define neighbors? Mr. Rabbani has included Iran, but the Israelis were supportive of the UAE getting F-35s under the first Trump administration. They have no problem with the armament of Jordan and Egypt. The way they're conducting their affairs in Syria, again, I think it's a combination of panic after October 7th because of Mr. Shara's historical pedigree. I disagree with how they're conducting their affairs in Syria. I think the Syrian people don't want war with Israel, and this is something that the Israelis should be capitalizing on as a break on any tendencies that Mr. Shara has. When it comes to Hezbollah, the problem with Hezbollah even having a water pistol is if they have that water pistol, they are going to use it against the Israelis at the opportune moment, right? Let's not forget that on October 8th of 2023, Hezbollah attacked Israel, not the other way around. March 2nd of 2026, Hezbollah attacked Israel. Hezbollah reinitiated this conflict, not the other way around.
Okay.
So that's the issue with Hezbollah having arms. It never ended. Fine, I agree with you, but it never ended. But Hezbollah should have ended after November 27th of 2024. Per the ceasefire,
Hezbollah didn't fire a single shot after November 24.
It doesn't matter that they didn't. They didn't have the right to remain armed. Yeah. They didn't have the right per the ceasefire agreement that Lebanon agreed to as the sovereign. They didn't have the right to. I'm sorry, you're not a serious individual because you've not read the actual document. Lebanon agreed to the November 27, 2024 ceasefire agreement that Hezbollah would be disarmed. Lebanese law requires Hezbollah to disarm. Resolution 1559 and Resolution 1701 require Hezbollah to disarm. No conditions. So that is international law. That's Lebanese law.
All right, Ms. Al-Madin, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but
your interpretation of this.
Give me your brief response, Moeen, and then we'll get Baria to wrap us out.
I've tried to be respectful. I've tried to be respectful to you. I've tried to be respectful to you, but unfortunately, all you have is rhetoric, Mr. Rabbani. And again, I'm citing the Taif agreements. I'm citing the March 2nd, 2026 cabinet decision, which proscribed. This is Lebanese law proscribing Hezbollah's military.
Is he giving the answer you
refused to comply. Hezbollah has. What are you going to answer? That you're going to attack me on a personal level? Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. David, let Moeen respond. Go ahead. We're almost out of time, so keep it short.
If you consider it a personal attack for me to point out that Israel never respected the November 24 ceasefire and conducted daily attacks on Lebanon.
I've told you why those are justified by the ceasefire agreement, and you choose to ignore that.
And that Hezbollah didn't fire a single shot at Israel because it respected that ceasefire. If you want to consider that a personal attack, so be it.
Hezbollah has not.
Okay, David, I'm going to need you to let Moeen respond because we're almost out of time. A quick response from you, Mr. Rabbani.
I'll give the final word to Ms. Al-Madin.
Okay, yep, indeed. Baria, round us out. And also I want you to address your thoughts on whether you believe Israel will actually withdraw from southern Lebanon.
Israel will withdraw from southern Lebanon, not because it wants. When you have people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu and the government of Israel, they will never withdraw. Every day they threaten us with annihilating the whole Lebanese people, but more destruction. They occupy parts of Syria. They want to get rid of the people in the West Bank and send them to Jordan. They have taken over 70% of Gaza. This is not a government that wants to make peace with anybody or withdraw from any land of Lebanon or any other place. I'm really sorry to say that, but it is Israel's actions that are creating the fact that there is going to be wars forever in that part of the world, and that saddens me a lot, because not only Dawood will be fighting, but his children and his grandchildren. And I hope this changes, and then the Israeli people will realize that only peace brings them security, not war. War does not bring security. Might does not bring security. Only understanding justice, understanding human rights, which are universal. Human rights are not only for the Israelis. Israel is not a democracy. This falsehood that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East has been unfortunately well documented. Unfortunately, Israel now is a state that is hated by most of the people. I don't like to say that. It doesn't please me to say that. I want the Israeli people, and I tell you again, Dawood, including you and your family and your friends, to live in peace, to live in security. But you can only do that when you respect others people, not you personally, but the government, the Israeli government, understand that other people deserve the same. Arabs are not lesser people. The Palestinians have rights. The Palestinians have dignity like the Israelis. Arabs will come together and will defend the rights of people. This is not only about the Palestinians being Arabs. This is a universal right. Though I feel the same about Ukraine and about Putin attacking Ukraine.
Okay.
So let's hope that you and I and all of us will work towards that.
All right. Well, we are out of time, so maybe we end on that hopeful note. I appreciate all of your diverse opinions. I wish we had more time, but we will have to leave it there. David Dawood, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies, thank you for being with us. Moeen Rabbani, Managing Editor of Jabaliya Magazine, thanks for your contribution. And Baria Alamuddin, international journalist, broadcaster and author, we appreciate your points of view. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thanks for tuning in to this episode. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and, of course, across social media. We'll see you next time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor art, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens, It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. As Iran buries its longtime supreme leader, all eyes are on his son and successor, who has yet to make a public appearance. A deadly Russian strike on Kyiv piles pressure on NATO allies as Ukraine calls for stronger air defences. And Trump defends FIFA's controversial decision to overturn a US striker's World Cup suspension. As Iran holds funeral ceremonies for its late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, attention is increasingly focused on his successor. Mujtaba Khamenei, who has yet to make a public appearance since taking power. Meanwhile, US President Trump is renewing his warning to Tehran, saying Iran must agree to a deal or face the prospect of further military action. Let's take a listen.
Look, we're going to win one way or the other. We're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job, okay? And it won't be tough to finish the job. I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to affect 91 million people. We can knock down their bridges in 1 hour. We can knock out their energy supply, all of those big plants that they built, big, beautiful, modern plants. They had a lot of money. They don't have any money now. We haven't given them any money. But we can knock out their electricity and power generating plants in, I would say, a small part of an afternoon. Every plant will be gone. And they know that. They know that.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by journalist and broadcaster Jono Hayes in Dubai and founder of Narrative Shapers, Alex Malouf, who is in the studio with me. Alex and Jono, great to have you both on the show. Alex, let's start with you, because thousands of mourners have been lining the streets of Tehran, but there's been no sign of Mujtaba Khamenei, who is, of course, the son of the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, and the successor.
So let's put this into context, what's happened over the past couple of months. The bombing campaign, US and Israel, on Iran started February 28th. That's the day that they killed the previous Supreme Leader, who's Ali Khamenei, who's being buried this week, along with a number of members of his family. This is the largest public engagement, public events that we've really had in the streets of Iran since the beginning of the war. Tens or even hundreds of thousands of people have come out to mark his passing. We've had many people coming out, the head of the IRGC, military chiefs as well. We've had a number of Mujtaba, the new Supreme Leader's brothers, who are there as well. We've had others, members of Hamas and Hezbollah, in addition to a number of diplomatic groups who have gone out from countries, a number from around the region and outside as well. Now, what we haven't seen is Mujtaba, his appearance. Now, there's been rumours since the first day when he was in the compound which was bombed, that he was seriously injured. The rumours that he was basically put into a coma, that he was burnt, for example. We really just don't know. These are all rumours. And we don't know because he hasn't been seen. He hasn't put out any public appearance. We haven't seen any videos or audio come out from him. Anything which we have seen has been essentially a written statement, which he has put out, his office has put out to the media, again, via the media locally in Iran. So it is very bizarre. You would think that he would be there as per norms and traditions and customs. He would be out there marking his father's passing. And this isn't just simply a one-day event. You know, there are events in Tehran, in Qom, and other parts of the country as well. So, you know, the rumours are just going to go on and on and on until we do see him. And you would have thought, given the public nature of this and the fact that, you know, there are other people who are there, diplomatic groups, you would have thought that he would have been, if he could have been present, he would have been present. So, as I said, the rumours are going to persist until we do see him publicly, or we see him in video or even audio.
And I was speaking to Riyad Kawaji earlier, Al Arabiya's geopolitical and security analyst, and he was saying to me, this raises a lot of suspicion inside of Iran too, because, of course, the Supreme Leader is the ultimate power who brings together all the different military factions, government factions together under one umbrella. And if this crucial part is missing, it's very difficult to know who is running Iran and who is conducting these negotiations. And obviously, we've heard that back and forth throughout the negotiations that have been happening between the US and Iran. So a lot of questions raised about where Mujtaba Khamenei is.
You know, you're right. You know, the Supreme Leader is the linchpin for the Islamic Republic of Iran. They are the person who sits at the top of every decision-making process. They oversee the IRGC, they oversee the military, they oversee the government. They are the final say in anything and everything. And also as well, they are not only a political leader, but they're also as well a spiritual leader. Ali Khamenei was always present at Friday prayers. His Friday prayers were broadcast on state TV. We haven't seen that yet with Mujtaba. We have seen other leaders in the region taking this approach, but not on a state level. We've seen, for example, the former leader of Hezbollah, Nasrallah, him being effectively not being seen or not being seen in public because of the situation in Lebanon, the threat of assassination. But again, Iran is different. Ali Khamenei never shied away from being seen, and he used his presence in both a spiritual and a political fashion. And he understood the importance of engaging with the public. So the rumours are going to go on, and it's going to be interesting to actually finally see him in public. You know, when will that be?
Yes, maybe a new era of the way Iran will be running since this war has broken out. But, Jono, President Donald Trump has been speaking today, and he said, we're going to make a deal or finish the job. Which one do you think is more likely at the moment? Because we are hearing Donald Trump reiterate the threats he's made already.
Well, I think the deal is still likely, right? But only just. I think it's hanging on by a thread, and we've said this. There's a few different reasons. Both sides, I think, have already seen how quickly something can spiral and how quickly this can get out of control. We're in a ceasefire, but it's so hanging on by a thread at the moment as well. But this is classic Trump-isms in classic Trump language. You know, make a deal or we'll finish the job. I think there's partly in there, and you can hear it very much in the tone. There is a warning to Tehran in there as well. But it's also aimed, and I would say that this is at a few different things. First of all, the domestic audience, so his own voters in the US, who, of course, he's trying to curry the favour of before we get to November in those midterms. And also, I think, at Israel as well, importantly, to make sure that he keeps them kind of in line with where he's heading for this negotiations, because he wants to make it sound like he's negotiating this from a position of strength, which I think the US probably tries to portray that quite a lot as well. The fact that there's still a ceasefire, the fact that the talks are still being discussed and are still at some level ongoing, although we haven't heard much updates on that, that I think indicates what a lot of the world feels is correct, that Washington would much rather a deal. It doesn't want to restart a war, you know, with a country of 92 million people, and Trump has made that point himself. He says he'd much rather make a deal than affect those, I think he said, 91 million people who are in there as well. And I guess the problem is that while it's happening right now during this funeral, it's deeply political as well. You've got these big crowds who are in Tehran. There's a chance of revenge. We've heard of this in the last couple of days. You know, people are showing up and they're showing their outright disgust for all things American. Hamas and Hezbollah delegation, they've arrived there as well. They've attended. Israel saying that, you know, it could act again. So I think diplomacy, of course, is the ideal and the most likely route that we're going to see, but it's sitting on top of what is a very extremely volatile moment that's in there as well. And although we are seeing these large public outpourings of grief and outpourings of anti-American sentiments more than anything else, it's important to note that what we're getting from government-linked polls in Iran for support for the IRGC or for the Islamic Republic at large is vastly different than this anonymous online surveys that they've conducted, where they've asked, now that Iran is largely back online and able to access the internet as well, a company called Gaman have gone out there and done an anonymous online survey to find out, well, just how is the regime doing? How is it shaping up now versus where we were in January, where these riots started in public, which of course is what sparked all this in the first place. And the strong support for the IRGC is actually down, and they reckon it's estimated anywhere between 10 and 20%. Now, you've got 50 to 70% of people who are opposed to the IRGC or to the current political system that's in place there as well, and that includes the current leadership. But then you've got this bit in the middle of general neutrality, or I guess they'd be pragmatic more than anything else, mixed views, and they're about 15 to 30% as well. But still, if you take into consideration 91 million people that are in Iran, you look at the vast majority of them who are actually generally opposed to the IRGC. So yes, we've got these public anti-American movements taking place on the streets and these demonstrations while this funeral is going on. It very much has kind of a feel of public spectacle to it. And also these people who are in attendance are people who are supportive of the IRGC, who are supportive of the Islamic Republic current leadership. And I guess that's where you make the distinction between those two things. And that's why we're seeing two very different sides of the coin from what's been portrayed in the media, which of course is Iran state-run media that we're seeing all of these images from at the moment.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Russia has launched another deadly wave of missile and drone strikes on Kyiv, killing at least 22 people just days before NATO leaders gather for a crucial summit. President Zelensky is urging allies to strengthen Ukraine's air defences as he prepares to meet the US President Donald Trump on the sidelines of that very summit. Meanwhile, NATO's Secretary General says allies must make sure Ukraine gets the support it does need. Take a listen.
Ukraine is changing the dynamics on the battlefield, thanks to the bravery, the dedication and ingenuity of their armed forces. But they need our continued support, especially when it comes to air defense. Russia continues drone and missile attacks on Ukrainian cities, with another horrific attack just last night. So as Ukraine continues to defend its sovereignty, allies and NATO partners must continue to ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. And let me be clear, all allies need to pull their weight.
Jono, so we just heard there from Mark Rutte speaking ahead of that NATO conference as the leaders do gather in Ankara, the capital of Turkey, of course. But if we have a look at what's happening on the ground away from NATO saying that Ukraine needs more crucial support, this is Russia's second deadliest strike in a week. What's President Zelensky's message, do you think, going to be at the NATO summit? What exactly is he going to be asking Donald Trump for?
Well, look, I think it's a pretty simple message that he wants to portray. Ukraine needs one thing urgently and rapidly, and that's more air defence. It needs it now. Like we've said, and we heard, as you mentioned there, 68 missiles, 350 attack drones overnight. That is one of the largest aerial assaults that we've seen in Kiev. And you know, they've intercepted many of these drones, many of these cruise missiles as well. And ballistic missiles, of course, are a massive, massive problem. And the reason it's such a problem for Ukraine right now is because they're currently running short on the Patriot interceptor missiles, something that I think a lot of people in the region have become more familiar with in the last couple of months. These are incredibly expensive. So if you're taking a ballistic missile or a cruise missile out of the sky, this is probably costing around $4 million a round. So Zelensky is going to come into this summit asking the allies to make what, and he's referred to this as strong decisions. He's not necessarily asking for sympathy. He's not necessarily even asking for money. He's asking for equipment, because this war has been financially crippling to Ukraine as well. If you look at the budget and what they've spent in the last, since this all started, 2022, since that full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukrainian territory, we're looking at a figure of about $355 billion. Now, $100 billion of that has been spent since the start of 2026. So a massive chunk of money coming out of Kiev is being spent in this. Now, Russia has spent more, but Russia has the facilities and the abilities to do something like this as well. So I think what he's going to go in there for is asking for the equipment more than anything else. And the timing is quite important, and it's unusual that Russia would have done this because the attack happened just before those later NATO leaders have met up as well. So it's going to put Ukraine back to the top of the agenda. It's going to make them part of the talking process, because obviously the Iran is a sideline conversation now and not going to be part of that bigger NATO conversation. So Zelensky is expected to meet President Trump. There's obviously still talks of diplomacy, something that hasn't really worked out so far between Russia and Ukraine. But something like this to happen just before those leaders sit at the table is going to remind everyone. It's going to say, listen, the fighting's not stopping. It's not slowing down on the ground. The Ukrainian perspective, these large-scale attacks, that's just going to strengthen the argument. I think Zelensky now goes in with a stronger argument, saying, look, we need an air defence missile system because it saves lives more than anything else. And then from Russia's perspective, well, you got to look at these strikes and what they mean for Russia as well, because they're going to pile on pressure on Kiev to try and make some sort of a diplomatic discussion maybe to take place as well. But the simple matter is that neither party have sat down at the same table to actually discuss this. Russia seemed to be a bit less willing than one would like at a time like this to perhaps do that. And I think Zelensky is likely to lean on Donald Trump a little bit for this as well. And he's be seen as the man who has been the peacemaker in the Middle East, so to speak, and the man who maybe potentially could get Vladimir Putin to sit down and to have a discussion about a war which is now waged on for 4 years.
And Alex, I think it's a really important point that Jono did bring up. Ukraine hits Russia's largest oil refinery 2,500 kilometers away. That was today. Crimea also plunged into darkness by Ukraine's drone campaign. So we definitely see Ukraine stepping up things, striking into the heart of Russia like they never have before. So where are we with US involvement, especially because we know Donald Trump likes to see strength? Do you think at this NATO summit, Donald Trump is going to see that Ukraine has really stepped up a gear on the battlefield and may actually support that idea?
If we go back to the election, remember President Trump said he could solve this within a day or a couple of days.
24 hours, I think.
24 hours, yeah. Well, it's been a long 24 hours since then. You're right, President Trump, he seems to like people or entities when they're in a position of strength. What has been fascinating to watch is how Ukraine has essentially taken the war to within Russia's borders. We've seen increasingly over the past couple of weeks energy issues within Russia itself. There's a lack of gasoline at the pumps. It's being rationed. You're seeing queues not just in Crimea. Crimea is actually, there is no gasoline on sale effectively, but outside, even in Moscow, people queuing up for hours to fill up on rationed gasoline. So, and President Putin has acknowledged this, the issues that they are facing. So, they've obviously found a way to push back against Russia. Russia has, it's been saying it's been making some territorial gains within Ukraine, but again, very little compared to what they set out to do 4 years ago. The initial discussion that there was between President Trump and the two parties was that he would come in and resolve the situation. We had Alaska, which seems to be a long time ago. It was only last year, where he met with President Putin. We've had Steve Witkoff, his own ambassador, sort of basically shuttling back and forth between Moscow and Washington, D.C. and Kiev to try and resolve this, or at least start negotiations. Obviously, Iran pushed that off the table for several months. So now it's coming back on. And as Jono said, it's fascinating timing, because we do have the NATO summit in Ankara in a couple of days. In some ways, it is going to be counterproductive for Russia, because it is now back at the top of the agenda. Ukraine, President Zelensky is going to push NATO allies to find the arms and the weapons. And I don't see him in any way conceding anything that the Russians would want in any negotiations.
Because, Donald Trump said that the end to the war in Ukraine much closer than people realise, Alex. And that optimism is how he goes into NATO. So I think maybe a question to you and Jono, we'll start with you, Alex. Do you think that there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, or is Trump just putting on an optimistic overview?
I think if you're going to start with negotiations, we are going to need to see a breakthrough on either side. The war, in many ways, seems to have been at a stalemate for some time, at least on the fronts. Now, Ukraine has launched its campaigns against the Russian oil and gas sector because it wants to pressure Russia and harm and impact its economy. Likewise, Russia has been striking Ukraine ever since the beginning of the war with its weapons, missiles and then drones, to try and force Ukraine basically to concede. Neither side really seems to be backing down. And unless, one basically says we are ready to engage, I don't see really where negotiations would take us. What is also interesting as well is Turkey has actually offered beforehand to be the host for negotiations between the two sides. So, how will that play into this conversation?
And Jono, I guess the same question to you. Donald Trump sounds optimistic that they're getting closer to a deal. What are your thoughts on that? Because like Alex says, it just seems to be ground to a halt, especially on the front lines.
And it's exactly that. It's just what Alex said. There's already been a deal on the table. Remember that conversation when Trump sat down with Zelensky and said, you are going to need to concede land. If you want to win this war, or to effectively end this war, concede land. Russia wants territory. Ukraine doesn't want to give it up. And I understand that from their point of view. Kiev also wants Western security guarantees from their EU neighbours, not something that Donald Trump can broker. I think he can be a deal maker here. Both sides need to decide, right, we're exhausted, all other options are done, and something that is a compromise is a victory for that. He has the leverage, he has the phone numbers. This guy has got the ego, and he's proven that he can make a deal. So I think, yeah, if it comes down to the hardest question, things like the land, the security guarantees, and whether Putin actually just wants a deal or simply a pause in the fighting, I think Trump could be the person who could be in the middle of all of that as well. But he's already offered that hand and extended that to President Vladimir Zelensky previously and said, here is how you will solve this, here's how you will end this war. Zelensky didn't take it at the time, and you can understand from Kiev's perspective why he wouldn't do that. But I think if anyone's going to be the person to do it, and I say it again, I think it could be Trump who will be the deal maker of this.
And, we must remember Donald Trump, of course, had that summit with Putin in Alaska, and a lot of people hailed him for bringing Russia out of isolation and back to the negotiating table, because we didn't see that before Donald Trump regained power in the US. So lots of dynamics happening. Will be a really interesting NATO summit with Donald Trump there. Of course, thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. President Trump has said he asked FIFA to review the suspension hand handed to US footballer Balogun after his red card at the World Cup. FIFA later lifted the one-match ban, allowing him to play in the United States' last 16 clash against Belgium. But Trump says he believed the challenge was not a foul. Take a listen.
I had nothing to do with the decision. What I did have to do is I said, I think this should be reviewed because I watched the play. And he didn't do anything wrong. And after reviewing it, I think they said, look, this game would have a big mark on it. If we lost, if we won, no matter what happened, you have to let them use their best players. And the game tonight's going to be amazing, and we're going to have a full team, and Belgium's going to have a full team. And you know what? If they beat us, then they can be really proud. The other way, if they beat us, we'll say I say it was rigged, just like the election was rigged in 2020, but I won't get into that.
There we go. Donald Trump was saying that that red card was rigged like the election. But what do you make of this? Because, wow, it's causing an absolute storm, isn't it, Alex? Do you think FIFA and what some people are saying, his friend Gianni Infantino, bowed to the pressure of Donald Trump?
I've got to say, it's really impressive to link January the 6th to the World Cup, you know, as a mass conspiracy. This is like, wow, you know.
Yeah.
And President Trump is right at the center of everything. Look, this has caused a firestorm. A lot of people are very unhappy with FIFA, and especially the head of FIFA, Infantino, for what has happened. UEFA, you know, the European Football Association, came out, basically said rules are not open to, sometimes rules are open to interpretation. In this case, they are not. And football, like any sport, relies on rules which are the basis for fair, honest and transparent competition. So they are very much against this. Belgium is furious in terms of what has happened. They are going to take this to tribunal if they can, if they need to. But having said that, the game is tonight, so there's pretty much nothing is going to happen between now and then.
So actually, we got the FIFA Appeal Committee rejects Belgium appeal against 1 year suspension of a Balogun match ban. So we've already heard back from FIFA on that appeal. And like you say, really, what can Belgium do right now, Alex? Because it's not like they can't play the match this evening, and there's not enough time to reverse this.
Well, so look, they are. I'm sure they're going to take this to CAS, the Council of Arbitration of Sports. It also, as well. Look, let's be straight. It also depends on what is going to happen in the game tonight. If Belgium win, I think this is going to be, in the short term, forgotten. If the USA win and Balogun scores, this is just going to grow and grow and grow. And Infantino has his detractors. There are a lot of people who are very unhappy in terms of how he has dealt with President Trump, you know, what he calls, or they call, his MAGA diplomacy, in terms of giving Trump the Medal of Peace, in terms of bringing Trump in to other events. You know, we had the competition in the summer, you know, the World Cup for the clubs, where President Trump was giving the trophy out to the Chelsea team, which again all looked very strange. And he is not very popular. Even Sepp Blatter, the former head of FIFA, the disgraced former head of FIFA, who is essentially voted out because of corruption scandals, has come out and said this is not what should be happening. So what is going to happen to Infantino after the World Cup, we will see, because I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be very much wanting to get him out after this.
And Infantino has been speaking, actually, after Donald Trump spoke, of course, in the Oval Office a little bit earlier. It was quite interesting what Donald Trump said. He said he didn't know what a red card was, but it was definitely not a foul, and it was unfair to give it to the US's top player. But Infantino, FIFA regulatory body, rules independently. So that is what we hear from Infantino. But, John, a quick thought for you on this, because an England player went out on a red card during their game last night, which they did, of course, manage to win, which we'll talk about. Do you think England should now question that red card?
Well, look, I mean, it's a case of sour grapes as well, and I do think this has turned somewhat political unnecessarily, and, you know, Donald Trump getting involved in that as well says, but FIFA are trying to keep the host nation happy, which they do quite well, and I think you've got to try and play your cards sensibly close to your chest when you're doing something like this, and I think that's what we're seeing FIFA do right now. Do I think it's the right thing to do? Absolutely not. Politics shouldn't be getting involved in sport. We've said this many times before. However, it is what happened. And I don't think England are going to be contesting that red card because it was very clearly a foul, and you can look back at it at VAR. One of the wonderful things about VAR that we can now look back and see if it was or it was not a foul.
And Jono, of course, you stayed up last night.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think England played against Mexico? And
I am surprised.
OK, and then also, how do you think they're going to play against Norway? Because I think the whole of England still hasn't slept because they've been so excited.
Look, I honestly thought that was the end of the dream for the England fans yesterday, playing against Mexico, playing at that altitude, playing in the Azteca. Home turf for Mexico as well, where they haven't lost, I think, a game in the last 8 years. So I thought England were really up against it. I think it's the first time I've watched England play in this tournament so far where I thought, right, well, we have woken up. The team, I say we, I'm not obviously not an English fan, but I'm saying the team have woken up, which was impressive to see as well. But what I will say is that I was equally a surprise from the game before that when I saw Brazil take on Norway, and that was just impressive. Also, I will point out, going forward towards this weekend, I will now be Norwegian, so hey, go Kavel, I think that's how you say it, good evening. This is going to be a massive test for the English in this tournament as well. Norway have become this rags to riches story. They're the story of the World Cup. They've knocked out like the 5-time champs in there with Brazil as well. We've seen Haaland, who's, is just my man crush at the moment. He scored twice. He's among the leading scorers and arguably probably the best striker in the world. When he gets his chance, he goes for it. Not just that, the guy is also meme gold. He's the meme king of this World Cup. So England have come into this, and I think, as I said, from last night's win, that's the first time we've seen them play with some momentum. It's impressive. It's, again, a really difficult thing to do, go in there and take on Mexico and win. So you got to say, look, this team have actually done something good, because every other England game I've stayed awake to watch. I was disappointed that I had to then sleep in the following morning as a result. They controlled majority of that game last night, which is impressive. They looked like a team. They didn't look like a collection of really talented players on the pitch. It was impressive. They didn't play a boring game for once. So this battle is going to be impressive. What England are going to have to do is limit Haaland, and if they stop his supply, and Norway as a result, then yeah, that's going to be a lot easier of a team to manage as well. But they've got to keep him from the box. And he is impressive. He's an impressive player, and he'll punish them if he gets the chance to. And he's also playing against his Man City teammates. And he's spent a large chunk of his life growing up in the UK as well, because his father has also previously played. So he's playing for national pride, though, and this is far more important. But what I think is, I'm going to take this off because it's difficult to take me serious.
No, I wanted you to do the row before you took it off. All of us had to do we not, Jono? So you have to do. You have to teach us the chant. Alex and I need to do it.
Well, what's impressive, right, from Norway's point of view, and I love an underdog story, and I think this is what Norway could be for this World Cup. It's their 4th time in the World Cup. They've qualified only in, I think it's 1938, 94 and 98. So they've had a 28-year absence as well. They've made history. They're reaching the quarterfinals. They've never done that. And their best finish before this was final 16 or something. They've also had a really good, compared to Brazil, they've had a remarkable record. They've had 2 wins and 2 draws with Brazil, which is impressive. Now, Google has said that England are the slight favourites for this, but it's 55-45, so it's not a massive difference as well. I would like to be a little bit more balanced. Of course, I'd love to see England in the final and then to get beaten, because it's great for revenue for different venues that have now had a very difficult couple of months. But I don't think it's going to be a comfortable game from any stretch of the imagination, but I can guarantee you that on Saturday I'll be doing the row. So for those of you who haven't seen this, it's where you basically I'll just give you a cue in and you just have to row.
So give us a cue in. We're here.
I just have to go row, row, and that's it. And that's what I'll be doing all day. I've even ordered a drum from online, and I'll be bringing the drum with me, a little Norway top and everything, because as an Irish passport holder, I don't have to go to the embassy on Monday morning and turn my passport in for supporting England over the weekend. So I'll be supporting Norway on Saturday.
But Alex, all the support for Norway there, I must admit their fans would get the golden prize. They've been phenomenal. But we hold British passports. So, I think Alex and I here are going to be rooting for England.
Look, all I want to see is Jono wearing this kit. I'm going to call Jono the king of props. Erling is the king of goals. And I want him just to do the rowing. I think we should have a live cam on him.
All day. All day Saturday.
I agree, but I actually want to bring you guys some news, because we talk a lot about football on the show, and I must admit, I'm not the biggest football fan, but I'm a very big tennis fan. And obviously, England have been having a really hard time lately. A lot of top seeds went out of Wimbledon earlier, the British top seeds. But I want to say something. The comeback king, Arthur Ferry, I've actually been watching him play for years and years. He's come back. He got through Wimbledon on a wild card. He has just beat Grigor Dimitrov. Arthur Ferry's 114th ranked in the world. He just beat Grigor Dimitrov in 5 sets. And we must remember that Dimitrov was once number 3 in the world. So British hopes in sports is going up so much because now we see the England team in the quarterfinals and Arthur Ferry, unbelievably, the same thing when it comes to Wimbledon.
It's a sign.
It's a sign.
It's a sign, it really is.
It's a sign, Jono. I think it's coming home.
I'm switching up. I knew it. I knew it.
Anyway, we've got
out.
to move on. We're out. Okay. Stay right there as we do move on now. Prince Harry is visiting the UK this week to promote the 2027 Invictus Games in Birmingham and attend a series of charity events. But the trip has already been overshadowed by a new dispute with Buckingham Palace over his London accommodation. The palace says Harry missed the deadline to accept an offer to stay at a royal residence. Well, his team insists the invitation was accepted before it was unexpectedly withdrawn. So, Jono, Harry's home. He's landed back in the UK. But what is going on? There's so much confusion about where he's actually going to be staying.
Well, look, it's just every time Harry's involved in a conversation, take Harry and Meghan and put them anywhere into a conversation with the royal family, and then you end up with 2 completely different versions of events, regardless of who you're listening to. So, yeah, like you rightly said, Buckingham Palace said, we offered accommodation. There was a deadline to accept it. This is the important thing to remember here, and Harry's team responded too late to that request. Now, Harry's team, they're saying the opposite. They're saying they actually accepted the invitation and the offer was withdrawn. So I'm not entirely sure was it sent by carrier pigeon back from the US or what entirely happened here. But the reality is we won't know which version is correct. They won't publicly comment on something like this. But what we do know is that this is another public disagreement underlying just how strained that communication is, just how frail that relationship is between Harry and the wider royal family as well, and just how strained it has become, really. He's in Britain for a very good cause. That's promoting the 2027 Invictus Games. He's going to be in Birmingham. He's going to attend charity events as well. That is the focus of the trip. Unfortunately, and this seems to happen time and time again, once Harry and Meghan become involved in something, naturally the attention shifts across to the royal family, his interaction with King Charles. Will he meet Prince William? Whether this visit can repair any relationships as well. So we don't have any confirmation of any family reunion. The accommodation dispute probably doesn't help because right now it kind of makes it look like there's more of an atmosphere than maybe necessarily needs to be. But again, what we're looking at here is should Prince Harry, who is not a working member of the royal family, I should point out, be allowed to stay in what is a taxpayer-funded accommodation provided by the state, which is Buckingham Palace, under state protection provided by the taxpayer once again, when he is not a contributing member to the royal family and is not a working member of the family, not by any other choice aside from his own. So you then need to look at that and say, right, well, it would be very difficult to have a lot of sympathy and it might be difficult to garner support. But then at the flip side of that, you've now got a family who you think, right, well, he is still King Charles' son, take everything else away from it, more than anything else. He's his second-born child. You would then say, well, should there not be some familial relations that would say that he should be allowed to stay? He has been offered, I believe, and I believe this, I don't have it confirmed, alternative accommodation in one of the royal lodges, of which there are very many to choose from. But it just won't be Buckingham Palace. And I would argue that as someone who is not actively a member of the working royal family, perhaps that's exactly where he should be, or, a travel lodge.
Travel lodge. Yes, I saw some people saying that in the comments on the Daily Mail, but we're going to move on.
That's where I've been today.
That's where you've been, I can tell, because I was there too. But recollections may vary. Obviously, a famous phrase that we once got from the royal family when it came to Meghan and Harry and disputes. But Alex, just from a communications point of view, what exactly does this look like? Because we seem to be getting conflicting reports from Buckingham Palace and from Harry's camp, and everything just seems very confusing right now. And obviously there's a family at the heart of this and a grandfather, King Charles, who wants to see his grandchildren.
He hasn't seen his grandchildren for 4 years. Lilibet is turning 5, so I'm sure she doesn't have any recollection of her grandfather. And again, you're right, these are people at the end of the day. They are royals, they have titles, they live in a different way to you and I, but You've also got to remember that the king has had cancer. He's in his 70s. And you would have thought that he would, I assume he wants to see his grandchildren like any grandparent would do. And they would also want to see their grandfather as well. But as you said, this isn't the first time that we've had royal drama. We've had it, throughout the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. We've obviously had it the last decade as well. Just what I find really fascinating and bizarre is these two stories which have come out. And obviously, each side is briefing against the other. Initially, sort of when I read about it, I was thinking, okay, there is an opportunity for reconciliation here. He's going to come over with his family, see his father, and he hasn't seen him properly also for some time. There are some complicating factors because you have the outcome of the court case between him and the Daily Mail group, which is going to be tomorrow. It could go either way, and either way could be a good look or a bad look for Buckingham Palace. We don't know yet. But still, the human story, is, especially with him as grandparent, them as grandchildren, that sort of, pulls at the heartstrings. It's not something which is good for either side, and I think we all hope there's going to be a happy ending to this.
And I think that, when we look at the human story of this, it's extremely sad. It's a grandfather and grandchildren. And then I was just thinking about the children, Harry and Meghan's children. They obviously don't see Meghan's father because she cut all contact with the side of her family. And they don't have contact with Harry's side, as far as we know, or not very much. But, Jono, a lot of this is also centred around security. So Prince Harry will not be getting taxpayer-funded security when he comes to the UK. This is where the row has really started from, and why he doesn't want to bring his children to London along with Meghan. Do you think that is a valid reason? Because, you'll have security in place anyway. The royals are always protected.
Correct, but he's not a working royal, and we have to remember that as well, and we have to afford him the same level of security that you would afford to a non-working member of the royal family. It is taxpayer-funded police protection more than anything else when he visits the UK, and he argues that he should have this. And some members of the public believe that as well. He has stepped back from official royal duties. He's done that 6 years ago. He has profited from his royal connections through Netflix, through Spotify. I know that's finished now, but still. He's done some stuff with Penguin as well. And of course, he's publicly criticised this family and the firm, so to speak, publicly. Intimate details in the memoir Spare, and if you've read that book, you'll be aware of just how close to the bone that was. He's done high-profile interviews. He's done countless documentaries discussing private, family, or firm matters, if you refer to the royal family as that. And of course, he's criticised members of the royal family even while he was continuing to use his royal title. So you have to then take the good with the bad, and Prince Harry seemed to want his privacy, and Meghan wanted his privacy away from the spotlight, but at the same time they wanted to benefit from this with the Oprah Winfrey interviews, the Netflix documentaries, and of course Meghan saying that the firm didn't protect her and that she was denied help when she was struggling with her mental health, and there was many allegations that were in there which were very damning towards the royal family, and of course, if they're true, are awful. But there is a level of secrecy that's maintained within that firm, and neither of those two seem to want to be involved in that. But when it comes to the public security, which is one of those benefits of being a member of the working royal family, they also want to have that. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
And I think there'll be an argument that many people say Meghan and Harry try to monetise off their title, and they shouldn't have that either. So I'm sure the row will continue. Let's see how that goes. Thank you very much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Jono and Alex have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Alex, I'm going to start with yours because this is a bit of a crazy story. It's about a runaway bull who caused absolute chaos on a cricket pitch.
So look, this is a summer of sport. This is probably not what they were expecting when they're playing cricket. So a club, Burnett Field Cricket Club, just outside of Newcastle, they receive an unexpected visitor, a young bull, who decides really, it enjoys the view, maybe it enjoys the game, I don't know. But the bull was there for several hours. The farmer turns up, the farmer tries pretty much everything to get the bull to move off the cricket pitch, including bringing a cow to entice the bull to move off. The bull chased away a number of the the farmers' helpers. It actually hit one of them. And again, this is a young bull, and even though it's a young bull, it still weighs 800 kilos. So to be hit by that would not be a good thing. After all of this, or after all of their efforts, it actually moves on its own volition. But yeah, they unfortunately didn't have time to finish the cricket game. So yeah, it's a strange one.
It's a strange one, but I was trying to think of something that I could connect what a bull would do on a cricket pitch to, because obviously cricket's a lot of animals involved. Like if you bowl a ball and it's out on the first bowl, it's called a golden duck. You can be bowled for a duck. I was like bullseye to the wicket, but it doesn't really work, does it? I don't know.
Maybe after this story, maybe they'll adapt it.
Yeah, I don't know. Jono, thoughts on the runaway bull on the cricket pitch? Disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last thing you want. I love when animals get involved in places that they shouldn't normally be. This is wonderful. At least it didn't end tragically, because that can happen sometimes as well. But I enjoy it because it looks wonderful, and when it's a young bull, and just be grateful that it wasn't a bigger one, because you could have been bulled over. That was the pun you were looking for, Leigh Ann. Bulled over.
Bulled over. I was trying to think of something to do with a wicket or being bowled out, but Jono beat me to the pun there. And Jono, one story I loved over the weekend, I'm desperate to see the pictures. They still haven't come out, but good news, there could be a Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce wedding documentary apparently in the works.
Yeah, and if it's true, I mean, it's very on brand, isn't it? Because she has turned every single stage of her career into something that the fans can follow and can be part of. And she's famous for this. You know, she's done that tour of the behind-the-scenes documentary as well. And together with Travis Kelce, these two are probably, let's face it, the biggest celebrity couple on the planet. I don't know where your invite was for the weekend, Leigh Ann, that you weren't there, but 1,000 of their closest friends and family were gathered at Madison Square Garden, like baller to have your wedding at Madison Square Garden. The wedding preparations, the wedding itself, even the guests are going to potentially now get this documentary as a thank you gift. But then there's talks that will be a wider release that is going to be considered afterwards. So it's worth stressing, none of it's been confirmed. Neither Travis Kelce nor Taylor Swift's team have said that it's a thing that's going to happen. It's in the rumour mills category. But what tends to happen with Taylor Swift is rumours start to swill around, and she looks and goes, oh, so I could capitalise on that. And then it ends up making it something like the Eras Tour movie. That has been huge. The biggest grossing concert movie of all time ever. $260 million it made as well. And celebrity couples, which are, they just get a bit of an audience, and people are crazy to see what was going on at that wedding. And we think there's exclusive pictures that will be shared somewhere. We don't know who she signed that deal with. None of the guests have, weirdly enough, they've all, I'm guessing, on a watertight NDA contract. Nobody has shared pictures of this as well. But if anyone's going to do a wedding documentary, it's probably these two, and I don't know if it's going to be on streaming service. It's going to be a private keepsake, I'm not sure. But the fans will be watching closely. There's rumours that she may have even released some new music when she was in there as well. But she knows how to make money, richest woman in showbiz, and I guarantee you she'll find a way to capitalise on this wedding, because if you're spending all that money on lobsters for 1,000 people, you can be sure that she's going to make some cash off it afterwards.
I must admit, Alex, I don't know about you, but I'm Taylor Swift's biggest fan. Like, I absolutely love her music. I'm so happy she got married. I can't believe I wasn't invited. What are your thoughts? Do you think that she's going to make an absolute fortune when this documentary
Well, I was going to say as well, I can't believe you weren't invited. I thought you would have been there.
The cheek.
Maybe it got lost in the mail, you know.
Yeah.
Almost like Harry's response to the palace.
The pigeon's still carrying
probably, yeah, the pigeon didn't make it to Riyadh, unfortunately. Look, I think she is so incredibly business savvy. She is definitely going to make some money out of this. And also as well, you know, the way she plays it, you know, everything she does is for the fans.
Yeah.
So I am sure we're going to be seeing a full-on feature film / documentary very soon, being streamed, being put in cinemas, basically being everywhere. And the fans will flock to it, and, you know, they will turn it into another sensation. So, you know, good on her. As Jono said, you know, 1,000 lobsters costs a lot of money. So, yeah, if I could cover my wedding this way, I would have done.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with you. I wonder how much that wedding costs. I'm sure we'll get statistics out soon, one day. But let's shake it off now. That's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to our guest, journalist and broadcaster Jono Hayes in Dubai, and founder of Narrative Shapers, Alex Malouf, right here in the studio with me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on XGNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as NATO leaders prepare to gather for a summit in Ankara, we examine the main challenges facing the alliance. And we ask, are all 32 members pulling their weight? Well, on the eve of that summit, Russia carries out fresh deadly attacks on the Ukrainian capital. We ask, what message is Moscow trying to send? Plus, we'll examine the significance of President Trump's upcoming bilateral with the Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara on the sidelines of that NATO summit. All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. All eyes are on this year's NATO summit, which is being held in the Turkish capital of Ankara. Well, the agenda is packed with the war in Ukraine, tensions in the Gulf, and the broader situation in the Middle East, all at the top of the list. Well, the summit also comes at a time when President Trump has made it clear that he sees America's alliance commitments as a burden. He's also criticised NATO members for not doing more to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz following the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. So the big question is this. If one of America's allies comes under attack, would Washington still have its back? Well, President Trump's recent comments have raised fresh questions about just how strong that commitment really is. It's also worth noting that President Trump was reportedly planning not to attend the summit until the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan spoke with him personally. So, what should we be looking out for, and what could come out of this summit? Well, for more on this, we're joined now by Dr. Stephanie Babst, who's the former NATO Deputy Assistant Secretary General. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Dr. Babst. Some analysts are talking about this NATO summit in Ankara as being one of the most consequential NATO gatherings in years. Would you agree with that?
Oh, not really. There will clearly be a day after the Ankara summit, and my expectations are, in fact, rather low. If I look at the orchestration of the summit, I think it will be very, very little about strategy and very much about numbers.
Okay, I mean, the alliance has had a couple of major crises this year, not least the Greenland crisis at the start of the year. Then there was the Iran war that resulted in some finger-pointing from Washington with, it was said by the Trump administration, NATO allies not fulfilling their duties as allies. President Trump has variously called the alliance a paper tiger. How fragile does NATO look to you?
Politically, I think it is in a pretty strained situation because there is trust being lost all along the lines in the past 12 and so months. And if the allies were really up to face reality, they would actually sit down and have a talk about all this. They would put the question to US President Trump how he could possibly call them paper tigers, how he could possibly threaten Denmark and Greenland, how he could possibly put punitive tariffs on them and all of that. But knowing how Europeans and Canadians have reacted to Trump in the past, I fear that this summit will again be an attempt to ease down everything that is controversial, to really appease Trump, to please Trump. And I think the Secretary General has opted to do so by offering President Trump a kind of like big numbers bingo and try to impress him with big numbers of defense spending.
But is it not fair that progress has been made in that regard towards getting member states to pay their 5%?
Oh, absolutely. And I think it should definitely be worth mentioning that many allies have undertaken efforts to increase their defense budget, even though not all. If you look at the small printed numbers, you see that probably 17 of the 32 countries have only barely met the 2% or have managed to go slightly below or beyond. So the overall picture is, I'd say, at least mixed. It's not bad, but it's certainly not a way to celebrate. But more importantly, if you talk cash all the time, you forget that cash is not automatically translated into military war power capabilities and manpower. And this is what the allies would need to really tackle. And more importantly, even than that, they need to talk strategy. They need to talk how they can possibly defeat Russia. And how they go about China. And all these questions will most likely not feature in Ankara.
Okay, I mean, there are, as you say, some star performers amongst the NATO members, countries like yours, in fact, Germany, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, getting quite close to, well, they're making, let's say, significant improvements on previous expenditure. A big struggle for other countries like the UK, France, Italy. And they've got a real problem because they're stuck, well, the EU member states amongst them, France and Italy, cannot spend more than a certain amount. There are very strict deficit rules. They can't borrow more money, so what are they supposed to do?
Well, I mean, there are obviously ways to go for loans, be it with the European Bank for Reconstruction or the European Union. There would be eventually also ways to increase the budget deficit. That, again, would imply taking very difficult and most likely controversial domestic issues. But apart from the cash, I repeat my point here, I think what I would like to see, in fact, for the past 4.5, almost 5 years, is a sense of willpower that they would really be prepared to Europeanize NATO together with Ukrainians and Canadians and to approach the strategic issues which we are struggling with. And as we, talk today, another brutal Russian assault on Ukraine, I'm wondering how often we would need to go through the cycle of referring to willpower and resolve. And this is what I don't see really.
I mean, you say that the numbers are one thing, the willpower is another. But I mean, when we look at the case of Spain, for example, that's spending 2.1% of GDP on defense and saying, we're not going to spend any more than that, so it's not our problem, sort of thing. I mean, doesn't that worry you? And how does that sit with the rest of the alliance?
Well, it worries me, and it worries not only me, it also worries the Lithuanians and the Poles and the Estonians and many others. I mean, countries who have to take similarly difficult domestic financial decisions. They have done so, and they will continue doing so. So yes, I think within the allies, there needs to be a straight talk, and I'm under the impression that this has been the case and will be the case. But collectively, I think that most importantly, the allies would really need to talk how they can transform NATO into a European-Canadian-Ukrainian-led organization. And I don't see really efforts other than just talking big money in Ankara. And so I think the summit will not really go down in history books as a landmark event.
Okay, we're going to move on from talking about money in just one moment, but the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continually accuses NATO allies of freeloading. And I just wonder, on balance, just before we move on from the subject of money, do you agree or disagree with that notion?
I'm really extremely annoyed by what I keep on hearing from this gentleman, because clearly he is not up to par with the details of NATO's history. NATO allies have made many commitments in support of the United States. If I, for instance, recall the entire saga in Afghanistan. So no, we have not just been freeloading. It's true that Europeans and Canadians have been pretty late in waking up to the fact that our main threat is Russia, and they would need to redirect the capability development of their forces, the training of their forces. They needed to invest more into their defense budgets. They have been late in doing that. That's true. But I don't think it's very healthy. I mean, if an alliance which is based on a joint commitment keeps on entertaining this finger-pointing exercise, especially when it comes from a country who is not really any longer on the basis of the Washington Treaty and shares our democratic commitments.
You yourself have pointed a finger or two at Europe in particular. You've said things to the effect that Europe is stuck in reaction mode. Europe doesn't take the initiative. I also found an article in which you said Europe needs to summon the courage, you said. I'm wondering who you're pointing your finger at specifically there, and who you'd like to see do what.
What I would like to see Europeans and Canadians and Ukrainians doing is to, start looking at how they can actually compensate for U.S. capabilities and personnel that Washington is likely to withdraw and has already started to reduce in its numbers from Europe. I would like to see them building their own caucuses in terms of creating its own body within NATO, where they can sit, talk, and align their threat assessments, their strategy ideas about how we can possibly contain and ultimately also defeat Putinism. I would like to see them talking NATO command structure and how they can fill in much more than what we've already seen in terms of gradually and slowly taking over the political and also the military leadership at NATO. And I would like to see Europeans and Canadians being very straight in addressing US President Trump and his, how do you want to call it, erratic and pretty annoying policies that he keeps on entertaining us with.
Now, we've already mentioned Ukraine in this conversation, and Ukraine is expected to be a significant point of discussion at the summit. One of the things you're quoted as saying, and do correct me if I'm misquoting you here, but you've said words to the effect that NATO has not been that serious about helping Ukraine. What do you mean by that?
Well, I haven't said, that the Allies haven't undertaken quite significant efforts to help equip Ukraine militarily in order to help Ukraine finance what it needs in order to upgrade its own technological and military industrial bases. This is not what I said. What I'm saying is that, the Allies shy away from sitting down and actually having a strategy. What's the end state? Excuse me. What's the strategic end state they envision for Ukraine? Other than saying, one fine day, you eventually will become a member of NATO. For me, it's completely clear that if we look at the future European security architecture, Ukraine must have its very, very genuine and central place in it. So I'm wondering what they're waiting for. I'm wondering why they keep on limiting themselves to say, we stand with you. But ultimately, we stand rather behind you because we don't want to provoke Russia. And they keep on talking about peace negotiations when there is no window and no willingness on the Russian side for peace negotiations. So I think the way forward would really be to support the Ukrainians as much as they can possibly do in their forward descent strategy in terms of really targeting Russian central centers of vulnerability and of gravity, which we have seen in the past couple of weeks or so, but much more forcefully, and use the entire tool set that they have in order to try to weaken Putinism to an extent that we see, hopefully, the system really start crumbling and reconsidering its course of action.
Right. We've been talking about how, you think Europe needs to be less reactive and more proactive. And certainly on the reactivity side, they have a weapons issue in Ukraine at the moment. They've got a shortage of interceptors. I wonder if you think they're going to get them. But when it comes to being reactive and proactive, rather being proactive, it does seem like the Ukrainians have identified a real Achilles heel in Russia in the form of the energy infrastructure, and they seem to be inflicting some really serious pain on the Russian economy. What do you make of that? Do you think that is having the desired effect along the lines of what you were talking about?
That's exactly what I meant with the Ukrainian forward self-defense strategy. They cleverly and smartly and rightly consider that they need to take the war to Russia, at least partially in a targeted sense, and hit Russia where it really hurts her. And they could have done so already 4 years or 3 years ago if we were willing to help them, but we were not. I mean, we denied them. I recall this debate about providing the Ukrainians, with certain missiles and weaponry, that would allow the Ukrainians to, for instance, go beyond 500 kilometers or 1,000 kilometers, etc. pp. So they have decided this themselves, but we would need to support them in a way that they can do this much more systematically and much more forcefully, and at the same time also protect their cities, because as we've seen on a daily basis, it's really, really super military terror that Russia is launching on Ukraine in terms of continuously hitting civilians day and night.
Now, I know from talking to you over a period of several months, you've always steered away from compromise. You've sort of been fairly resolute in your messaging to me that you didn't want to see, for example, a year ago when Ukraine was being steered towards compromising and steered towards conceding on some of the maximalist demands being made by Russia by the United States. Do you think it now looks as though Ukraine is perhaps being less pushed towards compromise by the United States? And why do you think that is?
Well, for the first time, the Ukrainians have experienced something like, military successes, even though partially and punctually. And I think this has impressed, to a certain extent, eventually US President Trump. But his general attitudes towards Ukraine has not altered. He is still interested and determined to pursue a strategic reset with Putin. This is his prime objective. And yes, Ukraine is still a big stumbling block, is still a problem in his way. And what we see is a little bit, of dancing around the problem. This could change, this could alter, within the next couple of days or weeks again. So that's why the Ukrainians, they must be able to rely on Europe and other international partners to help sustain their military defense efforts. That's very, very important, I think.
It's been 16 months since the Oval Office showdown between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. Are you expecting something overall more constructive when the two men meet in Ankara?
I really admire President Zelensky for his patience. He really tries so super hard in order to get sit down with President Trump and keep on repeating the same messages over and over and over again. And the messages primarily relate to the military requirements that the Ukrainians need so badly from the Americans. Whether we in Europe finance them is a second issue, but still the United States is an important source of equipment, of transfer, of military data. And so, yes, I understand that President Zelensky would need to make an effort to keep Trump more or less in the boat, but it must be really a very strainful and painful exercise for him to do so.
Now, Dr. Babs, I want to ask you one or two questions about Turkey, which is, of course, hosting the NATO summit. It's the second time Turkey's ever hosted a NATO summit of this kind. And clearly, Turkey is an increasingly important country for NATO. It's got the second largest army after the United States within the alliance. And then it's got this rapidly growing defense industry, which I gather in terms of exports grew by 48% during the course of 2025. Do you think that's something that NATO fellow allies appreciate now about Turkey, that it is an extremely important ally within the alliance?
Well, I guess it will put the allies again in the same ambivalent situation we're looking at Turkey. On the one hand side, it's true what you said, Turkey's, let's say, military performance in terms of technological output has been really quite impressive in the past. few years, and they have really also made progress in advancing with their, for instance, drone technology programs and a few others. On the other hand, I mean, Turkey is not exactly what I would call a democratic country. We've seen President Erdogan really pushing hard on democratic oppositional leaders, pushing hard on street protest, putting people into jail who still sit there, by the way, ever since. I mean, we've seen the so-called military coup d'etat. We've seen a Turkey who still is very close to Putin, who is at least, let's say, close to also exchanging intelligence and military cooperational issues with Russia, who is still running an S-400 system. This is nothing which is just uneasy. These are facts. And so, yes, dealing with Turkey has always been difficult. But I would put the message to the Turkish government as I put them to all others. I think they would need to really make a choice, whether they are with us or they are with Ukraine, or whether they are with Putin. And I think this answer has to come from the Turkish government, probably in a clearer way than we've heard that before.
But to be fair, I mean, there seems to be a bit of a split and a difference in opinions amongst certain NATO member states, especially the Europeans. We've got the countries that have deep ties with Turkey, particularly in this domain of military and defence. Countries like Spain, Romania, Poland, Italy. And on the other hand, you've got countries that view Turkey with suspicion. And I'm thinking of Greece, Cyprus, and to a certain extent, France. I mean, doesn't NATO need to make up its mind about how it views Turkey?
Well, I mean, we have tried for the past, not 70 years, but for a long period of time, I mean, to bring Turkey into the European security structure, to help advance negotiations between the European Union and Ankara. I've been myself part of that exercise. But coming back to the Ankara summit and to what I've personally also missed on the agenda is for the allies to have a look at the NATO-EU relationship, which is still in a way a bit stuck because of the blockages that Turkey on the NATO side and Cyprus on the other side put up and put their feet on the brakes when it comes, for instance, to allowing the two organizations to exchange classified information. So we would need to bring the NATO-EU partnership to a new level, not only because of exchanging information, but also at looking at the broader picture of enabling the European Union to become a much more active military actor. And all this is not possible because of Turkey. So my question would be, who is talking to the Turkish government about all these issues? What is being on its way in terms of moving forward with that and trying to deblock that?
Sure. Okay. Well, I wanted to ask you a couple more questions on that, but I'm being told we're out of time, and you've been very generous with your time, so we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Dr. Stephanie Babs, former NATO Deputy Assistant Secretary General. Thank you very much indeed for your time, madam.
You're most welcome. Have a nice day. Bye.
Well, ahead of this week's NATO summit in Ankara, Russia has launched another wave of deadly strikes on the Ukrainian capital. Well, it's the second major attack on Kyiv in the space of just a week, with officials saying that at least 18 people are known to have been killed in the surrounding region. Well, Ukraine's Air Force says it's facing a, quote, serious shortage of interceptor missiles, adding that none of the 23 ballistic missiles fired by Russia overnight were shot down. Well, President Volodymyr Zelensky is now calling on NATO allies to make what he describes as strong decisions at this week's summit. And that includes sending more air defense systems to Ukraine. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Ambassador Taylor, it's great to have you back with us on the programme. We were just speaking before we crossed to you about the latest Russian strikes on Kyiv, deadly strikes overnight on the eve of that summit, that NATO summit in Ankara. What's the message you think Moscow's trying to send here?
Well, Tom, the message that it's actually sending is probably different from the one it wants to send. The message that we receive, that the Ukrainians receive, that the Europeans receive, is Putin's desperate. Putin doesn't have cards. He is losing on the battlefield. He's losing more troops on the battlefield than he can recruit. He's losing territory. The Ukrainians are striking deep into Russia at military targets, at refineries. This is a big problem for Putin, and he is desperate. And he's showing that by these attacks on Ukraine. The Ukrainians are determined that they will persist, outlast him, and they are going to prevail.
Okay, I mean, we're hearing, as we speak to you, from the US president about the situation in Ukraine. He's saying, we're in talks, we'll see if we can end it, he says. We've also just been hearing from the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who says allies must ensure Ukraine gets what it needs. And then we've heard from the Ukrainian president himself saying there must be strong decisions at this Ankara summit. What do you think he means by that? What does he want?
He clearly wants anti-missile missiles. That is, these are interceptors that can take down the ballistic missiles that the Russians are shooting. That's the one big vulnerability that the Ukrainians have. And President Zelensky has been promised more of these Patriot missiles from the United States and from other European allies. He needs those in order to defend his country and his capital against these ballistic missile attacks by the Russians. He's going deep. Actually, he's taking matters into his own hands. Zelensky and his team, his anti-missile folks, are shooting deep into Russia where they make these missiles. But in the meantime, he needs these anti-missile missiles from the NATO allies.
Do you think he's likely to get them?
I think these attacks that Putin is sending right now make the message, make the point that Ukraine does need these. And now that the Iran war is settled down to some degree, there's less urgency to send those missiles there where they've been going, and more urgency to sending them to Ukraine. So it's possible he could get some more.
I mean, President Trump's been in office now for 18 months, and he made ending the war in Ukraine a very early pledge for his second term. He has just been saying that efforts to end the war are much closer than people think. I mean, why do you think it's been so difficult for him to end this war when he has that rapport with President Putin? He sent the delegations very early on in his presidency for both sides to talk. Why hasn't he managed to get this one across the line?
He hasn't managed to get this across the line because the two positions are incompatible. Putin wants to eliminate Ukraine. Ukraine will not be eliminated. So that negotiation is going nowhere. And President Trump has sent Steve Witkoff, his envoy, to Moscow 8 or 9 times, Tom. Witkoff has never gone to Kyiv. So there has not really been an equal or a balanced effort on the part of the United States to bring this to a conclusion. That said, while President Trump was distracted by this other issue in Iran, the Ukrainians have taken the initiative. The Ukrainians are now on the front foot. Russians are on the back foot. The Russians are in a hole. They're on defense. The Ukrainians have the cards. They look like a winner and Putin looks like a loser. So that could give some motivation to President Trump to come in on the side of Ukraine now and end this war.
That's really interesting what you're saying, because you seem to be saying, Washington has lost focus on the Ukraine conflict because it's had other issues to attend to, notably the Iran war. And you seem to be implying that actually that hasn't been such a bad thing.
It has not been such a bad thing. The Ukrainians would love to have the support of the United States, but they're taking matters into their own hand. As I say, they're going deep against Russian targets. The Europeans have been providing the information as well as the funds for the Ukrainians. The Americans have kept up the military intelligence, the targeting that's going into, but the Ukrainians have taken the issue on their own. And if the Americans can help with pushing Putin to end this war, then that could happen.
Right. I mean, about a year ago, the sort of refrain from Washington was, come on, Ukraine, give in to this list of maximalist demands from Russia. I mean, it doesn't sound like that's where we are today, does it?
They're not there today. You're exactly right. The Ukrainians, as I say, are on the front foot, taking more territory from the Russians than the Russians are taking from the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are killing more Russian soldiers on the ground than they can recruit, than the Russians can recruit. So yes, the Ukrainians now have the momentum. They have the cards, as President Trump wants to say. And if President Trump wants to back a winner, then he's going to back Zelensky.
Okay, so that's the US attitude towards Ukraine in this conflict. Any notable shifts in European attitudes towards this conflict? Because in the course of the last year as well, I mean, one person who was perhaps a thorn in the side of Kyiv, Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, is no longer there. Has Europe become more resolute, would you say, during the course of these last 12 months?
I think it has. I think it has. Orban's departure helped out in a couple of ways. One was, as you mentioned, the $90 billion euro loan to Ukraine. It's going to last them for a good 2 years. And there's more behind that, more European funds behind that. And Orban had been blocking that. Orban had also been blocking the move toward your EU membership. That's a big deal for the Ukrainians. That's a big deal for the Ukrainians, for security as well as for morale. And they're now moving in that direction. So I think, yes, the Europeans are stepping up with their military, with their diplomatic, with their political, and they are providing this kind of support that the Americans used to supply.
Do the Europeans now provide, would you say, the lion's share of support? Because they are, of course, buying US weapons and then handing them over to Ukraine. Does that mean, therefore, the bulk of support is now coming from Europe?
It does. That's exactly right. The bulk of the support financially, even militarily, as you say, they're still buying from American firms, but they're buying from American firms and providing them to the Ukrainians. That's what the Americans used to do. That's what the U.S. government used to do. And now it's the European governments and the Ukrainian government with that big loan coming from the EU that they can buy their own weapons. And real important, Tom, the Ukrainians are making their own. These missiles and drones that are going into Russia are manufactured in Ukraine. Those are Ukrainian drones that are going 3,000 kilometers today, 3,000 kilometers at a big refinery, the largest Russian refinery. So that's, as I say, the Ukrainians are taking matters into their own hands, and they're having great success.
And to what extent has the Iran war impacted Russia's war effort? Because, of course, at one point they were highly dependent on Iranian-made technology and drones. Have they seen supplies of that kind of weaponry dry up as perhaps Tehran has reprioritized how they use that weaponry?
I think they have. The Russians, of course, supported the Iranians, both with military intelligence, telling the Iranians where the U.S. forces were, but the Russians also provided the Iranians with updated drones. You're right. Iran used to send drones to Russia. Russia used them against Ukraine. Russia has improved them because the Ukrainians have improved. And now the Russians have sent them improved ones back to Iran. The other thing, of course, about the Iran war is the oil price went up. It is now coming back down. The squeeze on Russian revenues is becoming acute again. The Russians are not going to be able to fund this war.
Yeah, I mean, the Ukrainians have been inflicting quite serious damage, haven't they, on Russia's energy infrastructure. There are reports in some parts of Russia of serious shortages of petrol. That's impacting potentially the harvest because farming equipment is highly dependent on diesel and petrol. It's not available. I mean, do you think herein Ukraine has found Russia's Achilles heel?
I do. I think that both attacking military targets, Russian energy targets, Russian refineries, but also isolating Crimea. The Russians cannot resupply Crimea, and that's a big base for support for Russian troops in southern Ukraine. So, yes, the Ukrainians have figured out a way to go after the Russians that is going to be decisive, that is going to be decisive. They are removing the ability, they're eliminating the ability of the Russians to resupply into Crimea, as well as the rest of of European Russia in terms of petrol.
One of the big meetings, one of two big bilateral meetings in Ankara is, of course, going to be the latest meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. The other one is, of course, with the Syrian president, and we're talking about that elsewhere in the programme. What are you expecting from this latest Trump-Zelensky encounter? Fireworks or progress?
Progress, I would say. I would say progress. President Trump recently, in the past week or so, as he's shifted back his attention from Iran to this war, this long-running war, 4.5 years, President Trump has apparently been briefed, understands that the Ukrainians are on the front foot, that Putin is looking like a loser. When President Trump sits down with President Zelensky, I think President Zelensky will be very clear about his strength, his capabilities, his initiative, his success on the battlefield. That's going to be very important for President Trump to hear. And I think we will see that all of NATO nations will be supportive of Ukraine.
Just looking more broadly at that summit in Ankara, there has, of course, been this request, this demand from Washington that all 32 countries in NATO meet the 5% of GDP spend on defence and military expenditure by the year 2035. Is it looking to you like most of NATO, all of NATO is on board?
So the Europeans overall, Tom, have greatly increased their funding for defense, some more than others. The Germans in particular have been really solid and aggressive on increasing their defense spending. Others have not. There are NATO nations that are not going to meet that 5%. But overall, we're talking about $1 trillion in new defense spending. So yes, the Europeans are stepping up, not uniformly, not across the board, but significantly. And that increase in defense capabilities and increase in support for Ukraine is something that I think President Trump will be impressed.
Something we've heard again from the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and we've heard it from the Trump administration for years, is that people in Europe are freeloading off America and relying heavily on America's defense umbrella. Is that something that chimes, would you say, with the American electorate?
It chimes with the American electorate, but I think it also chimes with Europeans at this point. We've talked about how the Europeans are stepping up. When Russia invaded Ukraine, first in 2014, but then really in 2022, Europeans noticed that's a big threat. The Russians are the big threat to Europe. And then when President Trump started talking about Greenland, Europeans realized that the Americans might not be there. So they stepped up and are stepping up. So I think the Europeans have demonstrated that they now understand Russia's the threat and that the Americans may not be there in the same way they've been in the past. The Europeans then need to step up, and I think they are.
I mean, NATO has had two major crises this year, the like of which it's hard to draw parallels in the past. One of them you just mentioned, Greenland, the idea that the United States might annex the sovereign territory of a fellow NATO member. The other is, of course, the Iran war, and the sense in Washington that NATO allies were not there for America in an hour of need. There seems to have been a big misunderstanding about that, though, and many have not characterized this as being a NATO war at all. Would you say, though, more broadly, those two crises are now behind NATO?
I think they're behind NATO, but they continue to be in the background. Greenland, in particular, shook the Europeans that I've talked to. That demonstrated that the unreliability or even the threat from the United States is real. On Iran, of course, it's out of the NATO area, so there was no expectation, no real expectation that NATO would come to that war and participate in that war. And a coalition of the willing, a lot of NATO nations, but others as well, the coalition has stepped up to talk about helping enforce free transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So this coalition of the willing, a lot of NATO nations, is stepping up in that war. So I think that one sounds like it's behind them. But the Greenland one, I think, will continue to resonate.
Okay, just two quick questions before we wrap up. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, I mentioned him right at the beginning of this conversation, is credited by a lot of people for his handling of the transatlantic relationship. And I want to ask you how you rate his handling of really being an interlocutor between all the different countries who are member states of NATO.
Tom, I think there is a route there that the NATO Secretary General can find, and that is a European pillar and an American pillar within NATO. So you've got a strong European entity that can do things itself, that can defend itself, can provide the transport, can provide the intelligence, could even provide some of the nuclear deterrence. There's a European pillar that is there, and then there's the American pillar. And both are important, and both are important when they work together. They're very strong, but they can each act independently. The Americans are doing independently in Iran. The Europeans are really supporting the Ukrainians, so they can do that. And together, that can be a strong NATO.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, we've talked about how President Trump was saying, not so very long ago, or suggesting that the United States might not stick around, might leave NATO. He also called NATO a paper tiger. Would you say that at this particular juncture, NATO looks more or less fragile than it was looking, say, a year ago?
I think it's less fragile. I think it's stronger now that the Europeans are stepping up with their defense spending. Again, the Russians have done that. The Russians have demonstrated to Europeans that the Russians are the threat, and that the Europeans are on the front line of that threat. And they've stepped up with their military spending and other ways to defend themselves, like supporting Ukraine, and that makes them stronger. So I think NATO is stronger now than it was a year ago.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, as well as meeting with the Ukrainian president, President Trump is also going to be meeting with the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, on the sidelines of that NATO summit in Ankara. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Matt Tyrrell, who is the former chief of staff to Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. Thank you for joining us, Matt. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. There are going to be a couple of bilaterals, we gather, at this Ankara NATO summit. And one of them is going to be held between President Trump and the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara. And I want to start by asking you why you think President Trump has decided to attach so much importance to relations with this new leadership in Damascus.
Well, look, I think for President Trump, it comes down to results. And I think he feels as though that relationship and other relationships are important in the region to really ending this conflict with respect to Iran. But beyond that, ensuring lasting peace. We've seen President Trump talk about his views and how Syria can handle, if you will, the terrorist proxy of Hezbollah that is run by the Iranian regime. So really part of this is ensuring that this conflict with respect to Iran comes to an end, but also you have lasting peace in the region. I think Syria, among other countries, will be playing a major role in terms of ensuring that lasting peace. And then one of those big elements is ensuring that Hezbollah does not continue to launch attacks into Israel. That's a huge component here. And I go back to the president naming Syria as a country that can certainly push back on that. So we'll see where this goes in terms of discussion. Obviously, Iran in general is going to be a big part of discussion at NATO. And certainly President Trump's willing to work with anybody that he feels will help advance the ball forward for peace, particularly as it relates to the Middle East.
Right. I mean, this idea of, quote unquote, taking care of Hezbollah, which we've heard a couple of times from the Trump administration. I mean, the people we've spoken to in Lebanon and in Syria say that would be a disastrous path to go down. And Syria took to Beirut last week a message that was very clear. They had no intention of stepping in and tackling the Hezbollah issue. I mean, do you think we're going to see, though, President Trump trying to persuade President al-Shara once again to have a think about this and get involved with tackling Hezbollah? Do you think that's going to be one of the president's messages to the Syrian president?
Well, potentially. I mean, well, it's up to President Trump to decide what he feels is the right course here. But, for those who, may criticize who the president talks to or not, or negotiates with or not, or brings to the table, if you will, or not, I just go back to President Trump is extraordinarily results-oriented. We've seen him time and again meet with, the North Korean leader. We've seen him meet with leadership in China, countries that have had back and forth with the United States, if you will. China certainly is viewed as not an ally of the United States, but in the end, it comes down to producing positive results. As it comes to the region here, just in general, I go back to this is not just about Iran. It is, of course, ensuring that Iran's proxy terrorist organizations are decimated. We've seen the United States in particular, along with the Israeli forces, make progress in that, but obviously more progress needs to be done, particularly as it relates to Hezbollah. So, look, it's really going to be up to President Trump. We'll see what he does at NATO. No question, I think, Hezbollah, Iran, that's certainly be at the table in terms of how to truly eliminate these Iranian proxy terrorist organizations and ultimately get this conflict to come to a full end. But I also think President Trump just feels like there is great progress being made, despite the reports in the media. I do think President Trump feels good about where the discussions are heading on Iran in general. Obviously, it's going to continue to be a bumpy road. This is not an easy task, but we've seen President Trump take on this task, trying to bring peace to the Middle East. We saw that in his first term with the Abraham Accords. We're seeing him, of course, working to decimate this Iranian regime. All that matters in terms of that lasting true peace and stability in the region.
Sure, but I think, from what we've gathered from speaking to sort of regional analysts and so on, is that for Syria to get drawn into Lebanon's conflict and its issues with Hezbollah would be really risky for the Syrian president and the rest of the leadership in Damascus. And they've got a lot to do domestically in terms of rebuilding the country. I mean, do you think President Trump will perhaps take that into account if he does put that in question to him once again? Do you think he will be understanding if he's met with a no?
Well, I don't want to speak for the president, but here's what I can tell you. I suspect that he is looking at this through a holistic lens. But at the same time, President Trump has often been told, not to go a certain course when it comes to the Middle East. Many pushed back on the Abraham Accords, for example, in his first term. And time and again, I think President Trump is just proving that he's the only U.S. president that I can think of that's made as much progress as he has made in terms of resetting, if you will, the Middle East, ensuring that we move towards peace in the Middle East. Tom, through your lifetime, my lifetime, we've heard people talk about peace in the Middle East. Many have said it will never happen. We are closer today to peace in the Middle East, I think, than ever before in our lifetimes, no question about it. But to that end, you do have to look at this holistically. You got to look at all the players in the region. For every action, there is a reaction. But at the same time, I also think that President Trump may very well feel as though the actions that have been taken, not just in this conflict or recently, but for years in the Middle East, have not been working. Time and again, we've seen Iran do what they've done, and that is be the great state sponsor of terrorism. Time and again, we've seen these Iranian proxy terrorists, such as Hezbollah, other organizations such as Hamas that have rained terror on the region, on the world. So, look, I think for President Trump, it's yes, the experts may say one thing, but in the end, President Trump's going to make his own decision. And I think oftentimes he bucks the experts, goes against them because he believes that his gut has been guiding him in the right moves on the region, on bringing peace to the region. We'll see what he does here. I think we'll know more throughout this discussion at NATO. But obviously, it's a work in progress, and it's often a moving target, no question about it.
Sure. I mean, what is clear is just looking at the chemistry between the two men, and we've seen them in different situations here in Saudi Arabia, where I'm speaking to you from. We've seen them in the Oval Office. We've seen them playing basketball. We've seen President Trump spritzing the Syrian president with his cologne or whatever it was that he sprayed him with. I mean, do you think it's fair to say these two men get along?
I do. I also think President Trump just does a great job one-on-one with people. You hear the stories of domestic leaders, members of Congress, for example, who will be on Air Force One with him. He just talks about his negotiating style with domestic leaders and with foreign leaders. You've seen President Trump bring foreign leaders in the Oval Office and even at times those leaders who may be publicly saying things that aren't in favor of President Trump or his policies. They get in the Oval Office with him, and you do often see that strong relationship. You see President Trump have that ability to just negotiate and bring people to the table. He's very good one-on-one, and so I think you're seeing a lot of that with this relationship, and we've seen it, of course, with other relationships as well. But in the end, it does come down to President Trump's all about talk, but it really is about action. And I think right now what President Trump is looking for is the right actions to be put in place to decimate Hezbollah, to ensure that we continue to win this conflict as it relates to Iran. I think President Trump feels as though we are winning and are close to an end of this conflict. But again, this is going to be a process, and it is, to your point, Tom, going to require the region. The United States cannot do this alone. It is going to require other actors in the region throughout the Middle East to come together and ensure that we keep moving the ball forward and pushing back on the terrible Iranian regime. We've seen great progress in the United States decimating layer by layer Iranian leadership. We're seeing a funeral just over the past few hours for one Iranian leader, no question about that. But in the end, it's about progress, action. And I go back to President Trump is willing to work with anybody, bring anyone to the table who he feels will advance the mission and vision of the United States and truly bring final peace and a reset to the Middle East. That, no question, is a priority of his right now.
So clearly, I mean, Syria, a really important part of the regional jigsaw. And we've talked a lot about what President Trump might seek to obtain from the Syrian leader when those two men sit down in Ankara. What do you think's in it for the Syrian president? What do you think he'll be looking to President Trump for? Perhaps funding with reconstruction efforts? What sorts of things do you think he might want?
Well, look, I think not just that leader, but many of the leaders in the region have watched what President Trump has done. We saw just a few months ago, Tom, I was on this very program talking just a few months ago when President Trump made his trip to the Middle East, just talking about the investment, the massive investment that the United States was making in the Middle East, but also the massive investment that the Middle East was making in the United States. Take, for example, Saudi Arabia, countries that are building this greater economic partnership with the United States. And that's the key here. I think, President Trump time and again is talking about that golden era for the United States, how we're moving towards that. He spoke about that just a few hours ago at America 250 in his speech. And also, I think that the Middle East recognizes that they are at that golden moment, that golden era, if you will, as well. This is really a remarkable moment for the Middle East to move away from the violence that they've seen, and move away from the turmoil, and move towards stronger economic possibilities, far stronger financial possibilities. And a big part of that, I think, is a stronger relationship with the United States. You've seen President Trump build on that just over the past few months during his trip to the Middle East. So to answer your question, I think, whether it's Syria or other countries, I just think they see this as a very unique moment to get closer to the United States. We're talking about NATO, but in many ways, the Middle East is becoming almost NATO 2.0. You're seeing the United States and Middle East just grow much closer together, building that important partnership that will help stabilize the region. And I also think build greater economic opportunities, not just for the Middle East, but also for the United States as well.
Okay, I mean, clearly the new political order in Syria begun being shaped on the watch of President Trump's predecessor. Bashar al-Assad fell before President Trump came to power. But do you think that reshaping and playing a part in the reshaping of the post-Assad political order in Syria is what many would regard as being one of the major success stories when it comes to foreign policy in Trump 2.0?
I think many would point to that, but I think it's about what happens going forward here. And I do think momentum matters right now. So you talk about the past, what occurred there, talk about the past of the region in general, just the history of it, and really the horrific leaders that have fallen in the region. But, we've been down this road before. We saw the fall, for example, of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. But in my view, that didn't change the region. I mean, you still had Iran, for example, sitting there as this great state sponsor of terrorism. You still had turmoil in the region, even on the heels of Saddam Hussein falling in terms of his power. So I think you have to just look at this, yes, country by country. Yes, look at the history and change of leadership here we've seen recently in Syria and really kind of where these new leaders are taking these countries. But I go back to the United States, I think, in this partnership that they're building with these Middle East countries that's really anchored in one main thing. And that is President Trump essentially telling these countries that there is a brighter future. If you push away from the terrorist activity, push away from the violence, and move towards peace and prosperity, you've seen, many of these countries kind of hitting a reset. You saw that I think it's Saudi Arabia in many respects, seeing this greater economic partnership with the United States. That is the common thread here. You're seeing President Trump use economics, use that as a key tool and driver for resetting this entire region. And I just think that's a real turning point here. And I think this is also putting great pressure on Iran. You're seeing right now Iran that is isolated, I think more so, frankly, than they've ever been, at least in years. And you're seeing the region right now turn on Iran, wanting to push back on this horrific regime that's truly has been decimated. But it's going to be about momentum, and it's going to be up to these countries in the region to push forward that momentum. I think they're going to be more willing to do that right now because they see the great possibilities. They don't just see a golden era and golden opportunity for the United States. I think they see that for themselves in the region. Part of that is these new leaders pushing forward with that greater partnership with the United States. I think that's going to be critical to having lasting momentum and lasting peace going forward here, hopefully.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. Matt Tyrrell, former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio's presidential campaign. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome to Al Arabiya, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We understand that the OIOS, which is the Office of Internal Oversight Services here at the United Nations, prepared a 5,000 pages report after 1 full year of investigations. The ICC Bureau, which is the ASP primary oversight, legislative and management body, appointed 3 judges, 2 men and a woman, looked thoroughly in the report and made 137 findings, and in all findings they found no evidence of inappropriate conduct or misconduct or abuse of authority, not a single one on your behalf. This decision was advisory opinion by the 3 judges on the 21st of March of this year, clearing you of all allegations. You would think that this is the end of the matter, but it wasn't. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't. You're quite right that the United Nations Office of Investigations collected 5,000 pages of evidence, an awful lot of it from me, evidence that I gave. And in the 137 findings, there is no finding of conduct that could constitute prohibited conduct. But importantly, the most important thing is 3 independent judges handpicked by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties, reviewed all of the underlying evidence, the full 5,000 pages, and the UN report, and they unanimously, as you said, concluded that there was no evidence to find misconduct or breach of authority to the required standard. And I thought that would be the end of it. Why appoint judges if you're going to reject their findings and their advice? And unfortunately, the Bureau departed from the principle of deference, and they have referred the matter now to the Assembly of State Parties. But I think it's astonishing, it's unwarranted, and it's unlawful.
The Bureau also voted on the 8th of June to suspend you as a prosecutor of the International Criminal Court till the whole ICC 125 state membership convene to vote on a secret ballot on the issue on the 24th of July here in New York. The ICC Bureau must win by at least a two-thirds majority of the 125 member states. If they fail in doing so, then the whole motion to find you guilty of sexual misconduct is rejected by the ASP, the Assembly of State Party, and that's that. If they win and the ASP finds you guilty by two-thirds majority, which is 83 member states, then they will start another motion to vote on firing you, and that can be decided by a simple majority i.e. the support to the motion of firing must be 63 member states or more. So I hear here now at the United Nations, the ICC Bureau want to vote to go straight on the motion of firing you with simple majority, bypassing the determination of your guilt or innocence of misconduct by 2/3 majority. Will the Bureau succeed in doing so? Especially, this is the one time in history that such a vote is conducted. Can they do it?
Well, the Bureau has a composition that I think the WEOG, the Western European and other group, Eastern European group and the allies are disproportionately represented. Going back to your first point, it's really critical to understand that in the 20 years of the International Criminal Court, until my matter, experts have written that not one decision of the Bureau was decided by a vote. It was all by consensus until Karim Khan's matter was before the Bureau. The biggest group of countries is the Africa Group. There are 33 countries from the Africa Group, and no country from the whole of this vast continent of Africa supported the finding of misconduct. They were really of the view that you have judges, you should stick with the judges. This is what people have said after the vote. In terms of the procedure, I'm in the dark. I mean, it's amazing that I'm in the dark. I find out things from the media, from speculation. They have not told me what the procedure is. I can't, of course, go to New York, but I don't know if I can address the Assembly of State Parties. The procedure says I should be able to, but they haven't given any guidance to my lawyers. They haven't told me anything other than there will be a special session of the Assembly of State Parties convened in New York on the 24th of July.
The UN ambassadors of the 125 member states of the ICC will be voting here in New York on the 24th of July. They are politicians, not legal experts. They're not judges, but they will decide your fate. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if they would have read the 5,000 pages report by the OSIS or the 3 judges' advisory opinion, which had 137 findings, all in your favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not even sure if the Bureau member, hand on heart, have read the material. I mean, we have formally asked the Bureau Secretariat, my lawyers have formally asked, which members of the Bureau have read the evidence, and we have not been given the information. The fact that they have evidence available is not the same thing as reading it.
After indicting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and former Defense Minister Gallant, you became the first ICC official to be sanctioned for doing so. Later, another 8 officials were sanctioned, 6 ICC judges and 2 ICC officials. And these sanctions led to your bank accounts being frozen. You cannot now even have a credit card to your name. In addition to that, you are not allowed to travel, and hence you will not be able to be here in New York to defend yourself on the 24th of July when your fate is decided. Your thoughts on this subject?
Well, we see an increasing proclivity on the part of powerful states to use coercive measures. I've mentioned that there was an arrest warrant against me and some other judges by the Russian Federation, and I've been now sentenced to imprisonment in my absence to 15 years by the Russian Federation on account of applications for warrants that were issued by independent judges on the evidence. In this round, you're right, of course, my predecessor for some months was under sanctions, but in this round I was the first person sanctioned by President Trump in February 2025. And of course, it was quite lonely for several months. I was the only one, and later on, some judges and deputies, I think in about August, September, they were sanctioned. I just think it's unwarranted. People try to enter public service. Some do better than others. But to use the power of the state to coerce, to intimidate, is deeply dangerous. We see this tendency to what's happening in some countries domestically with prosecutors or attorney generals of previous administrations. We see threats against UN special rapporteurs like Francesca Albanese or judges of the ICC or myself. We see threats in the media about putting sanctions and targeted measures against other individuals who simply take a different view. And they don't, in the most case, at least in my case, and in the ICC, I'm sure, take a different view out of malice, out of bias, or out of any antipathy to any people or person in the world. It's simply an exercise of responsibilities, given that one has to look at the evidence and the law and apply the law fairly, equally, for example, in Palestine and Israel, as we did in Ukraine and Russia, as equally as we're doing in Afghanistan and Myanmar, and the list goes on. And to cause pain is not an unanticipated consequence, it's the desired outcome. Because you've seen from public sources, even before the current administration in the United States took office, 12 senators wrote, and they said, you target Israel, we will target you and your family. You have been warned. That's almost a verbatim quotation. And so one can say on this area, at least, they are truthful and they've made good on their promises because the court as a whole has been targeted. But I deprecate it. It's undermining the moral authority of states. It is dividing the international community. In the end, it's bringing us closer to more and more conflict, because if we don't have the law, what do we have?
On Friday, June the 19th, you have been suspended from practicing as a barrister or lawyer in England and Wales by the UK Bar Standards Board, BSB. What happens if you lose the vote on the 24th of July here in New York? Would that mean to end the career of Karim Khan KC as a lawyer and as a barrister? I apologize for this. This must be painful to you, sir, to hear.
Well, I'm sure some would quite like that. I mean, there have been previous attempts by UK lawyers for Israel, twice, in fact, to make complaints against me on the basis of the applications that I filed in the Palestine situation. That was dismissed. They appealed it. That was dismissed as well. This interim suspension, you're quite right, it was very painful. It hurt that there was an interim suspension by the Bar Standards Board. It's not based upon their own evaluation of evidence. It's not based upon anything really, except the fact that the political bureau of the ICC, this group of 21 countries, by qualified majority, decided to suspend me. And of course, one can raise one's own questions. These allegations have been known for more than a year. I took a voluntary leave from May. What the need was for that suspension is questionable, but certainly led to somebody giving this information to the Bar Standards Board, and then the Bar Standards Board issuing an interim suspension. It's emotionally painful, but I'm not even practicing domestically at all. It's very clear. It's a full-time job as the prosecutor of the ICC. My chamber's website made it clear that I wasn't practicing any work in the UK or anywhere else. But we have to just keep fighting on all the fronts that I'm being attacked on. And I will do my best, even though it's extremely difficult. I hope it's not the end of my career. But I'll simply say this. I've won the legal case. I have the decision of 3 independent judges. I'm a simple person. I know a little bit about the law. I won in that fora. Where I'm a bit out of my depth is amongst big, powerful states that have the full apparatus of ambassadors all over the world, and some of them are very vociferous and organized in their lobbying for a particular outcome. And an individual, like me, it's difficult to deal with that because I'm not a politician. I'm an international public servant, but I'll do my best, and we leave it to God and leave it to states to decide what they want to do. But yes, it's right. The future is not in my hands. All I can do is keep making the arguments and hope, as the panel of judges did, they will see that there was no misconduct or abuse of authority established and reject this majority decision by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties. And from what people are saying, it seems they got one more vote than they required. And I hope when all states are there and they're properly and more equitably represented, some sanity and fairness can prevail. But that's not under my control.
You chose to voluntarily, like you mentioned, to suspend yourself when the charges were leveled against you till the end of the 1 year investigations into the allegation conducted by the OSIS. From the start, you always insisted, of course, on your innocence of these allegations. But then there's a question: why did you volunteer to suspend yourself from your position as the prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, without any guarantees, while your accuser continued working in your office at the ICC, giving her, some would say, and her claims an advantage?
Well, I won't speak about staff members of the ICC. I've got a responsibility in relation to that, and whether people were on leave or working is a separate point, but I didn't take leave. The first point is the allegations firstly raised themselves as a matter of record in May 2024. It was closed by the internal oversight mechanism because a complaint was not made. I carried on working. I took advice from IOM and other senior people in the institution. In October, when my name was released, and there was what I described just before the announcement of the warrants, a media campaign, I carried on working. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It was in May 2025 I finally took voluntary leave, and I did that quite frankly because the campaign from major newspapers around the world and egged on by people that were leaking information or misrepresenting information in this one-sided attack became so loud. It was distracting, I think, from the work of the office. And I thought in the end it was maybe it was a wrong decision. Maybe it was not a good decision by me. But in the end, I decided take leave. I didn't think that the leave would be more than a couple of months. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. But once I took leave, it became difficult really to go back. But time will tell if that was the right decision or the wrong decision. I made it believing that it was the least worst option at that particular moment in time.
You successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants on war crimes against President Putin of Russia and Maria Lvova-Belova on March 2023. You also successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on November 2024. So it's safe to say you made powerful enemies in both East and West. What gives you hope that you can win such a vote in the Assembly of State Parties in New York on July 24th?
Well, the important thing is I made those applications as prosecutor, but the judges of the International Criminal Court, they're the ones that issued the warrants. They're the ones that analyzed the evidence, and they're the ones that independently determined that the evidence that we submitted required them to issue the relevant
warrants. Upon your request.
And so there are, upon my request.
The ICC today faces American sanctions, as do its judges and yourself, its prosecutor. It faces internal crisis. It's engulfed by controversy and faces a legitimacy debate unlike any other in the 23 years history. In your honest assessment, is the ICC is going to emerge from it all the stronger for having been tested, or will we be witnessing the beginning of the end of the international courageous attempt to end the culture of impunity around our world?
It's a great question. I think the jury's out. I don't believe with this adage, this simple adage that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If you're beaten up, you're not stronger in the short term. You're bruised or your bones are broken. So time will tell. It's true that the threats, the sanctions, the coercive measures have forced the court to adapt, to try to become more resilient, to be less dependent upon the vagaries of political power or expedient decisions. I think that much is correct. But it's important also that you are anchored in due process. And we need to stay the course. We need to make sure that in the storms that we see around us, including the storm of the ICC, we don't try to dress something up as a legitimate decision to try to make people happy or to lessen the heat. You have to sometimes go through the fire, stay firm, stay focused, and take the consequences of whatever they are. And I think that applies to me. It also applies to institutions. You do what we think is right. Don't depart from due process.
On the personal level, how are you dealing with this kind of pressure? And how do you deal with it without being consumed by it? How does your family, your daughter, your wife, deal with such pressures?
This is painful. I'm lucky. I'm blessed with a wonderful wife, wonderful children, a wonderful family, and they're my life raft. I think without them, no man is an island. I'm certainly not. I would have sunk a long time ago. So I'm very blessed in that regard. I'm believe in God. I believe in service, and I think importantly, I think we have to look at what's much more important than us. I said to the office when I was elected to the staff in a town hall that when one becomes a judge or a prosecutor or in any walk of public life, whether we know it or not, we are exiting stage left. We are temporary custodians. There's a limited mandate. We should be looking at the victims around the world that look to the ICC, that look to the institutions of the United Nations also for protection. They're suffering a million times worse. They have much more insecurity, much more pain, and they deserve better from us, from me, but from the institutions as well. And I think focusing on them, that's a battle worth fighting because their rights should never be surrendered to. And that's why international service is a wonderful opportunity to work for something bigger than our individual egos or our individual ambition or even the temporary occupation of our positions.
You have been sanctioned, investigated, suspended, and attacked from multiple directions, all while running the most active docket in the history of the court. Knowing now everything that you know, would you do it all again? Would you change anything?
Well, I'll do it all again in the sense of making the decisions I made. Of course, there's lessons to be learned, mistakes, improvements that we can always make in these types of jobs, with all one's limitations to serve something more important than ourselves, our, shortcomings, our limitations as human beings. That's a great opportunity. That's a great blessing. And I feel very fortunate for all the daggers drawn and difficulties, criticism, sanctions, convictions, warrants in absentia that we face, and the character assassination that I think I've been subjected to, the breach of due process. It's a heavy price, but I think I feel still honored that I've had this opportunity. I wish it wouldn't have happened, of course, and I hope things can be clarified by the Assembly of State Parties in just over 4 weeks' time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, we thank you for this exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, and we thank you for your insight and your frankness. And we will be here at the United Nations to report on the outcome of the vote on the 24th of July.
Thank you, Talal. Thank you so much for having me, Talal, and please let me know what happens there if I'm not there myself.
Welcome to Al Arabiya English. My name's Greg Swenson. I'm the host of American Unfiltered, and I'm really thrilled to have as my first guest Beverly Turner, who's the host of GB News Late Show Live here in Washington, and an old friend, and originally media friend, but also social friend as well. And so it's great to have you, Bev. It's been a really amazing week in transatlantic news. First you had the big news in the UK, the fall of Keir Starmer and the rise of Andy Burnham. And then, of course, the timing is particularly good speaking with you today, because you were at the White House yesterday and had a conversation with the president who, thanks to you, has got himself involved in UK politics, which we always love to see here in Washington, being the Anglo-American community that we are. And so that was a big day.
It was a big day. And, you say another week in US-UK politics. It feels like, is there a week when the two countries are not in some way connected, colliding? Even we are looking in the UK here to America to see what things might be like if we had a different type of government. As you say, a lot of change at the moment in the UK with Keir Starmer finally stepping aside, and Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister in waiting. And so yesterday, I got the opportunity to be in the Oval Office with President Trump, and I was so desperate, Greg, to ask him about Andy Burnham, because nobody has got that question out of him yet, and we are all dying to know how he feels, because we know how he felt about Keir Starmer. No love lost there. And so when I was able to say to him, what do you know about him? He basically didn't know anything.
It was great.
He had no idea.
It was classic President Trump, where he just said, I think he's the mayor of some town. It was great.
Exactly.
Now, meanwhile, we all know that Manchester is not just some town. It's
third biggest city in the UK.
Third biggest city in the UK. It's kind of like almost like the Chicago of the United
similar
Kingdom.
Size. Yeah.
And so that was a great moment. And you've had a few with the president, which is exciting.
I have. GB News came over here in September of 25. And I'm thrilled to be here. And we were basically told, look, go over there, cover American news for our British audience, because they're very interested. GB News audience. We are kind of right-leaning, politically exposed channel, although we do have to conform to Ofcom regulations, so we always have to provide left-right balance. You know, you've been on my show lots of times. We put you up against some socialist, Democrat, Labour
lefty lunatic.
You call, a lefty lunatic. Yeah. And so the job for me out here is to observe the White House, to portray back to the British audience what's happening here. And there are so many areas politically that are comparable, that America's doing really well and we're doing really badly. So it's a pleasure and honour. It's a genuine privilege to be here. It's been great. I mean, even the launch party, the GB News launch party last September, was just a fantastic event. It reminded me of the other Anglo-American party held in the inauguration weekend, that Friday of inauguration. Yep. And then, as I mentioned on your show, the next great one was the Garden Party here at the UK, or the British ambassador's residence here in Washington. So there's a really great Anglo-American community here in Washington, but also in London, as we both know. So. Despite the attempts of Prime Minister Starmer to destroy the relationship between the two countries, it feels like those people on the ground, like us, will always keep that connection going. We are united through so much cultural similarity, and it's such a shame that has been threatened in the last 2 years since Starmer came into office. It's really amazing. I mean, he's done his best to try to wreck that relationship. I mean, I think the top of the list would be the Chagos Islands, and not only trying to give away the Chagos Islands and of course, importantly, the base, the Diego Garcia base, but also denying the president the use of that base during the launch, the attack on Iran. And he hasn't forgiven them. No. Trump hasn't forgiven the UK. That was what struck me yesterday when I mentioned to him about Andy Burnham. And he said, I don't know much about him. He's a liberal, he said. And then he went on to say, with some frustration and actually some emotion, that he'd warned Starmer he had to fix energy via using fossil fuels again and not being so wedded to net zero, and he has to fix immigration, both illegal and legal migration. And I think Trump he loves the UK.
Yeah.
He said it
absolutely.
repeatedly. He's a real Anglophile. His mother was Scottish. He will always tell you that. And I think his frustration stems from wanting what is right for the UK and our country. And when he said, I tried to tell Starmer, I told him he's going to lose his premiership, he stopped short of saying, and I was right.
Right.
But that was clearly his frustration.
It is. It's frustrating for the president because, as you said, he's really fond of the UK. You know, he's got this connection that we lost during the Biden years. But Joe Biden was very, at the very least, he was indifferent to the UK, and he always favored the EU, always favored Ireland. And that was frustrating, I think, for those of us that were living in London at the time, to have our president be so dismissive of this great relationship. And I think it's, I still think it's a speed bump. I mean, if anything, I argued that Keir Starmer actually did a good job of managing the relationship both with the U.S. and with the president in his first year. And in fact, I argued that it's probably the only good thing he did in his first year because he's been such a disaster as prime minister. And so, I think this was inevitable, that sort of break, because they are so different politically. And look what the president has done with the energy sector in the U.S. And now, once again, we're the largest energy producer in the world. We're the largest exporter of natural gas. We're exporting oil as well. And we're mining again. This is a totally different world. And I think one of the things I pointed out, and I hope you'll agree, is that the problems in the UK are fixable. And I think we heard that from our mutual friend, Sarah Rogers, yesterday, speaking at the ARC conference. And, that these are not problems that can't be fixed. We would know, because we had the same problems 4 years ago with Joe Biden.
It totally depends on whether we are prepared as a country to step away from genuinely the globalist agenda, the Agenda 2030, the UN sustainable goals. And we are tied into so many treaties and agreements now that I don't think we can backpedal. President Trump is preoccupied, I'm not going to say obsessed, he is a bit obsessed with us drilling oil in the North Sea. Every single time I've spoken to him, which is on multiple occasions now, he will talk about the windmills. The windmills are ruining your country. You've got to start drilling, he says, in the North Sea. Now, we are committed to these climate goals. We're committed to Paris Agreement. Like, we can't backpedal without major international disagreement and potentially legal cases. Trump doesn't give a rat's backside
international
about that.
agreements.
He doesn't care.
He's not a fan of multilateral institutions.
Hates it.
It's what's best for his country.
And that's why he stood up at the UN Agenda Conference in New York last year and he just said, you are ruining your countries. And it was beautiful to watch him detonate that globalist agenda. He's very much, I understand him from what I hear on the ground here, pivoting towards firmer relationships between America and the Middle East. And the Gulf states, and also Eastern European countries, Hungary and Poland, on whom he shares very similar viewpoints about stricter border control. Those in the future could be the allies of President Trump in the next 2 to 3 years of his presidency, much more than the UK.
Without a doubt. I mean, think about it. Both of his terms as president, his first foreign trip was to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region. And so he knows that's the future. And I think that's part of the Iran situation, and this agreement with Iran that they're working on now. He's realigning the Gulf region. And that's really on the top of his agenda. And he knows that Europe just continues to fall behind. And then my argument with the UK is, do you want to be part of that managed decline in Western Europe, or come back to the United States and replicate, maybe take a few pages out of the president's playbook? I don't know that this government can possibly do that, because they'd be going against the cult of climate change, of net zero. I think it might have to wait till 2029, unfortunately.
And it will largely depend on what Andy Burnham wants to do. I've said that Andy Burnham, our new incoming Prime Minister, he hasn't been an MP for the last 10 years. He's been in Manchester as the mayor. He has spent more time in Denton than Davos. Now, that might put him on a par with President Trump. You might be surprised to see that their relationship is better than people expect, because Andy Burnham also is not a massive fan, I suspect, I may be proven wrong.
Yeah.
But I've met him on multiple occasions. He's a very kind of down-to-earth guy. He's very normal. He's everyman. That's why people like him. He doesn't have that public school upbringing vibe. He's not like a Boris Johnson that looks down at people.
Right.
He's a normal kind of guy. Now, it depends whether he comes in and says, if he has the testicular fortitude, let's say, to push back against some of those treaties and agreements on the global stage, then he might keep the British people happy. And that will align him more with President Trump. They're both quite anti-establishment. They are both well aware of the fact that the political class hasn't served the working person for a very long time. There may be more synergy, Greg, than we anticipate.
That's a great point, Bev, because he is more of a man of the people. He's been in Manchester, he's been in the North, and he's connected much more to the trade unions like a proper labor politician, like the old Labour. Whereas Keir Starmer, as we all agree, was from that new Labour, that, you know, North London, uppity, Oxford, Cambridge, kind of that lanyard class. And I don't see Andy Burnham as part of that. He might be a man of the left, and that's what I worry about.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. He might actually have more in common. And look what happened in I think it was Aberdeen in Scotland. You know, because oil and gas exploration is so important in Scotland, and that might be a moment for him to pivot and get away from Ed Miliband and the lunatic kind of fringe net zero crowd.
He'll have so much pressure on him from the net zero agenda. I mean, his wife actually works for a big electric car charging company, is my understanding. She's quite private. She's Dutch, I think. You know, there will be a lot of pressure on him to maintain that course towards the greener future, whatever we mean by that anymore, I'm not even sure, and not to get involved in any oil and gas drilling. It might be that we have to wait until potentially another government, if that does become, for instance, Nigel Farage next time round.
And I think that, you know, surely that's in the cards in 2029. I mean, liberating the energy sector, and again, we've done it here, so we know it can work. It might be a stretch to expect a Labour prime minister to endorse that. The other thing we often forget about, because you're right, President Trump is so focused on the North Sea, he's a common sense guy. He just can't understand why we in the UK are buying oil from Norway, who's drilling it in the same sea that we've banned drilling in.
He's got a point.
And this goes back to the Tory party, to the Conservatives, you know, and I've been lecturing them for years now on not only do you have to stop this nonsense of net zero, but apologize for it, bury it. Just, you know, don't even leave it lingering out there. Just end it and drill for natural gas. It's not just the North Sea oil rigs. There's plenty of natural gas under the ground in the UK.
It all depends on whether man-made climate change is scientifically nailed on. That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah.
You know, we have been told for 20 years the consensus is that using carbon is going to ruin the planet. And that was literally written into the broadcasting regulation in the UK. It still is. We're not meant to, in the UK, say that that is anything other than 100% true.
It's
because
amazing.
We could be fined by Ofcom for saying that.
That's incredible. I didn't realize that, Bev. But I think that the tide is turning for sure. I mean, the public consensus is surely not behind it like it was 5 years ago. It never made the top 7 as an issue in the United States. And that's why when, you know, Al Gore started his lecturing 25 years ago, they bought into it in Western Europe and the UK, and the US never really did.
No.
In spite of that, Biden tried the Green New Deal, and he blew all this money on you know, wind and solar and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was really the Green New Deal. And so, you know, he bought into it, or at least his advisors did, or his AutoPen did, but really the people in the U.S. never really did, and that's why they never really were able to get momentum. He almost went against, President Biden went against what the people wanted. And much like in the UK and especially in Ireland, the top issue right now is affordability and mass migration. And what did they get from their governments? Misinformation, policing misinformation, which you and I will just call censorship, and as well as net zero. So it's this total disconnect between that lanyard class, the Keir Starmers of the world, But I blame Theresa May and Boris and, you know, Rishi.
14 years of conservative rule that pushed through all of these policies that I think were the product of talking shops at these NGOs around the world.
That's right.
And not enough people in the room to stand up and go, hang on a minute, are we sure about this? Groupthink, nobody being prepared to swim against the tide of popular opinion. And, Greg, money to be made. Let's be honest.
What a cottage industry that was.
What a cottage industry.
When Biden lost the election, they had, you know, that 90-day transition, and they were shooting money out the door as fast as they possibly could to these NGOs that just started the week before.
That's right.
You know, we're in the net zero education sector. Can you give us $500 million? And they did. It's crazy. So
I'm a big fan, I have to say. I am a big fan of new homes in the UK being built in a way that can generate their own power.
Sure.
You know, so that we have solar panels and air source heat pumps and good insulation.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Common sense.
Because it also gives the homeowner an element of kind of autonomy away from the grid and away from the government.
And away from
deciding you've used your carbon credits.
Yep.
You know, I think that's something that, in terms of the environmental protections, go forward, build the right kind of houses. I'm totally on board with that.
And God knows we need more housing in the UK, that's for sure. Let's talk about Nigel Farage. He's a friend of both of ours. He might be arguably the only hope for the UK when we talk about not just energy and mass migration. And I know that's almost a one-issue, you know, reform in many ways is kind of, whether they like it or not, a one-issue party. By some miracle of marketing, the Tory party is still leading in the polls when it comes to economic matters, which I think is something that Nigel has to, you know, has to change that view. But do you think he can save the UK?
I think they are as close as we're going to get to a small c Conservative government, if I'm completely honest. Nigel's appeal, a bit like I was saying about Andy Burnham, is the concept that he's every man.
Man of the people.
Man of the people. Interestingly, Nigel's one of these people who, and I think President Trump is similar, actually, they can slide up and down the social spectrum fairly seamlessly. So Nigel can be with the shooting class, the pheasant killers, you know, like with the kind of the hacking jacket crowd easily with a cigar, but he can also be with the man in the pub.
Sure.
And that's quite rare. Trump has that as well.
It's amazing the similarities between the two.
Yeah.
They have got similar personalities. They're able to capture basically free media. Nigel's name recognition is off the charts in the UK, much like the president's was before he ever ran for office.
Very divisive.
Yeah.
Some people love them. Some people hate them.
Yeah.
Marmite. And that's how you cut through, actually, I think, in politics. They have, I think, a very good chance of winning the next election. It largely depends on when that is, I would say. If Andy Burnham has the confidence to call a snap general election when he gets into number 10, which could be before the end of this year. Well, he'll be in there probably within a couple of weeks, but he could call an election before the end of the year. The question is going to be, are Reform ready for that? They say that they are. They say that they have really good candidates, and I know behind the scenes they have been vetting and training and getting candidates ready for those 300 and odd seats around the country, nearly 400 seats around the country. Nigel still is, as I say, very, very divisive. He still has to win over the dinner party class. He's got to win over some Liberal Democrats. He's got to win over some Labour voters. I think they're and he's got to also win over some Conservative voters as well. Yeah. But that strength of feeling towards the ambition that Reform have for the country is incredibly strong and only getting stronger by the day. Yeah. Firmer borders, common sense educational ethos around schools. It's all the basic points. Can a woman be a woman and a man be a man? No. Or, you know, on the economy, I think you're right. You're reflecting that the mood of the nation, that they aren't quite sure yet who would be the person to make those key decisions. But we know that Nigel has a background in finance. We know he's no slouch when it comes to the economy. I think he knows exactly what he wants. He's also looking over here to President Trump to see how he can make that happen. I think it remains to be seen, but I think this is probably the best shot they're going to ever have.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has momentum, or at least he did until maybe the last few months. They've gone from maybe 35 back down to 30.
That can be restored, though.
That's part of it, because they basically have, are polling at 5 or 6%. And then, you're going to have a bump with Andy Burnham. Labor's already got already in the polls, they've had like a 5 or 6 point bump. So that could be just a temporary sugar high, but it'll be really interesting over the next 3 years, and that's a good point. Maybe they call a snap election if he's getting a real vibe from the people. I'm quite sure Andy Burnham will be more popular with the party, that's for sure, and probably more popular with the people too.
I think it's worth considering is we had those local elections in May. So that was in the UK, that's the council election. So these are people who decide whether your bins get recycled when and your potholes get filled. Like it's domestic, local issues, right? But Reform swept the board.
They did. You're right, it's usually kind of local stuff, but they turned it into a referendum on Labour and a referendum on governance in the UK. And that was a massive movement.
And what was then so shocking was for Andy Burnham to then win the Makerfield seat so convincingly, because he didn't have a huge amount of choice where he could stand. He obviously, as I said, he was a mayor, and an MP had to stand down, so he could go in, and then he could challenge Starmer. It's all this protocol political system that we have in the UK. And I was convinced that he wasn't going to win that seat, because that area... Reform had swept the board on the local elections only like 2 or 3 weeks before.
And it was very much a Brexit community as well.
Yeah.
They went decidedly for Brexit back in 2016. So I thought that would help reform.
I thought so. But what was interesting was that there is a suspicion and a rumour, and actually I'm seeing a lot of stuff online about this, that there were quite a lot of Reform voters who voted for Labour. Why? Because they wanted Andy Burnham to win, because they wanted Keir Starmer kicked out.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how sensible that was.
Yeah, it's sort of tactical voting argument.
Because they hate Starmer.
Yeah.
But I would say, well, that wasn't very clever, because the country quite like Andy Burnham. Like, if you wanted Labour out, or maybe their supposition was that would therefore trigger a general election, because Andy Burnham couldn't run without a mandate, couldn't sit in number 10 Downing Street without a single British person having voted for him. And maybe, we still don't know, he might do the decent thing and call the general election.
He could, but wow, they had such a majority. They'll never replicate that majority. No. That was like a perfect storm in 2024, where they only won 34% of the vote, and yet they have this massive majority.
Yeah.
Unprecedented, really.
Because the British people were absolutely sick of that Conservative government.
It's the so-called Conservative government.
Post-pandemic, all that. We just wanted them out.
And that's what, I hope that Reform, and frankly, I hope that the Tories can come back to traditional conservatism, small C conservatism. And I've been banging the table on that with both parties, but especially with the Tories. Get back to the Thatcherite philosophy of, deregulation and lower taxes and economic growth. They kind of lost their way. They had, this is the party of price caps and windfall taxes. Joe Biden can only dream of windfall taxes. He could never get that passed in America. And yet the Conservative Party in the UK, the party of the right in Great Britain, had windfall taxes. Yeah. It's crazy. So I hope they can get back.
And this enormous bloated benefits bill that we now have. It's almost like government for at least the last sort of 15, 16 years haven't factored in human behaviour. Yeah. They haven't factored in how people actually think and operate. So if you tell a generation of young kids, we will always support you as the state. You will never go hungry. We will always give you a roof over your head. Guess what? We've got 1 million of them sat in their bedrooms doing bugger all.
Playing video games
doing
or
nothing.
whatever they
We've got
do.
1 million people, young, predominantly young men, I think it's between 18 and 24, who are NEETs, not in education, employment or training. Well, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
We took them out of school for a pandemic. We're paying the price of all that now.
Yeah.
And nobody thinks about the fact that human beings are currently in the UK looking to the government to solve all their problems.
It's big state gone wild.
Big state gone wild. And we have to look after the people who need it, Greg. We have to look after
10% safety net.
the
Nothing wrong with
disabled,
that.
people who can't work,
Without a
the
doubt.
elderly, 100%. I am completely a great believer that we need a really good state system whereby those in need can be looked after. But we are currently looking after people who are able-bodied, who are able to work.
Many of whom have just
swinging the
arrived.
left.
You know, come across on the boats and they sign up for a welfare state.
Shocking
right away.
statistic I saw only last week, which was that our social housing, our government-provided housing, I think it was in London and Birmingham and maybe one other city like Manchester, nearly 50% of those houses are occupied by non-British-born people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How is that okay?
And at least the current budget, you know, tax receipts are down because rich people are leaving the UK. And so, shocker, tax receipts are down. They spent more on welfare than they did taking in tax.
Yeah.
First time ever.
Yeah, and income tax.
Completely
I think it
unsustainable.
was £300 was our income tax revenue, and 350 billion. Million, sorry, not billion. 350 million income tax revenue, 350 million of handouts for benefits. Yeah. Benefits alone, not NHS, not the bloody roads, not the paying for our politicians.
Sure,
just
welfare checks. And look, not only is it unsustainable, but you're right, it wrecks the culture. And you know, one of the great moments was in America in terms of welfare reform in the 90s was with President Bill Clinton, a Democrat. He realized that this was unsustainable, and also it just changes the culture. And it was important for him to tie work to benefits. So at least if you're getting benefits, get yourself a part-time job or go to school or do something. And that really was one of the signature accomplishments of a Democrat president.
Yeah.
Granted, he had Newt Gingrich, you know, driving the bus in the House, or the Republican House, but
there's a lot we can learn.
Yeah, and you know, reach across the aisle, it can work. So
yeah,
there's lots to fix. Be sure to watch Sarah Rogers' speech; it was fantastic. She really captured it, but in a very positive way.
Yeah.
So that was a great moment, I think, for U.S.-UK relationship and sort of you know, bringing it back. We're not just critical all the time. We can look at the great aspects of Great Britain, right?
Yeah.
And she highlighted the people, and America is really sort of a derivative of the UK.
Yeah,
and so,
well, she's the Under-Secretary of State for Diplomacy in the State Department, and she's a remarkable person. Yeah. I'm thrilled to call her one of my friends here in Washington, D.C. She's great. Sharp as a tack, intellectually phenomenal, and she and I share a great passion for freedom of expression and freedom of speech, which is being increasingly oppressed in the UK.
It's really unfortunate, and again, she talked about it yesterday, but she's been talking about it quite a bit for the last year. She became almost a social media phenomenon in the UK because of her criticism of the overreach from big government. So, well, that's a lot of bad news. Let's talk about some good news. It's been an exciting year for you, not quite a year, but an exciting for you and GB News. Let's talk about the relationship in the media between GB, and so far so good.
Really good. GB News is only 5 years old, just had our 5th birthday. It was born out of, I think, a frustration with the British media landscape being predominantly left-leaning, very anti-Brexit. It was born just after the Brexit referendum, and our ambition, I think, of the channel, I wasn't there right in the beginning, though, was to portray Brexit in the way that we hoped it would be a positive outcome. Pandemic came hot on the heels, and so who knows what the benefits of Brexit would have been. We never kind of got to see that, I don't think. But we are the UK's most watched news channel now. We beat Sky News and BBC News every day, sometimes both channels combined. We have more viewers than them. We're very much the people's channel. That is our definition, and I think we are. We don't talk down to our viewers.
That's right.
We think they are adult enough to be given the information and to make their own decisions. That's an incredibly old-fashioned concept, Greg, in the UK, as you know.
You're not getting that from the state-owned media, that's for sure, who are so snobbish in a way. And I think they actually misinterpret a lot of the news from the US as well. And I have people that, even conservatives in the UK, that that see the headlines from the BBC or from Sky News, and they just assume that they're correct, and they're missing a lot of information. And you guys, and especially on your show, do a great job of communicating the news from here.
We've benefited from the lack of trust that people now have in the state broadcaster in the BBC, but also Channel 4, ITV, what you might call the legacy media. The trust in those organisations was utterly obliterated during 2020 onwards, when the COVID situation happened and everybody was being told to not believe their eyes, not believe what they saw when they were being convinced that bodies must be piling up in the street, and everyone was going, I don't know anybody that's actually died of this thing you call COVID. And so we came out of the back of that, and people were going, this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We had censorship in both countries. You know, if you posted anything about the Great Barrington Declaration, you were taken down from social media.
I was annihilated.
You must have been. I'm not surprised to hear that.
I was cancelled beyond belief. 2020, the channels thought I was quite fun to have on because obviously we were all doing these Zoom calls from our homes, and I was doing a lot of panel stuff for TV then. And I would be saying, listen, I've got 3 teenagers in my house, or they weren't all teens then, 3 kids in my house who should be at school, who have probably had this thing, whatever it is, and they're fine. Look at the infection fatality rates. I was just obsessed with the science. And so some of the channels at the time thought it was quite fun to get me on because we would have these great debates. I was called a granny killer. Everybody just hated me. I was public enemy #1 because there was hardly anybody else in the mainstream media that was doing that. There was maybe a couple of others. And then the vaccine rollout happened, and I was incredibly nervous about an untried drug and I knew quite a bit about the mRNA technology behind that, and I'd researched it very quickly with some key people who knew what they were talking about.
Like Asim, you know.
Like Asim Malhotra, but also, you know, Robert Malone, who was one of the creators of the original technology, and Peter McCulloch, and all those guys, and Pierre Corey. And I was really, because people kept telling me publicly, you don't know what you're talking about, it made me double down on my research. I wasn't just looking at the Mail Online. I was actually going to the original Pfizer trial papers. I was going to the primary sources for this material. And it was so obvious that we were being lied to. You only had to take a cursory glance. So at that point, as soon as I started to say on TV anything against vaccinating the children, which is something I felt really strongly about, on mandates, then I got cancelled.
They must have
so
hated
2021,
you.
I disappeared.
No, it's amazing.
I literally I was just cancelled off everything.
My first appearance on GB News was when I had COVID and I was isolating. You know, I was in my friend's apartment because they were out of town, and it's just outrageous to look back at that and think of how insane that was. And then I started boycotting all of that nonsense. You know, I didn't isolate. I mean, it just was so stupid.
And just now, Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, just before she's left office to look after her husband, she has just released the most phenomenal confirmation of what many of us were shouting about 6 years ago about Anthony Fauci's role in this.
Amazing.
The funding of the Wuhan Institute, and then the suppression of that information, and nobody's covering it.
It's outrageous. And what he was doing was lying to Congress, but lying to the American people and telling them they should stand 6 feet apart and they should wear masks all the time. And it's one thing to make a mistake, but it's another to know that wasn't true and then go ahead with it anyway. And we had that in the UK with Matt Hancock, who knew that the data wasn't showing that masks are working or that social distancing. And he went ahead with the lockdown anyway. It was really insane.
And now nobody wants to look back and learn any lessons from that period of time. But I think there's so many people who are now untrustworthy of organisations and establishments and institutions, who are doing their own research, who are thinking about their health differently, who are thinking about the relationship between themselves and the state. And all of that is good.
Yeah, I mean, this skepticism is so healthy.
Right.
And that's why I think RFK Jr. has won a lot of skeptics, skeptics about him, but that, Make America Healthy Again movement has caught on, especially in some sectors that we didn't do so well with in the elections, like suburban women who are actually looking after their children and really like this idea of healthy eating.
I don't think Bobby Kennedy gets enough credit for getting Trump elected.
Oh yeah, so, I mean, you're 100%. Absolutely right.
So when he obviously got kicked out of standing as a Democrat, and he had to stand as an independent. And I, for one, was watching very carefully then. I didn't used to be a massive President Trump fan, by the way. I certainly wasn't in the first term. I've been on a bit of a journey on that. But when he brought Bobby Kennedy over, I was like, that's it, bingo, he's got it.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Because in close elections, and it was close, he won the swing states, but, popular vote by 1.5 points, and Bobby Kennedy was probably like any third-party candidate. They're not going to move the needle dramatically. But all you need is 2 or 3 points,
Yeah.
and then with the suburban women, and
That's right.
it was really brilliant
Moms,
that the president
especially,
embraced him.
Mothers who might not have liked Trump because of some of the stuff first time around, they love Bobby Kennedy. They love everything he's been trying to do, getting chemicals out of food, clamping down on the food companies, not on the food in your trolley, not telling people you can and can't eat this, but actually let's go after the guys who are making this stuff. And I just think it's wonderful.
It's been very well received here in the U.S. because we all grew up here on chemicals in our food. It's really
still you all right. You're about 7'2".
I'm surprised I'm still here to talk about it. So back to UK-U.S. relations. The World Cup, I don't think you could argue there's ever been more excitement about a sporting event. I mean, it's really phenomenal. And it's really done wonders for not just the U.S. relationship with the world, but especially with the UK. All these Scots and English people, the Scottish and the English are here, and they're having an absolute ball.
And the bit that I didn't see coming was all this social media footage of all these fans going, America's amazing. They have like air conditioning everywhere, and you walk into a shop and they have the shelves are full and you can park your car without getting a ticket, and there isn't a camera on every pavement trying to catch you out, and you feel safe walking down the street and things work. I felt like that since I arrived in America compared to what Britain just feels broken and depressed. And there is a sense here, and I know that Trump isn't popular with everybody, but there is a sense of opportunity here. And there is a sense that things work and expectations are high. You literally walk into a shop in the UK now, you don't always expect to be able to buy the product that you want because there isn't on the shelf. You go to get on the train, you don't think the train's going to run on time, or the bus is going to break down, or the traffic jam, the roads are going to be... You leave your house in the UK and you do not know with any certainty that your day is going to not be beset with challenge. That is so different to here.
It really is the land of prosperity and abundance, even in blue states. I mean, I talk a lot about the red state, blue state divide. There's more in the red states. You go to Texas, it just oozes optimism. And I think the English really got that. They spent, the first 2 games they had were in Dallas, and they just had a ball. And everything is just bigger there. But even, here in blue city, Washington, and I spend a lot of time in Chicago. I spend a lot of time in the UK, in sort of left-leaning areas. It's still, there's still abundance in the blue states. And look at the Scottish up in Massachusetts, a very left-leaning state, but they have welcomed the Scots. The Scots have embraced it. They've absolutely charmed the people of New England. And I've always found Boston's not the most inviting place. It's got a bit of snobbery to it. It's very Puritan. They still have that sort of a little bit of segregation. I don't mean black and white, but just the Irish are over here and the WASPs are over there. It's amazing. The Scottish, there's a great meme that went around that Boston 2032, and it's a picture of a school with a bunch of redheads because they're having so much fun up there. And they've been welcomed. They kind of remind me of like American GIs in Paris after the war. It's just this charm. It's just oozing. And the game.
Because you know what? Because Americans are generally really friendly. I am amazed. Genuinely. I mean, I spent time in America over the years. I used to host the NBA for British television 25 years ago. So I've spent time in the US, but there's something about a warm friendliness. There's like a confidence about people that I meet here now.
People are approachable. There isn't that, there's that unspoken law in the UK. You shouldn't speak on the tube, on the subway.
Well, London.
Americans.
Manchester's different where I'm from.
And yes, that's true. But I know from living in London for 10 years, all the Americans knew each other. You'd say hi across the street. Everybody knew each other's dogs. It's very, we're very friendly. And I think, the visitors to the country for the World Cup are getting the true version of America, not what they read in the BBC. That we're shooting each other and everybody's got a gun and everybody's got a Confederate flag on their pickup truck. It's just not true. And so they're actually sifting through that. I mean, they don't get that from GB News, but they surely get it from the legacy media.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
So, and then on the other hand, it's an opportunity for us to embrace the visitors. My brother went to the game in Los Angeles. He said it's the best sporting event he's ever been to. It was like Mexico versus another Latin American team. And he just loved it. And the Mexican fans were, I mean, obviously it's Southern California, so there are plenty of Mexican football fans. But, you know, good for America for embracing our visitors, but good for the visitors for really telling the truth about how great America is. It's
but if you
great
look
to
at
see.
some of the coverage in the UK, like you say, with the BBC and Channel 4, whatever, Sky, they're so sneery about President Trump that they're even describing the World Cup as his vanity project, even though it was decided long before he got into office.
Right. Yeah.
He's going to be giving out the trophy at the final, we heard yesterday in the Oval Office. He confirmed that. He will be so criticised for that.
Right, which is crazy because he is the president of the country. You want the president at the games. I mean, it's fantastic that he went to the Knicks game. It's actually, unfortunately, it's the one they lost. Yeah, it is New York, right?
This is the thing. People were. I think you might have been on the show actually that day on my show, Greg, when we were watching a bit of that because the crowd was booing him, and I had one of my left-wing Democrat panelists who was saying, "Well, you know, what was their logic? He just wants the attention."
Yeah.
I said, "They're booing him. That's not the kind of attention he wants."
Yeah.
And they were saying, "Oh, well, you know, he just loves this." I was like, the suggestion was he will only go somewhere where he's going to be adored by the crowd. I was like, clearly not. They're booing him.
Yeah.
But that's because he's not popular in New York.
That's right. I mean, it is a very Democrat town. It's 5-1 at least, and Democrats are Republican. And so he's not afraid to go into hostile territory. Now, granted, when he goes to any college football game, he gets unbelievable amount of cheers and attention. He's very popular with, much like Andy Burnham and Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
You know, he does well with the people who maybe they're not going to tennis matches, but they're going to UFC fights like we had here in Washington, and any NASCAR auto races. You know, the sort of working class people that embrace those sports.
A kind of blue collar. It's hard to find the language, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you're right. The working person, the alarm clock the alarm clock. I think that's what Nigel Farage calls them, isn't it? The alarm clock class.
Yeah.
You know, that wake up in the morning and have to go to work.
Yeah.
You know, I thought the UFC at the White House was incredible.
It was amazing.
I don't like that sport.
No, I mean,
I do not like that.
But it was the spectacle of it. You know, it was just so exciting, and the big tent, and it was a fantastic moment here in Washington, and we're going to see a lot more of that in the next few weeks with the 250 celebrations. So I'm thrilled about the World Cup. I hope England makes it, and I hope it would be great to see a U.S.-England game. Unfortunately, the Scots are out
now.
So we won't see the Scottish charming Boston or Miami like we've seen. But I think the English, it would be fantastic to see a game with the 250 and all the excitement we've had.
America were good. I mean, I shouldn't sound surprised.
It's probably the best team we've ever had.
Yeah.
That's probably
They had some big wins with a lot of
4
goals.
goals in one game. That's more than we scored in the entire 2022 World Cup. And so, you know, there's been a lot of, it's been a great moment. I'd love to see Harry Kane, you know, finish strong. With England, and it's a really great time, and thrilled to have you. We've been doing this for a long time. I think I was on your show first time in 2022.
2022, I guess.
My guess. Yeah.
But this is quite nice. This is just a role reversal, Greg.
Yeah, it's
I like
fun.
you interviewing me for a change. I can get used to this. This is easy.
And also, we don't have Ofcom regulating us, so we can actually speak freely and not have to have a Democrat joining us. So we're saying that all of her, what was it last week? All of my friends are leaving the U.S. because of ICE and because guns. And I mean, it's just virtue signaling gone wild. Tell the truth, be honest. We might disagree, but as long as we're honest about it, it's all good.
Totally. Well, thank goodness for America, hey?
It's great.
Thank goodness for what President Trump is doing, for showing the West, showing the UK a different way. I mean, like I say, I didn't used to feel like that about President Trump in 2017. I was one of those people who wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
I didn't know where the threats lay.
Because they were just so busy calling him a fascist or a Nazi or a misogynist and all that other nonsense. And what we found out is he liberated the economy in his first term. He's liberating the economy again. Scott Bessent did a great speech the other night at the Economic Club of New York. He's liberated freedom of speech. He's ensured. Everybody says, oh, he gets in fights with the press or he's against free. No, of course he's totally for the press. He calls them out.
Yeah.
He calls it the fake news because in many respects he's right. So his delivery is maybe not very British.
It's about, I think what it is about this government here that I notice is they have such clarity of ambition.
Yeah.
It is so easy to know where they sit on the major issues. And the problem with Starmer, and let's see what happens with Burnham, is that you couldn't quite tie him down. Like, he was a, well, slippery Starmer, a lot of people call him. You couldn't quite work out on the big issues. Who is he trying to keep happy? You often felt like somebody's pulling his strings. He can't really think the stuff that he's coming out and saying. Digital ID is a classic example.
Yeah.
He came out behind the lectern and said, we're going to have a mandatory digital ID centralised system in the UK. And I sort of wanted to look over his shoulder, think, who's telling you, who's got a gun to your head? Because you don't even like believe it.
Yeah, I never felt like he believed in anything.
But that comes down to, as I was thinking about the big bureaucracy, what Trump would call the deep state. It comes down to the 600 or whatever it is NGOs around the world that are deciding policy. The UN, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum. It's all those unelected bureaucrats. And that is what Trump is trying to dismantle. People don't realize how much work he's doing behind the scenes on that.
It is really disruptive. And look what happened just in Latin America in the last few weeks. We've had massive swing to the right. Now, that's part of the movement, and, led by Javier Milei and the chainsaw, and, he's done such great things in Argentina. I think other countries in the region have learned that. So I think the momentum was moving to the right anyway. But it doesn't hurt that the cuts to USAID, that Marco Rubio and Doge, they were funding leftist political campaigns all over the world. And that's completely disappeared. Yeah. So you're not going to, at least the elections will be fair. You won't have it kills me that U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to fund leftist campaigns. They shouldn't go to anybody's campaign, but especially not a leftist campaign. So, I think the trend is great here in this hemisphere. I hope that the UK and Western Europe, I'm a little more skeptical of, but I hope they can take some pages out of the playbook because it's working here.
When I interviewed Monica Crowley just recently, the wonderful Monica Crowley, Chief of Protocol for President Trump. She is the very glamorous, very beautiful, blonde lady, used to be a TV host, and she's often there, and she has a very important job. And she said to me in this interview, it's the deep state that is trying to kill President Trump. Yeah, and that was why first term was really difficult for him. And you also had the media fabricating these stories, the Russia collusion hoax, the Charlottesville hoax. Yeah. There was so much collusion between the mainstream media and the big state. It's really hard to defeat the bureaucracy when you have the media and the universities on their side. It's really tough. But he by winning in 2024, he's really been able to break through and set back the bureaucracy. So his team, though, Greg, his team of people. I've been in those cabinet meetings when you look around the table, and he's got Hegseth, impressive. Rubio, phenomenal. J.D. Vance, brilliant. Tulsi Gabbard, sadly, no longer there. Who else is there? They're just brilliant.
Yeah, he's surrounded himself with people that are really good. Scott, of course, or the Treasury Secretary. Doug Burgum, was on Fox this morning talking about liberating not just the energy sector, but the mining sector. And again, it's all common sense. Why are we dependent on China for critical minerals? We've known this for 25 years, and nobody did anything about it. Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon. Nobody did anything about it. 47 years. So I think the president is bold. I think he's even more bold this term than the first term. It's a massive bureaucracy to fight against, and they're doing their best to keep his agenda from really materializing. But so far, so good.
And I think there's one myth that I would like to bust a little, which is this idea that the people around him are sycophants, and that his cabinet just don't really respect him. They're just telling you what he wants to hear. I hear this all the time, and I've been in those rooms. That could not be further from the truth. Yeah. You can't get people who are as independently minded as Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy,
former Democrats,
Scott Besson,
former
and Marco
Democrat.
Rubio.
Yeah.
Do you think you can get those people to somehow fake their feelings towards that man. Impossible. He smells authenticity a mile off. That's one of the things that I've identified. He can see fakeness. He can see it.
Yeah.
Those people, when all of those adults who are brilliant in their own area, when they stand up and they say, we respect the president and we trust his judgment, they're not lying.
Right. No,
they mean it.
You're
they
absolutely
like
right.
him.
Yeah.
They respect him. He's funny. And I wish people would understand that and take away some of this mad derangement they have about him, because I know that his delivery can be problematic.
Right.
I know
especially
that if he just dialed it down a bit.
Especially if it's snapshots or it's, you know, the clip on, you know, the mainstream media will be President Trump using an obscenity about something, and it'll just be that clip, and then you don't have the context around it. You've been on Air Force One
a
couple of times.
It's wonderful, and he's just surrounded by good people. There was who was it? Somebody died recently. I think it was one of the judges who was part of the lawfare cases against him. I can't remember the guy's name, and this guy had died, and Trump basically put on Truth, good riddance. Don't care, not sending it here.
He is not one to respect traditional diplomatic
and
norms.
He got in such trouble for that with people. Even some of his supporters were like, I think he went too far. I'm like, I love that honesty.
He is so, for someone that they tried to say lied all the time, which wasn't true. He exaggerates a bit.
Of course.
But you know, hyperbole is one thing. But he is so unfiltered. It is the most transparent White House we've ever had, by far.
When I said to him yesterday, would you like to be at the top of the list for Andy Burnham's visits around the world when he is Prime Minister? And he just went, no. I was like, oh, fair dues.
Bigger fish to fry.
No. He's like, no, not bothered. And I thought that was so amazing. The fact that he's not a politician, people think he's a politician. He's not a politician. He's a businessman.
Absolutely.
He's a deal maker. He's a property developer. He's a family man. He's a husband. He's a father. He's all those things. He is not a politician. When you start to judge him as a politician, you are going to be disappointed because you're judging him by a standard that he does not recognise.
And he's also a founder, right? He founded his company. He's like Elon Musk in that way. There's a difference between a founder and a manager. Or a founder and an investor. Mitt Romney was an investor, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's nice to have a founder in the White House. He's got a different way of thinking, and he thinks big, and it's fantastic. I never would have expected.
What surprised me when I've met him is how much of a listener he is. I did not expect that.
Interesting.
I've met enough of those kind of like silverback blokes to know that they're mainly on transmit. Right? Or pretty much always. And the first time I sat down to do a sit-down interview like this with him, you know, before the cameras were rolling, he was like sort of leaning forward, and he was going, so tell me about what's going on in the UK. Like, what's happening? And he was genuinely wanted to hear. And actually, my understanding is that Charlie Kirk was a real advisor to President Trump, but I think he really misses his counsel. He listens to people, and you'll notice, especially Trump 2.0, Trump 1, maybe not necessarily, but Trump 2.0, he will often, in public gatherings with the press, he will defer. Pete Hegseth, Pete, would you like to talk about that? Rubio, would you like to talk about that? JD, would you like to talk? He didn't do that in Trump 1.
And you get the vibe that they really enjoy working for him. They're very honest. And they are all good communicators, right? I think he insists on that. You know, you have a lot of former Fox News hosts there. It's really great to see the energy, and they don't necessarily agree all the time. You know, J.D. Vance definitely has a different view on interventions than the president or even Secretary of State Rubio. So I think it's healthy to have those disagreements, and so I think it's absurd when the legacy media tries to argue that they're all just, you know, kissing up to him. Definitely not true.
No. It's
been great having you as my first guest, Bev. This
Pleasure.
is fantastic.
Good luck, Greg.
I've loved being on your show over the years.
Podcast.
You've been great for me. I hope I've been helpful to you. And it's really great having you. I hope you're here for a very long time.
So do
and I hope we talk about the World Cup for a few more weeks.
Let's hope so. But I do hope we win.
Great to see you.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm rooting for England, unless they play America.
Then I'm going to be torn.
And then I'll be rooting for the USA.
Thank you.
Great to have you here.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.